Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to Tears of the Kingdom talk, right? No, that's not right. We're here to the May 2023 Combat of Destruction Elden Ring EU Minor.
Oh,
And
it's
I have here with my cohort Rust.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hopefully we are not having internet issues. I'm not sure, but we're gonna try to push on through, and hopefully things will be better and better. But we have a bunch of rules happening here. We have prizing, if you will, and we are gonna go through that quickly to try to get to the action as fast as possible. Now, this is of course the EU, the European Union, so hopefully the connection wise with everyone there is going to be set up spectacularly, and we will not have too many issues with lag, latency, things like that. Of course, PC magic makes things a little bit more streamlined. So we have that. We have three separate locations that are custom maps. We have a diamond, a circle, and I believe it's a rectangle, as far as I was told. First prize here goes best 4 out of 7 for the finals and bronze match. $50 first prize. Second place is $25, and third place is $10. Of course, we have 16 players. You can go to !Chal to find the challenge. And first to two wins in the first round, and the second round, I believe, will move on. And it's single elimination, so that's what we are doing. Semifinals is best 3 out of 5. And the rune level, obvious 125. That's been the meta forever. And obvious upgrade things like that. You can read all the rules, obviously, in !Chal. But general rules, again, we're using Seamless. It's a sort of co-op map situation. Everybody here already knows who's playing on PC because you've been doing that forever. But for people like me who are mostly on the PlayStation end, it's just sort of a way to allow people to connect easier with a password. And it just kind of works better than what From Software already has. So I find that fascinating. Any respecking or swapping characters in a singular match is not allowed. However, if you go from round 1 to round 2, it is allowed. General bans, obvious. We have all the crystal tiers that are normally banned. Crimson Crystal tier, no healing, really, essentially. Crimson Burst Crystal tier, Leaden Hard. We don't want any more poise than the 112 that is allowed for everything outside of Power Stance Spears and Power Stance Great Spears. We also have no light rolling. That's obvious because everyone hates that. That is annoying. We have Icon Shield is not allowed, which I find interesting. Briars is obvious because you get the sort of ricochet hit, which again, it's one of these things that gives a sort of weird unfair advantage that you can't really play around. And Royal remains armor because that's passive healing. Bloodhound Step and Quick Step, obvious. We want people to actually die. So people are really good at evading, although should be a smaller arenas for the most part. Royal Knight's Resolve, Determination, Endure, Oath, Vengeance, Barricade Shield, Last Rites, Raptors of the Mist, and Storm Stomp. I find Storm Stomp actually interesting. Not 100% why that is banned. Rust, why do you think that one is banned for this tournament?
I think that the incident involving, I believe it was Stilovsky and Space Ranger that had a storm stomp off for a good 10 seconds out of an entire match might have had something to do with that. But
Interesting.
who's to say, really? Now, if
Well,
you're
what
one of
happened
our
there?
lovely subscribers, then we'll be seeing us continuing to talk. And if you are not a lovely subscriber, then you're getting some ads right now. GG.
Jeez. Jeez, that's what we say. I mean, I don't know. The Twitch gods, I guess they got to make money, right? I don't know.
Something like that.
Obviously, any HP recovering consumables, you get a limit of 7 cerulean tiers, but I mean, who, the chance of someone using magic or that much FP is pretty crazy. I've never seen it. All livers, bald, prawn, crab, fan daggers because the headshot potential in certain situations, people get kind of crazy with that. Iron Jar Aromatic, Spirit Summons, which is oddly allowed in this. Again, this is sort of PC mod situation, so Spirit Summons can actually work here, which I find amazing. No Spectral Steed, which can we have horse
Yes.
combat?
Yes, you can.
That's amazing, actually. I kind of want to see that tournament, horse combat tournament. But yeah, so any of that Crucible Feather Talisman, that's obviously banned because you want people to get hit. Although, I mean, the was it Blue Branch Sword talisman? I feel like that is one of the most broken talismans in this game. But of course, because of the way the damage is in this damn game, you sort of almost have to have that, which is annoying. HP healing incantations, all absorbing, increasing in incantations, except for Golden Vow, and then Placidusac's Ruin because it's basically an instant startup and it's for finishing. We kind of want to have people finish on their sort of skill of their weapons for the most part. And of course, you can have some other throwables, but that's what we're going with. 68 poise for power stance spears and power stance great spears, and you cannot power stance at all in this. Pike, Bolt of Grand Sax, Cross Nagakiba, Claimant's Harpoon, Mogwin's Sacred Spear, Celeria's Tree, and Tree Spear. Fists, you cannot have consumable drawstring greases or two-handed on two-handed fist or except Qatar. I guess Qatar is just not that good anymore. But yeah, I mean, obviously other things like no glitches, just normal playstyle. But we're here and we're ready, and hopefully Russ can help us talk about some of these combatants because I don't know everybody on PC. I know a couple of these people. There's a lot of crossover, and a couple of these people are just good players anyway. Generally, that you should know. But we have first up in round one, BronDaGoat, who is, according to this, the first seed against FrigidARC. What do you know about these players?
That's right. Well, with BronDaGoat, he's always been known as the terror of Mag, even to this day, where Mag is no longer even really a factor, but he will
Yeah.
always be remembered as such. Bron is really well known for being a PSS coded kind of guy. He's also plays a lot of Fist, and I don't think I've ever really seen him on PSGS. But definitely the PSSS codeds is something that we do expect to see from him. As far as Frigid, I think that his last or his first entry into a tournament was from the last event or the last FOC, and he tends to play with more of like a dexterity type build. So we'll see what he brings
Okay.
today.
Now, no throwing. Well, you can have throwing knives, but no fan daggers, which can do massive amount of damage. Again, a lot of these things are trying to allow people to use their skill level outside of sort of pretty easy hits like fan daggers to try to get the victory. Sort of showcase ability and skill as much as we can. But either way, that is for the first fight that we have going on. So this is all about the ladder. Is that the deal with the placing of this?
About
Russ?
the like which position that they're in, yeah. So the highest seed is going to be the highest person on ladder. That's what we're seeing
Okay,
there.
so BronDaGoat, he's number one here. So he's been hitting up the ladder pretty hard. Is that the deal?
He goes ham on it, that's for sure.
Okay, all
ELO,
right.
ELO based, not
Uh,
ladder based. Sorry.
oh, okay. So we have and then of course we go down to Miasma and Tocco. I know Miasma from previous tournaments. I don't know Tocco at all. Maybe you can shed some light.
Yeah, Miasma is pretty nuts, and we've seen him around quite a bit. When it comes to Tocco, I think that we had a little bit of experience with him last time. If it wasn't that he ended up dropping out early, but he's been playing DS3 for quite a long time. I think he started back in 2017, and he's competed in a number of tournaments back then as well. He's pretty well versed with DS3 and has some experience with ER as well. So we'll see what he brings in. But from what I understand, Tocco actually mains HTS, which is a pretty unpopular setup right now, being the fact that it loses to a lot of trades against the meta setups. So we'll see what he brings in today. But I'd be curious to see
Yeah,
that HTS come out.
I mean play styles. That's everything. We got MaudCraeb versus Peanut after that. What do you know about Peanut? I know a little bit about Maud, but Peanut.
I actually just saw Peanut running around in the random arena recently, and I believe he was running like PSGS or something. But very very skilled player, really good movement. Definitely a force to be reckoned with. We'll see what he brings.
We got Ruth and Congeminatio. Maybe
Yeah,
they're
I
Italian.
don't know about the last one there, but I know that Ruth is someone that has time and again come out and shown themselves in tournament and been a force to be reckoned with. Their movement is absolutely insane. Like their ability to space out an attack and punish consistently It's really something to behold. It's scary.
That's what I like to hear. I want to see that happen, especially with lower latency, hopefully, if they're, closer in proximity. So I want to see extreme spacing here, and I'm hoping to see some interesting stuff. We got DarkSoapp versus wyupCHAN. I don't know wyupCHAN. I have heard of DarkSoapp though.
I've seen YupChan around. I don't know how to pronounce their name though. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I think we'll just call him Chan for now.
Yeah.
Uh, as far as DarkSoapp, dude, that guy, that's another scary person right there. So we'll see how that matchup goes. But Soap more than likely going to be coming out with those katanas. He's very well known for them.
Oh, I see. That's what I want to see. I also want to. I don't want to just see a power stance straight sword. Everybody, you know what I mean? Show me something else. I mean, I want to see other things. I'm hoping it's not just going to be the classic like power stance straight sword mirror in the finals. I'm hoping someone can show that they can hang out with the big boys and they actually can do well. DarkSoapp second seed here, so hopefully we'll see something interesting there. They are on the opposite side. So we have Eli, DKS, and Simple Most. I think Simple is from Italy, maybe. And I know these two from Dark Souls 3 pretty well, and they have been in some Elden Ring tournaments. So I'm very curious to see how that matchup is. I do feel like they are very evenly matched as far as skill wise. I've seen them in tournaments sort of get similar placement. So I'm curious how that is. I actually didn't know Eli was from EU. So hopefully that connection won't be that crazy because I know Simple has an issue with NA players.
Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't experienced anything with Simple myself, but Eli I know that's been around the community for quite a long time, and very very experienced player.
Yeah, so
Make sure
I'm.
Eli reads the rule set.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Well,
that's
the
not something you
rules.
want to hear from chat.
Yeah, you don't want to see that. But I mean, to be fair, the rule set seems pretty boilerplate. I mean, there's not anything crazy. There's not anything weird.
I don't know. I don't know. There's one thing that really stands out to me, and the thing that I'm not really a fan of myself when it comes to this rule set is that chainsaw's banned, and I think that should be changed. I think chainsaw should
Oh,
be allowed. Absolutely.
well, maybe next tournament, chainsaw only. Uh,
Exactly. Chainsaw only tournament. Let's go.
yeah. All right, so next up we have Witnake versus Mudkip. I don't know the Pokemon Mudkip too much, but Witnake I do know very well, and I always would say anytime he was in the tournament, I sort of renamed him No Mistake Witnake because he plays very clear. I mean, he plays so smooth, clear. Everything he does is sort of set up in a way that puts him in a position to either not get hit or get hit. He doesn't frantic. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen him uh sort of panic roll. So I'm looking for Witnake to at least make it pretty far. But again, I'm the first rounds, you only get best 2 out of 3. And the one thing where you're going to see upsets is in the first round because it's best 2 out of 3. Sometimes people can't calibrate to someone's either weapon or playstyle in 2 matches. I mean, you could just straight up lose 0-2 and be like, "Oh, I didn't even know what happened." So I do find that fascinating.
Yeah, so Whitnick, yeah, like you say, their movement is really, really, really good. Their spacing is incredible, but the main thing is that they don't have any wasted movement. They're not shifting around all the time. They're not
Yeah,
doing anything
I
that's
agree.
like a waste of time. They're only going to move if it's really necessary for them, and they're going to put themselves into an advantageous position. It's going to be a hard run for Mudkip. Mudkip is someone that I'm pretty familiar with. He's a good friend of mine. And I'm excited to see what they bring to the tournament today. They've been practicing a lot, and they've been doing very, very well. So we'll see.
Hey, I'm looking for the competition. And last but not least, I don't know either of these players, so help me out here. Yos versus Ace. I don't know anything about them.
Yeah, I don't know Ace myself, but when it comes to Yas, they have competed in tournaments. They competed in Shieldpoke's tag team tournament, and they also competed in the last FOC for the 1v1s. But they tend to prefer things like Cold House Stock and PSSS. So we might see some more like regular kind of setups coming from them. But we'll see what they bring out today. Maybe they'll give us a little mix up, and maybe we'll just get to see some really good technical movement from them.
Yeah, let's get something weird. I'm not sure if we are ready for the first match, but hey, I'm here for it. BronDaGoat versus Frigid. Maybe we could set this up. Maybe we could get the ball rolling. Maybe we could see some bloodshed. What do you think? Do you want to see some blood? Let's
I think
get
we'll
it.
be getting plenty of that today, that's for sure.
So round one, hopefully, will be underway as soon as things get set up. Again, with the PC, I'm not 100% sure how long it takes to set up the PC situation, but from what I understand, the higher seed is the one who actually can pick the arena. So BronDaGoat is able to pick the arena versus FrigidARC. Whether he's going to pick the what is it, the diamond versus the circle versus the rectangle. And I think I saw a picture of them. They look pretty cool. I mean, I think one is in lava, one might be in sort of an ice situation, and hopefully we're going to see all of them. I don't know if there's one that benefits others. I feel like the diamond would be pretty interesting for someone who is more aggressive to try to back them off. So I wonder if that's going to play a part in play styles here. Some players play a little bit more reserved and maybe want a wider open space, and some players play a little bit more aggressive, want the smaller space. But I mean, do you know much about these arenas that we're going to be using here?
I haven't seen them. I believe that actually one of them was a triangle is maybe what I heard. But either way, if you have that less than 90 degrees of space and you get yourself shoved in that little corner there, oh man, you're gonna be in a world of hurt. Oh, it is a diamond. Okay. Even still, like if you end up in that tighter end of the spectrum there, then it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough to get out of it. And corner pressure is gonna be really key here. If there is ring out possible, then maybe we'll see some ring out shenanigans, and if not, then it'll just be a lot of corner pressure coming in.
Yeah, I actually don't know if there's walls on these arenas. If there are walls, I mean, because these arenas, I looked at them, they don't look that big. So there's definitely ring out potential if there's no walls.
No walls in the circle.
No walls on the circle only. Oh, that is fascinating. So you can get someone with hyper pressure to really try to push somebody off the edge. I like that. I mean, there's a couple moves out there that knock people over. If people try to jump into you, you could just knock them right off the edge. I want to see that.
Maybe we'll get a
That's what I
little
want to
funny
see.
finger swap and a little flick out of the arena. That'd be kind of fun.
That would be pretty funny. Yeah, we don't get that often in a lot of these tournaments, but it's always funny to see people kind of. I mean, we've had people just literally back up. Maybe they were in their menu or something and just walk off the side. So stuff like that is pretty funny. I do, I do like that. But I love these new arenas. I mean, I wish PlayStation could have this ability. Unfortunately, we're kind of stuck on this medium, not the magical PC situation. I would love more arenas. I mean, we scout Elden Ring, the whole map, to try to find newer and better locations, and we've come up with like 4 or 5 that are pretty good. But again, everyone always has some weird thing, like a weird hill on the corner, or one of the corners are just broken off, and it's like it's not as perfect as we want, but we kind of make do because I don't know, we love bashing people's skulls in.
The shape aside, one of the things that the PC servers that we're getting with the seamless maps is that we're able to eliminate a lot of the background noise that's coming from these environments to really cap out your FPS and make it a lot easier to get better frame rate. So when they create a map, they're actually deleting everything else out of the vicinity. So the only thing that is loaded is that map.
Oh, that's I mean, especially if you have a lower end PC, right? I mean, that'll just
Exactly.
things will work much more smoothly there. I like that. I mean, again, PC is just magical, right? You can do
Oh,
you
it's
can
so
do
great.
anything. I mean, I want to see Thomas the Tank Engine. I want to see Nicolas Cage. I mean, when we getting them in this game, you know what I mean?
For real.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that's the next texture pack coming out, man. I'll tell you.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I I really want to see different weapons. That's what I'm looking for here. I want to see, and not necessarily something like crazy, because again, this is for money. This is for prestige. So I understand if you don't want to come in here with something really weird, like Envoy's Longhorn, like something I would do. But it's I want to see different than your normal dual straight swords. I mean, what do you think will be the most wild weapon we might see? The most off meta thing?
Well, I'll tell you what. If you come in here with an off meta setup, then and if you lose, then did you really lose? Because like you only lost because you were using off meta, right? No Johns, no Johns. But obviously a flail coming out here would be something kind of funny. You know what I would love to see? I'd love to see a spinning weapon kill. I would love to see a spinning weapon kill. I think that would be so great.
Well, I mean, that's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, Spin
Nope.
Slash on Nagakiba is actually really good.
Oh no, I mean spinning weapon. I mean where you twirl the thing in front of you.
Oh, like a Twin Blade or something.
Or a stick. Yeah.
Or a stick. All right. It does look like we are ready. BronDaGoat on the right, I believe, and FrigidARC on the left. We got red versus blue. I like Frigid. That's blue. I think that works here. So I don't know if you want to count us down, Rust, but hit us with the countdown and let's start this up.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and get that bolt underway on a 3 and 2, and eventually that bolt will come down.
Oh, he forgot his
There it is, and the
his
fight
rune arc.
starts off. BronDaGoat on the right. They get their physics underway, and we are getting a little bit of spacing. We see a funny looking hat coming out here from. Oh, and there's a moon veil. So yep, he's running a little bit of an int build there, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he had dual. Oh, okay. So we do have walls here, but not in the corners. It looks like.
Right. And
The parry!
parry comes out. Absolutely insane. Trying to sit back over to neutral here, but he's spinning around in a circle, trying to get a little bit of his FP back after all of that Moonveil spam.
Oh, he
And
broke his
the
posture.
shield break, insane. But he doesn't take the riposte. Instead, just goes for the next L2.
Yeah, I don't know what their HP is at right now. It looks like blue is losing badly, but I think they just got their tears popped here. He's probably 1 or 2 hits. Yeah, that's it. Panic rolling. I mean, I love what FrigidARC was doing by trying to parry. Obviously, I'm always gonna vote for the guy who's trying to parry, which no one does. But it looked like they kind of panicked a bit too much there, right? Especially at the end when they got their tears popped. Right there, that parry attempt actually it worked for the magic part because he got the glintstones up above his head, but he didn't get the parry for the riposte, which I thought was pretty interesting. Right there, going for the parry again. What a ledge! Right here, guard break goes for the double hit. Kind of a mistake there for Bron, but no big deal. I think this next hit he breaks his tears. Let's see here. Yeah, that broke his tears right there, and then he starts panicking real bad here. I mean, he doesn't know how to deal with the sheath unsheath. It looks like maybe nerves does play a role. A lot of people maybe don't talk about it enough. I mean, maybe because they're not. I don't know how many tournaments they've been in, but nerves can play a role, and maybe that's what hit him hard.
Oh, absolutely. And let me tell you, when you're using HTS against the Moonveil, it is so hard to get around that thing. The range that the Moonveil has in the anti-air potential of it as well, it kind of just completely invalidates anything that you want to do against it. So it's a very, very difficult matchup for an HTS, but it's we saw it work.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I don't think the matchup is that crazy. I do think Frigid played. You have the potential to close the gap really fast if you're Frigid because you have HTS, right? You have the running R2, things like that. Yeah, sure, you can get trapped in like a backstab or something like that, sidestep, but you have the potential to do that. I didn't like how close he was, especially considering he was trying to block the Ash of War, which I mean, we saw it doesn't work. So I would like to see him sort of play a little bit further back because he does with 112 poise. I mean, a two-handed R1 breaks posture, right? That breaks it every time. So I would like to see him work with that more. Try to hit first before any sheath or unsheath can happen, and then sort of reset and kind of work with that because it looks like he's going to lose the trade, right? He's not going to win the trade with the Ash of War. So hopefully we can get the health bars situated because I wasn't sure. I can only look at the tiers to see where they were, but yeah.
It's funny. Before this, we were talking about interesting types of tournaments that we might want to see coming out in the future. And you had mentioned something about a HUD-less tournament
Oh
to
yes, yes, yes,
play it
yes,
with that way.
yes.
And on that was our side of this though. We didn't get to see it. The players could definitely see what was going on, but kind of being blind from it was a interesting experience to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was just when I play, I basically just count hits anyway. I count, how much damage they did throwing something. I also count stamina because I want to know what the stamina may be with my opponent. Some Ash of Wars do so little damage or stamina, and it's kind of tough in this game. I haven't really calibrated myself, but so for me, I'm always counting regardless. But then I had the visual with the tiers happening to see sort of how far they might be and how much defense people normally have. And that's what I was going for. I mean, it was pretty clear that Frigid was getting blasted. I mean, he got hit by what, 4 or 5 Ash of Wars?
Quite a few,
Moonveils? I
yeah.
mean, blocking some, which I do not recommend, especially if you're not used to fighting it. Sometimes it's just so fast. You're in the moment, it's just so fast. You're going to get blasted anyway. So I really want Frigid to take a step back and see if they can find a way to attack first, break the posture, maybe do some stationary jumps. Because again, if you get hit by the Ash of War of Moonveil, the vertical one, a lot of times if you're in the air, you'll only get hit by the weapon, which doesn't do that much damage. It's sort of the beam that does the bulk of the damage there. So jumping is not as bad most of the time as people might think. Plus, they have to make sure they have the correct move to anti-air you anyway.
Right. It's kind of a 50-50 call for the person on the damage dealing side of that, or the Moon Veiler side, is they have to click the R2 versus the R1 and get the call right. But there
Unless
is
they're
some weird interaction there where if you get over the head of the Moon Veil, then it can cause the beam to kind of miss its mark, and it doesn't know how to quite track overhead. So
yeah, and for me, it depends on the playstyle. Again, I don't know Frigid that much, but it depends on their playstyle. A lot of times, I feel like the person who dictates the match is the one who can win. The person who's making the other person move and react can win. So for me, sometimes taking a bad hit allows me to get position, and then I get to work my game because there's certain weapons that have really difficult time getting in on. Moonveil is interesting because you have such range with it as well. So you have the range and you have the obvious power, and so it depends on your playstyle. So I don't know. I think Frigid needs to back up, sort of take a second, try to hit first, and so on.
oh, and it looks like we're getting a raid coming in from It's
Raid.
Montage, who's just finishing up a 24-hour-long stream.
Wow.
Yeah,
Man,
go
don't
ahead,
sleep.
man.
I'm not
Literally.
sleeping today either.
Well, welcome in, Rat Gang. Welcome
The
in. We're in
rats.
going on to round 2 here in a second of FrigidARC versus BronDaGoat. And here they
Yes,
are.
that's right. I'm excited for this. Let's shoot this off. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Oh, man, that's so sweet. All right, so they're both doing their normal buff up. Oh, he changed his weapons to dual katana. Frigid.
Interesting change. I wonder why that would
Katana
be.
versus... What is Frigid... Or, BronDaGoat has off stock, is that?
I can't quite see it, to be honest. But it does look like,
Oh, spin! Spin to win! Oh, that damage, though. Frigid's already down hilarious amount of damage.
Yeah, that
I
one
like
didn't.
spin
That
to
one
win.
didn't feel so good. We've seen a little bit of the piercing fan coming out, but Braun catches him with another unshield coming out from the Moon Veil. So fast.
Yeah, Frigid just didn't know what to do. They panicked. Couldn't scare Braun at all, right? Braun was not panicking at all. Frigid was panicking because the obvious power, right? The power differential is crazy. So he did switch to dual katana, which I find fascinating. He got hit there. It didn't look like he got hit there, actually. I like the spin slash on it. A lot of people don't know this, but spin slash on katana the first and third attack basically always breaks poise. You can have almost, I think, max poise in it. The first and third spin part of it basically always breaks, which is very nice. He got him caught in this corner, did spin to win, only got the first hit on it, tried spin to win again. So the damage differential is just out of control, though. I mean, it's like 800 versus like 200. It's crazy.
Right. So are we
So
seeing
here
an
we
off
see.
stock there? I can't quite see it still.
Say that again.
Is that an off stock or is that is he power stancing
No,
Potomac?
it's off stock.
It is
Yeah,
off
he
stock.
was doing pokey. That's, it's funny. Off stock was a huge thing in Dark Souls 3, and it wasn't that big in Elden Ring up until semi recently. It seemed like people were kind of using that because if you're close to someone and you sort of double press L, you hit them like it's almost inescapable because of how fast the attacks come out. But yeah, so we see BronDaGoat moving on to round 2. Frigid, I don't know. I felt like Frigid just that damage in the sheath. He didn't know what to do with it. He panicked a little bit, but hey, it happens. I mean, Bronze, ranked or seed 1 for a reason, right? So
Absolutely.
he knows what he's doing clearly.
Off stock underrated for real? For real.
Is it underrated? I think it's pretty
Yeah,
rated.
no, I think everybody's like all on the off dagger hype. The off dagger's like been going crazy lately.
That's true. I've been seeing off dagger, but again, off dagger, you have to be super close, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not exactly. I don't think it's as good. Although I have seen people use bleed builds with off dagger, and it's crazy the bleed build up on that. That does work more towards smaller arenas. In Coliseum, a lot of these things don't work as well. But when you're in a smaller enclosed area where you can pressure, where you can head somebody off, some of those things can work that don't normally work when people have too much space. So
Well, it appears
Miasma,
go ahead.
Miasma's up next, and Miasma gets to pick the arena. I'm curious what he's going to pick. Was that the diamond one? That was the diamond, I'm guessing, with the walls.
Is that a diamond or a square?
Yeah, I mean, if you tilt it on its side, it's kind of a diamond, right? I don't know. And then Miasma versus Tocco, they are similarly seeded in this, if you will. Yes, there are more arenas. There are 3, in fact. A diamond, a circle, and a rectangle. I don't remember seeing... I can't remember if they all have walls. I know we saw on the corners there were no walls where the players were standing. I wonder if that is with most of them.
Yeah,
I want to see them all.
But we have 2
For
really
sure.
excellent players coming in here with Miasma and Tocco, both of them very experienced at the game. And it'll be a good matchup for sure. But is there any matchups that you're seeing in the roster here that you're really excited to see? Like any of them that really stand out to you?
Well, honestly, when you see closer seeded matches, generally that means they are probably closer seeded, depending on. But like, I'm curious of Witnake and Mudkip because is Witnake continuously playing? And you said Mudkip, and I saw Mudkip in the chat, and I just want to see like, do we have a potential for an upset? That's what I want to see.
Absolutely,
So
that would be
that's
quite
what I'm
the
looking
upset.
for.
Yeah, that'd be a good match.
I want to see people do stuff differently. I want to see a good match where people are playing the mind games. It's not just about the weapons. It's not just about the health. It's about positioning. We haven't really seen positioning too much yet. I mean, obviously we're only 1 match in, but I want to see people use the arena to their advantage. We didn't really see any throw. I don't think anybody threw anything yet, right? The only things that are banned throwable wise are the fan daggers. I think it's just the fan daggers.
Yeah, I think everything else in terms of that is allowed. I mean, obviously you have Iron Jar being banned.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
so the fan daggers, I think that's good. And people can use a lot of the gravity stone fan. I think people don't use that enough. That's really good. It's like because people always roll, so you can get position on them, especially if there's a wall and the arena's small. I mean, there's a lot of potential for even glintstone scraps, things like that. Um, I don't know. I want to see it. I also want to see more Ash of Wars, more and different Ash of Wars. Let's see some interesting stuff.
I'm sure we'll get a good mix there, but one of the things to keep in mind is that even though fan daggers are banned, regular throwing knives are not banned, and we'll probably be
Yeah,
seeing those come out as well, even just as finishers. Um, but they can
I
be a really
wonder.
good way to be able to chip people down, even in the mid range of the fight. But a lot of Acid Wars don't really have as much of a place in a high competitive matchup, especially when you have a lot of the more powerful ones being banned off rip. So you have no Storm Stomp for PS Assass. So what else does it run? It can't run Endure. There's a couple of options
Well,
out
yeah,
there that can make it really good.
endure, but a lot of the ones that do damage are not banned. The only one that does damage here, I think, is Storm Stomp. But I mean, there's a ton of Ash. I mean, there's Piercing Fang, there's Spin Slash, which we saw. I always forget the name of the one. People usually put it on heavier weapons. It's like the magic, not magic, the oath. What is it called? Oath, golden oath, or something, where it shoots out all the golden sparks.
Oh, Golden Land?
Golden Land, that's it.
Yeah.
That one's really good, especially since if you hit somebody with all of it, that can do like 1,000 damage, and you can make people roll and move. And I think that is a huge part in playing PvP. Is it's making your opponent uncomfortable a lot of times. You put them out of position, they're not comfortable where they are. You get the punish on Golden Land. I mean, that can work absolutely.
Absolutely. It's got a lot of really good tracking too. And on a map where maybe there's a lot more corner pressure coming in because you have some tighter angles, you could do a lot of work. And I'd be curious to see if that comes out. But it is restricted to heavier weapons though. And a lot
Yes.
of times in these kind of setups, there's not going to be a whole lot of heavy weapons running around. Maybe you'll see a Gugs, few and far between, but we'll have to see.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you could always swap, right? I mean, you don't have to. You can do Golden Land and swap out. But also, I mean, with Golden Land and how that pressures, you can get a bad roll and then get in a crouch poke or something. I mean, we've seen it in past tournaments, even post patch, when Colossal Swords were, quote unquote bad.
Well, looks like
We're
we're loading up the map here again.
Yes, we got to have the names changed. BT Dubs. Because right now we have Miasma versus Tocco, and we're back in the diamond, it looks like. But what do we got on the weapons here?
Looks like we got some HTS and some Hal Dagger, it looks like. It looks like maybe it's Cicada with the golden or the standard there.
Yes. Yeah. I've seen a lot of people use this. I mean, I do think that that isn't the, not all halberds get the early hit, right? The weird glitch early hit thing.
I believe this one does.
This one does. Okay, so that could be something to look out for. If you know that the halberd has that, you basically gotta play differently. It's kind of annoying, but anyways, it looks like we are ready. So count us down, Rust.
All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and get it started here. And coming down from a 3, 2, and a 1, and out goes the bolt.
Looks like they both buff up normal. We got some Frosty on the HTS. Hey,
That can
there are
be
your
really
knives
bad
you're talking
to,
about.
start to get some status going against that halberd. Reduce their
Ooh, I like the way Taco's jumping. First hit, Tocco.
Unfortunately, it looks like we have a little bit of an overlay glitch again going on with the health bars here, but just have to play it by eyesight.
He's already frosted. It does look like Tocco is winning pretty handily, although anti-air, double anti-air. That might have been a button issue there. Third anti-air, that is just destroying him out of the air.
But he's getting those turnaround jumps really, really well. Dangling those jumps that he's jumping around his head. Really, really good work on the HGF.
Ring out. Oh, the chase. Good job chasing. Oh, it looked like the tears are popped. He's frosted again. Bam, is he? Oh, he's got to be one hit. Tocco's got to be one hit.
Close.
Oh,
And there it is.
that I wanted. Oh, man, I wish I could see how close that was. Tocco had to be one hit. He got frosted at the end there. It looked like Miasma was winning, and then right at the end, I think the frost just went right through, and got him with, I don't know, probably 500 damage, something like that.
Right. Yeah. No, Tocco did amazing work with the HTS. The turnaround jumps were absolutely insane. That off dagger, though, man, you cannot underrate that off dagger. It went crazy during this
Yeah,
match.
definitely. So we see, I don't know how far back this goes, but a little bit of anti-air there. I mean, he was catching him Miasma was catching Tocco out of the air like crazy. Right here, the ending, there's the frost. Looked like he was going to be one hit. Right here, I feel like Tocco is one hit from dying. And
Right.
then he gets the frost last jumping hit. I mean, for me, that's actually a tough technique to do. The sort of jump, turn around. So you have to jump, sort of unlock, and then lock again in order to
Used
get that.
unlocked. Yeah.
And that's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. But it does
Absolutely.
look like Tocco is ahead 1-0 against Miasma. Looks like they're ready again. Tocco. Rust. Rust, let us know.
Oh, it could be a Tocco. All right, we're gonna get the countdown underway here in just a second. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1, and the bolt is out.
There's the health. The health and the talismans are up top. Wait, is that the banned talisman up there? The health? I thought that was all health regen was banned, but I could be wrong there.
I'm looking it up for you right now, but I'm pretty sure it's fine as long as you're not spamming it.
Oh, he let him out, but he got punished for getting the frozen bolus. He did get it off. See, oh, frozen again. Wow, is that a frost in 2 or 3 hits? That's pretty crazy, actually. Wow, Miasma's getting blasted. This is not close right now.
The talisman is fine, by the way. It's just if you're spamming it, then it's an issue.
Wow, Miasma's down a lot. The tears are already popped for Miasma. I mean, oof.
Don't count him out yet, though.
No, definitely not in this game. This game with how damage can work.
Free him with a Stormblade, and Tocco's getting back in there, really trying to keep up some pressure there against Miasma. But a little bit of baiting, and both of them whiff there. How fortunate.
Oh,
and the frost comes out and takes Miasma.
How did he not die, though?
I have no idea.
That blue feather branch sword must be putting in work, because he got hit full blast, it looked like.
Right. And we see a little bit of talisman swaps coming over from Tocco, making good use of it.
Oh, he's one hit away. One trade.
So close.
Oh, wait a sec. Oh, I wonder if it was his stamina that went out. Good job, Tocco, taking out Miasma. I mean, what can we say about that other than Tocco got out ahead so far that it was almost insurmountable for Miasma to come back, right?
That was tough. That was a really tough matchup for him to be able to come back up from on that point when he was that low on HP.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone. He was clawing back a little bit, but again, it's so difficult.
Right. And all Tocco has to do at that point is just trade. He doesn't have to worry about it.
And that's why it's very difficult, especially with not perfect net code. It's very difficult to come back from these situations. But Miasma tried to do it. I mean, he was coming back. I don't know what kind of statuses he has on his stuff. But you see the trade there. I mean, I don't know how he's not dying two-handed. I mean, it's crazy. And then right there, the turnaround attack. I don't know if he thought he spaced it or if maybe he just didn't have the endurance, because it did look like he was going pretty attack heavy there.
Right. And honestly, with the standing HTS, you're not really going to be using the standing moveset all that much. It may be out of a jump as a quick way of getting some damage in, but for the most part, the jump attack is where the HTS does most of its work. And doing the standing attacks, that attack is freaking slow, man. It's slower than a greatsword R1.
Yeah.
So just trying to get out there.
It did look like he did the sort of lock-on situation, which can kind of hide attacks a little bit. I know it works against me, which I hate. It's tough to see. People have their back turned, and then you don't know what they're doing with their hands. But I don't know. I just think it was pretty insurmountable. It was a little shocking. I thought that would be closer, more like the first match. But man, Tocco just came out ahead. It came out swinging, and then it was an uphill battle for Miasma. So good job, Tocco. Moving on to round 2, and now they are going to be. They do have to fight BronDaGoat. So You know, we saw what he did against Frigid. We'll see how that matchup works.
Absolutely. Well, it
Do
seems
want to
that
see
we're
those
having a little
matchups.
bit of technical issues going on with the camera right here, but I think that chat's okay with it. They seem to be
Well,
pretty thrilled that your face is
no,
gone.
don't
What's up
be
with that?
okay with it. All
Yeah, why are you
right?
guys so excited about his face being gone?
Don't say I have a face for radio, okay? Please.
Uh, well, up next we're gonna have MaudCraeb and Peanut. And Maud is again someone that I'm a little bit more familiar with seeing in tournament, but Peanut, definitely not somebody to shy away from. That guy's pretty damn good at the video game.
Yeah, I mean, this is one thing that's very exciting for me, especially not knowing players, is obviously if you're in a tournament, you have at least some merit, right? You have at least some skills. I mean, maybe, you know, obviously you might not be the best player in the world, but you have something. You have a reason to be there. You have maybe even some confidence, right? So for me, it's exciting to just see new players and what can new players do. I'm always looking forward to new anything, any tactic, any play style, any type of weapon interaction. So that's what is fun for me.
Absolutely. And I got Bean here in the chat saying that Peanut is actually a KGS Chad, which I'm excited to see being a
Oh,
KGS kind of off main myself. So that'll be pretty fun to see. But we also know that Mod is a expert user of the Shunter. And it'd be a tough matchup and it'd be interesting to see what they do working around with that. A Shunter is very strafable on good latency. So if you have got really solid movement, then maybe you can get around it unless, they're playing unlocked and doing a little bit more, free aim shenanigans.
yeah. I free aiming. I mean, we saw some pretty good jumping by Taco, or I don't know if they're telling me it should be called Sacco. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Italian? I don't know. Is it Tocco? Tacho? I don't know. I don't know enough, but it looks like we might be ready for the next situation. Peanut on the left versus MaudCraeb. What do we got weapons wise? Is that a great sword?
That looks like a great sword. Looks like
Oh,
KGS.
I'm excited for that.
Is that
All right, count us
Partisan?
down. Yeah, the party's in. He's all about
Oh, fun.
partying.
All right, and we're on a 1, and a bolt is out.
We are
Players
ready.
drink their physic. It seems like there's a bit of confusion there. But, oh, and we got a little bit of the phalanx going up on the KGS side. Some pretty technical movement coming out from the KGS as well. Trying to close in
Probably
some
gonna see
space.
some talisman swaps by Maud here.
Maybe
I
so.
love. Oh, look at the jump! Nice jump there. Full range on that.
Now,
They
one thing
still
that
can.
KGS...
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. The KGS has something nice going for it in that it can poise through any of the attacks that the partisans want to go for. So he has some pretty good pressure that he can put up against those things.
One thing I like seeing, it looks like he has Flaming Strike as the Ash of War. One thing I like on great swords, if you have the ability, is Piercing Fang, because people don't expect it. It's a weird thing to put on it. It has a long range. But I don't know if we've seen it yet, but people just swapping different swords with different Ash of Wars just to get that little edge of confusion.
Well, we have seen
Oh,
Peanut do that already a little bit, but he's taking some pretty hard hits to
yeah.
the face there.
I like that Peanut's using a lot of throwables here. I think that people are really sleeping on that, and I think it could be more useful than people have been using it. Oh, he couldn't get the combo. Looked like he had the
And he's
trade.
put away. Unfortunate. But very
I
well
feel
played
like
by
you're rooting for
MaudCraeb.
somebody.
I might be rooting for someone. I might be a little bit of a KGS stan myself. But
Yeah, I
very
mean,
well played by Mod.
yeah, Mod played well. I didn't think Peanut played particularly bad. It was just the attack timings were slightly off. I think he had the ability to win this. Like, this didn't look insurmountable. It didn't look like he just got completely trashed or anything. I think a lot of it comes to attacking first, making sure. Like, you saw that miss right there. He's doing some backstep things, which I do like because he's getting in range. But just a couple of missed attacks. Right here is where he lost a lot of health. Getting hit twice, not getting the range. It does look like the range of the spears are just a little bit too much right now for Peanut. So Peanut's got to close the gap. Maybe even deal with getting trades. Take the hit to give a hit and then try to get the pressure on, backstep, running attacks, things like that. I didn't think they played bad. I think they just got to close the gap slightly and see maybe that if that can work in this match to try to make it a little bit more competitive. So set us up here, Rust.
All right, so we're going to be going into round 2 here with Maud and Peanut. And we're going to get that bolt going underway in a 3 and a 2 and a 1. And the bolt is out.
Here we go.
Both players drinking their physics, and the phalanx is put back up. We see a little bit of a weapon swap coming over from Peanut's end. And we're seeing a little bit of lightning bundles going off on those spears. Lightning bundles
Yes,
on
I
both
like
sides
it.
now.
You are able to have
Go ahead.
drawstring, right? Oh,
Yes.
the 4-hit
my
combo! Wow, that's what he needed. That's what Peanut needed right there. That was huge.
The damage.
Wow. Yeah, he got the R1 into the R1 combo, into the Flaming Strike, into the... I hate Flaming Strike for this. If you roll correctly, it's sort of still wrong half the time. So, man, that combo was sick.
Absolutely. You know, when you don't have access to something like Storm Stomp to guarantee some damage, Flaming Strike can be a pretty good backup option.
Oh, Flaming Strike,
And
did he get
there's
it? No,
another one.
he didn't get the second. You have to hit him on the tail end of it
Right.
in order to get the second. Does look like he's stunning him with it, which I don't know what the poise is for Maud right here.
Maud
I think
is
Maud...
doing 68 poise.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. So Flaming Strike will always stun, right? Each
Right.
time.
Yep.
Ah, that's brilliant. Oh,
Oh.
Volcano Bot. Oh.
Maud is getting a lot more technical here, trying to really
Yeah.
take advantage of some spacing opportunities and not be overly aggressive, which the KGS is now struggling to match up against. One of the downsides of it just being so slow. If the other person wants to play more passively, then it has a really difficult time getting in.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like Maud lost his tears. I think... Oh, there it is. Double tears. So now this is the last of the health that both players have right now.
Now,
So
one
the
adjustment that Maud
trades...
is making is that Maud is now baiting out the backswing of the KGS. The backswing of the KGS is where its strongest potential is, because that's what allows it to true combo. And he's just waiting for him to throw it before he runs in.
He swapped the branch sword, but it could be too late. He might be one hit left. Oh, that's it. Oh, what a comeback from Maud. After that 4-hit wombo combo, Maud, I think he only got hit once after that. Pretty crazy. Good job, Maud, for bringing that one back. I mean, good job for Peanut for, bringing in the great sword. Trying to make great swords great again.
Well, for the first time ever, probably.
I don't know. People on DS3 were pretty good.
Well,
So here
it
we
was
see,
really well played.
like you said, that backswing. He's baiting the backswing out right there, like you said. I feel like Peanut is used to maybe people running into attacks, thinking that Great Sword is too slow or maybe doesn't have the hyper armor.
Sure, that's tends to be the way to play Greatsword is you need people to play into it. It's too slow to guarantee damage on anything that it can do on its own, so you have to wait for somebody to make a mistake into it.
Yeah, you saw Peanut get punished there for going in the menu and changing to Branch Sword.
hmm
I did find it interesting that they had the Stamina Turtle as one of their talismans the whole time. Pretty interesting. I mean, usually you only do that if you are aggressive. But he was attacking a lot, to be fair. So I gotta give him that. He was trying to go in. So I appreciate you, Peanut, and I think you got a lot of fans now for bringing a great sword into a tournament. So much love. Although I would have possibly switched to Piercing Fang as an Ash of War, close the gap, make your opponent move. I mean, because a lot of times what happens is they see your attack. They saw Flaming Strike, right? Flaming Strike obviously really good, especially with the low poise that he had. But once you see it once, then you're like, all right, well, now I have to have space. I can't do some of the normal things I could do in the pocket. And that's where you switch up your Ash of Wars.
All right. Well, on the side of Mod did a really good job at adapting their playstyle to what it was that Peanut was doing. Really read what Peanut's playstyle was. Looking for those backswing attacks and adjusted accordingly, and he did a fantastic job at adapting to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like you said, that's what's hardest about this first round is the adaptability of people. Can you adapt? Because you only have 2 losses, then you're out. You're out of tournament. This is not double elimination. This is you're out. So can you adapt in 2 matches? Like, who knows if this was a best out of 5? If Peanut could have got a win. And same thing with the other fights that we've seen so far. So that's why when you see a potential for an upset, it's the first round. Absolutely. But we've seen all 2-0s so far. Do you think that trend will continue?
I'm hopeful. I think that we'll see some upsets here. I think we'll see a little bit of back and forth going on. This next match coming up with Ruth and Kanja, I don't know how to pronounce their full name. I haven't seen Kanja come out before. I'm not familiar with that player, but Ruth is someone that we've seen time and again. I'm curious to see what they'll bring. But I know that for a fact what we'll be seeing from Ruth is excellent spacing and use of that spacing exploit.
Yeah, spacing is all about spacing. And we're all about ad breaks as well.
All right, so we'll be taking an ad break here in a second.
Okay, now that the ads are dead, hopefully we can get underway on the next match. I'm excited.
We'll be seeing if both players are coming into World here shortly. But we've got an exciting couple of matches ahead of us. We're about halfway through the first round at this point. And so far, the fights have been pretty exciting. A lot of 2-0s, like you were saying.
Yeah, we only saw the same arena, right? The whole time so far?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Seems like that's what people want. I don't know. I want to see the other ones. I'm hopefully we'll be able to see them.
Yeah, it seems like all of our contestants are in Space Cadets, but I'd like to see a couple of people coming in and over into the Magma Ring. That's something that I'm really curious to see. I wonder how that affects the lag. If the Magma actually adds any amount of lag to it, or if it's not really that much of a factor.
I feel like the wizards who created those areas accounted for that. So
Probably.
I would assume probably not too much.
Yeah. But interesting
hopefully.
to see some different stuff, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually what happens is the first round takes forever, right? It kind of is like, all right. But then once you get to round 2, things go really fast. Now, we do have the semifinals, which are best 3 out of 5, and the finals and bronze match, which are best 4 out of 7, which will take longer, obviously. But the difference between this and PlayStation is that this can be queued up usually much faster with less hiccups now that all this seamless stuff works. Before, it was kind of funny. Before, the PC Master Race wasn't so. It was actually terrible. People would drop out every other match. The connection wouldn't work because From Software doesn't understand online play. And PlayStation seemed to work much better. But now that people have sort of taken it to themselves, like, to set it up and fix all the issues. A lot of stuff goes by really fast.
Yeah, that easy anti-cheat really likes to get itself in the way. But we do have a different arena here. This is interesting.
Yes, finally. Is this a ring out monstrosity?
Could be. Now, what do we see here? I know that we've got the shunter on Ruth right now. What is it that we're seeing from Conjure
Great
here?
Club? What the?
A club?
I don't even know. Is there even a texture pack for that weapon? I don't think that even exists in this game. What
I'm
the
not sure.
hell
There's
is
something else
that?
on their back as well, though. They might be power stancing.
Yeah, they definitely are. We're gonna see a lot of crouch attacks. I'm excited. Count this one down. I want to see what.
All right, we're coming down on 3, 2, and a 1, and the bolt is out, and the physics are in.
I am fascinated. My man, who you cannot say is so he's got fire and he's got definitely a faith build. Interesting. Oh, the damage, not that much damage. Did only 1 hit? What is happening? Flaming strike. What a bizarre. So he switched off to Ruth switched off to dagger, it looks like.
Yeah, she's got that off dagger in her main hand right now. It might be that she's fishing for some backstabs. But Kanya's doing a really good job on keeping a lot of pressure in with those clubs.
Oh,
Oh, and the
God.
roll catch with the flaming strike.
This is like bizarre. Oh, is it bleed? It's a bleed dagger. Okay.
There's a bleed dagger, which is interesting to see along with Shunter.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. I like it. I don't know. I mean, would Shunter be better in this instance? Doesn't that always break toys here, even with clubs?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I believe that it does, though. I don't think that you're getting it that enough
Oh,
armor on the R1.
maybe
And
that's what Ruth
away.
was doing. Maybe Ruth was like, I can attack 2 times before you can even swing. I'll do the bleed buildup. I'll even punish each attack before it can come out with bleed proc. Maybe that's what they were doing. I don't know. It worked. I mean, you see here the bleed buildup happening. We get the roll catch of that. I think. There we go. That's the Bolus right there. But then, like, almost immediately, the bleed builds up yet again. There we go. Couple hits.
Ruth is just so aggressive with that dagger, doing a really good job of keeping Conge on the back foot and really doing a ton of damage with that thing.
Yeah, also, I didn't even know Flaming Strike had Flaming Strike on that as well. And then I think soon the bleed procs through a hit, and Ruth just gets the victory. Right there. Boom.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of an interesting situation right there. I mean, we'll see if Congeminatio. Let's see if they can bring this back, because they just had a weird. The way they were playing was weird. It was combo oriented, and eventually it was figured out. So we'll see what happens here. Count us down.
All right, we're gonna get the next match underway on a 3, 2, and a 1, and the bolt is out.
Here we
Both-
go.
Both players drink their physic, and we get a little bit of the Sacred Blade coming out on a roof, and it
Yeah.
hits square in the chin. Oh, but that
Oh.
dagger can get in, though. Man, that dagger can
That's
get in quick.
spacing. Yeah, that dagger is quick. It's like just stunning, staggering. The bleed buildup is crazy.
Absolutely. And then Ruth has the roll discipline to really get around those hammers without really needing to worry
The
too much.
spacing. Oh.
Yeah, we
I
have a
do
fast
want to see more
up.
crouch attacks here, actually. We're not seeing as many crouch attacks. I think crouch attacks are really good because even if you roll it well, you can still get hit by the secondary hit. Oh, the bleed! Whoa, that was quick.
Conge caught on the
Wow.
back foot, and Ruth put him away.
Oh, man. Wow, that dagger. That is something to fear right there.
Absolutely.
I think this is is this the first match? There we go.
No, just a second.
Yeah, I mean, things escalated quickly. All right.
Well, once
Looking
that
for that
dagger
flame
gets
strike.
going, man, I tell you.
Yeah, I mean, slice and dice, slap chop. I mean, a lot of ghost hits, I think. Oh, that was a real
Little
hit.
But yeah, when they can fit 3 hits into a single whiff punish, then that's it's going to be quite a bit of damage that they're pulling out with that dagger. But
And
like,
I think it skipped tears too, didn't it? Let's
I
see.
don't
We'll
think
see soon.
I don't think it skipped tears. Did it skip?
Let's see.
Tears?
Right here is panicking, and then
Oh, it did skip
boom.
tears.
I mean, that's crazy. Whew. I mean, Ruth was winning handily regardless. I don't know if that would have changed much. Ruth just, I don't know. I guess that's a situation of, speed versus power, right? Although I guess the speed also had power with the bleed proc, but man, just getting in, and the spacing by Ruth was tremendous too. Ruth sort of, if you saw in that match, because people sort of have tendencies of how they play. So it'd be like, all right, whiff here, turn around, unlock, try to hit with the club R1. Ruth spaced it perfectly, got her 2 hits in, boom. Man,
Yep.
brilliant play. Yeah, I gotta hand it to him. So another 2-0, by the way.
Another 2-0.
Yes. And then now we're gonna get to the second half of the bracket. DarkSoapp versus Chan. And that's supposedly the second most lopsided match here, considering the seeding. seed 2 versus 15.
I think in any match that DarkSoapp has come out into, the dude has put in so much work, just absolutely obliterating people. And what it is really is it's his spacing and his understanding of priority and poise counting. Like every fundamental aspect of it is just so fine-tuned. And you'll see it a lot too, where he frames a lot of his attacks away to when he knows that he's taken an opportunity that he shouldn't be trying to take. And
Yeah.
then when he does see his opportunity, he capitalizes it every single time.
Yeah, I mean, but so I haven't seen DarkSoapp play on too many maps, but I mean, does that translate to smaller maps? I mean, even maps that don't have an edge, like let's say he's fighting on the circle map. I mean, would that translate there?
Well, he won the space or the chain tournament from a ways back earlier on. So yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well there we go. So DarkSoapp looks like they might be a front runner here. I mean, it's possible we even see DarkSoapp versus BronDaGoat in the finals. I mean, who knows? But again, first round, we haven't seen any upsets really yet or anything crazy. So I don't know. Maybe that trend continues. Maybe this is just as it always goes. I don't know.
I think a lot of these matches that we've seen, these players are people that we're pretty familiar with. Everyone here has worked their way up the ladder. They've accumulated a decent amount of ELO, and they've shown what they can do. Absolutely. So uh, even if wyupCHAN is down at the 15th seed, it isn't to undermine their strength here in this tournament. They've got a lot of potential in being 15th seed.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can only go up, right? So everything you do is you just go up, and I think that's fun. The upset potential. It's always, I don't know, maybe it's just me, and I'm sure it's a lot of other people, but you see somebody who is the underdog, you want to root for him. I mean, I want to root for him. I don't know anything about Chan, but hey, especially if they bring in something weird, I'm all for it. Bring it on. Let's do it. Let's see. Make it an interesting matchup for DarkSoapp. I don't want to see this be a squash match. Go in there, make it challenging, make it interesting, make it fun. Let's see some blood.
Absolutely, and I don't think that to put this into context too, Chan has been here quite a few times. Like we've seen them in here a number of different times. My memory is just trash, and I can't remember what the heck they use. But definitely a skilled player, for sure.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, hopefully we get this set up soon. DarkSoapp gets to pick the map. I wonder. I'm assuming it's going to be the diamond. We haven't seen the rectangle yet, so we'll see the diamond situation.
The lava map, man. It's got to be the lava map.
Yeah, I mean, let's see some lava action.
So comes out here with his PS Kibas. That's as weeb as you can get. If you want to put a weeb on a lava map, heck yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, right. Let's see some whips. How do whips? You play on PC, right, Rust?
Yeah.
How are whips on PC? People use them anymore?
No,
you hate them.
They're annoying, and I hate to deal with them because it's not even really a hard thing to fight. It's just annoying because the light rolling backwards into whip R1, the light rolling backwards to whip R1, and we have a space theme again.
Yes, I figured we'd go here. I think this is probably the largest of the maps, maybe? I don't know. The circle definitely seemed pretty small, which I appreciated, but either way, DarkSoapp blue, Chan red. Count us down. Chan, what the hell? What are you using? What the... Okay,
let's 3, 2, and a 1, and the bolt is out. And one player drinks his physic, the other drinks his physic, and we're underway. We see a little bit of barbaric roar going on.
So is that now a Shamshear? What is that?
That is a shear. We see some Shamshear.
Well, Chan is winning so far. The upset is happening. Oh, there you go with that spacing.
Yeah, space punish.
Oh, he must have been his menu.
Backswing.
I think what he's looking for is the combo.
Yep, there.
Oh, but the frost always breaks any type of poise, right? So even if you're in a thing. What is that? Enrage? What is that called again?
It's the Barbaric Roar R2.
Barbaric
And there
Roar.
it is. There's the
There
combo.
it is.
A ton of damage comes out, even as the
That
field.
was legit. If he gets that again, he wins. He just got to time it perfectly. But how are you going to do that with DarkSoapp, who's got amazing spacing and timing? That hyper armor.
Kind of like that, I
he
guess.
swung out. Oh, too much swung. This might be a trade win. Nice jump attack. Oh my god,
so
that was close.
So close. Down to the wire.
That was really close. Like that.
What is that?
I think he dropped a tombstone or something.
Uh,
That I don't know. I think DarkSoapp is gonna play the second match quite differently because this was too close. This shouldn't, considering that I think axes in this game are trash. Personally, I've not seen anyone really utilize them that well. This was way too close.
yeah, I think the adaptation from Soap is that he's going to have to be a lot more passive and space punish oriented as opposed to going in there and trying to just mash until the guy rolls out and trying to get a backswing off. Because when you have got that barbaric roar on that axe, it's going to do a crap ton of damage. I think
As you
it's the
saw,
highest scaling damage on an axe.
yeah, you saw. I mean, you see at the end he has. I can't read the numbers up top, but how much life does he have at the end? Like 200? What is that? I don't even know what that is.
Looks like
I mean,
200.
it's so little. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Very close fight.
I liked what I saw from Chan. I think the spacing with DarkSoapp was just too good there. Chan needs to get in slightly closer before doing those jump attacks, because the jump attack was really well executed. The problem was DarkSoapp just had the spacing. I mean, it looks like they have actually a pretty decent connection. Therefore, spacing matters more, it seems, as far as how close you can get to somebody with attacks. So, I mean, I would have initially said Chan had no chance considering the weapon differential. But I mean, it was literally one hit. I mean, if Chan had the ability to do the is it just charge R2 for the
doesn't even have
it's just
to be
R2? Okay. Yeah. So if he had the ability to do that later, I think he might have lost his barbaric roar at the end. If he had he would have won because he would have tanked the hit and he would have just bashed him with what is that, at least 3-hit combo?
It's a 3-hit combo and does a ton of damage.
Yeah. And that's what he did early on. I mean, massive damage.
Yeah, we'll see if we see an adaptation from DarkSoapp if he's going to continue with the shear or if he's going to switch weapons. I figure he'd be fine with continuing with the shear, but getting some more range out of something like a Kiba would be nice, just because then you don't have to risk going in against that, and then you can space out and punish the R2 with the unsheathed, which would do a nasty chunk of damage.
Yeah, or you can just go and try to parry it. So that's probably the safest bet if I'm being honest.
True, absolutely. Especially with her lat. It does look pretty decent between the two.
No, I don't know. Parrying, that's one thing. We saw that happen with Frigid. Frigid tried to do some parrying. It's just, especially in this game with the high damage, it is just the risk versus reward. Unless you're literally one-shotting someone, which is, I don't think you can really do that in this game. One shot with a riposte. You can get like 1900 damage, pretty close. It's the risk versus reward is so tough. It's so tough.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we're just waiting on these guys to come back in here. Not sure. Maybe Chan is he's trying to Super Saiyan himself, get even just a little bit more damage.
He's pre-buffing his roar, getting it ready.
Yeah. Not allowed. That's actually illegal. The only thing that is allowed is the rune arc, which maybe you guys don't know why some of these matches might be taking a little bit more longer. Rune arcs. I'm assuming most people are using the same rune arc. Get more health and stuff like that, more stats. But yeah, DarkSoapp up 1 zip against Chan. Count us down.
All right, and we're gonna get this match underway on a 3, 2, and a 1, and the bolt is out, and the players are drinking their physics.
Here we go. All right, the roar. Oh, he did switch weapons though.
Yeah, we got the PSSS coming out now too, and that free aim swing that DarkSoapp is so well known for.
So, he got him.
God, the combo.
Wow. So Chan is actually ahead a little bit here. I don't know.
There's a bit of a talisman mess up there on Chan's side, though. There it is. There's
Oh, okay. I see.
still a bit of talisman issue. But he seems to get it underway now. It comes out with that combo again, but it misses. Unfortunately, DarkSoapp doesn't have the opportunity to punish it there.
The space.
Oh, but he gets it then. Oh my!
How did he get
God.
out of that? He
Probably a little
poised
bit
through
late,
that
kind
and
of.
rolled, huh?
Maybe.
That's crazy.
Already dropping something on the ground, man. He's
Yeah.
getting ready for that tombstone.
Bro, he 100,000 IQ right here. He's trying to ruin. He knows his PC's brolic. He's trying to ruin the other guy's frames by dropping stuff. Oh man, Chan is down maybe 2 hits, maybe.
It only takes one good hit.
Why did he go? Oh, boy, that's scary. This is scary. I didn't realize he had barbaric roar still.
Oh, whip! Rumi?
Bro, you hate it.
Oh no! Dear Rumi!
Whip.
And 2 tombstones! Oh, the pain.
Wow. Good job. I mean, the whip made sense because you can punish the over attacking of the R2 with the whip range.
Absolutely.
Man, that actually was also close, by the way. Like this was, I don't know, that was kind of weird. That I feel like Chan could have won this. Like this wasn't out of his ability to win.
No, absolutely. It was a very close match all the way down to the end for both rounds
At
too.
range.
At that
You
point,
tried the R2 here.
all he has to do is just hit once. If he gets one hit in, he could probably take him out. Because that axe does a ton of damage.
Right there, whip. And then I think he gets the whip roll hit here. Yeah, see, Chan thought he spaced it there, it looked like. But on certain weapons, on certain weapons, you gotta roll every time. Yep. Every time.
Curved greatswords and whips. You just can't space them.
Yeah, and a lot of jumping attacks too on just everything, it seems. If you have even the slight bit of latency, roll every time. Do not space it. You will get clipped. But yeah, I mean that was surprising to me. I thought, I mean, again, I don't know anything about Chan, but looking at the weapon and the difference of that, I thought this was going to be a wash. Like and yes, that is a pun for DarkSoapp. It was going to be a wash. DarkSoapp was going to destroy Chan, and then it literally was what, 2 R1s were the difference between both matches completely. Like that's crazy.
Yep, it was down to the wire. And you know, I think these guys are out for your heart, man. I mean, everyone's coming out here with some pretty interesting looking setups. We got barbaric axes. We got some Arumi coming out. We got some, what was it, HTSs running around. 2 of them, in fact, which is very rare to see.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I like it. I mean, unfortunately, it seems like anytime anyone uses something else, they lose. But at least they're trying, okay?
They're giving their best shot.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, he literally was like 1 hit away, which I don't know. Maybe DarkSoapp wasn't taking it that serious, because I don't know. Maybe there's something I don't know. I mean, I know sort of that whole hyper armor in this game is kind of weird. People don't usually play around it anymore, because poise is just always a thing anyway. So maybe that played a hand. Maybe it just DarkSoapp wasn't used to playing against that axe or anything. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, DarkSoapp just knew that he had the numbers advantage and he could take the trade, and he took the trades when they were available to him. But I mean,
oh, it was close.
Overall, good fight. Absolutely good fight on both players.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I think Chan could have hit a couple of jump attacks, maybe slightly better. Press the action. I mean, he was doing things like waiting for an attack to attack into it for the hyper armor for the trade, because he was winning the trades on those weapons. So I liked it. I liked the way he was playing. Just very slight differences, and he maybe could have pulled it out. But either way, we're on to Eli DKS versus Simple Most. That will be coming up next.
That's right.
EU's finest.
Eli, we've seen quite a bit around the tournament scene. Simple, I don't think that I've actually seen them fight in a tournament before. But they could have been in one. I'm not
I
sure.
I actually I think I have seen them fight before, at least in Dark Souls 3.
So they've been
I
around a while, huh?
believe, yeah, I believe they both cross over to PlayStation as well. So it's pretty cool. I mean, we've seen a couple people. I think even witnake goes to PlayStation sometimes, but yeah, we see them all over. People just want to play. They want to play. They want to get all the matchups. They want to get all the competition,
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
fun.
Yeah. I haven't actually watched a whole lot of PSN myself. I exclusively play on
Yeah.
PC. But the one match or the one tournament that I did watch on PSN was one where DarkSoapp, or not DarkSoapp, excuse me, I've got DarkSoapp in my brain now. Frosty came in, and Frosty
Yes.
took the win, and that was definitely a really fun match to see.
Which what matchup was that? What was that?
He was using still the HTS with off dagger at that time,
Ah,
and he was
okay.
doing some combination of bleed and frost status. So
Oh,
that was
I
that
see.
was a
Yeah,
while back.
that's
That was
not
a
a
while
combo
back.
you see that often.
No,
HTS
because
with
it's not very
dagger.
good.
Well, he
Uh,
won. I mean,
but he
what
made
the
it
hell?
work. He made it work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, Frosty is probably everyone I've seen. He's probably the best jumper I've ever seen.
Mhm.
Um, and it's not even close. Like I don't even see anyone even come close to how smooth Frosty is with jumping and how he gets around. I saw a stream yesterday and he was working with some weird stuff. I think he had fist right hand and like colossal axe left hand, and he was just ravioli stepping, jumping around, making it work. I'm like, man, this guy. I mean, there's people who can be flashy sometimes, but he's flashy and it works. It's flashy for a reason, and I find that just amazing.
And we look like we're
Oh
getting into the
yes,
map here. We got the lava map.
Dark Souls 2? Is this Dark Souls 2 the bridge? Who knows? What the heck? This is great. This is bringing me back. I can't believe it. Wow.
Wow.
Anyone in the chat know about the Dark Souls 2 lava bridge? Please sound off in the comments. But either way, we have here Eli on the left, Simple on the right. Count us down.
And we're on a 3, 2, and a 1, and the bolt is underway. And we're actually
Oh,
seeing a lightning
lightning!
bolt coming out to punish.
I love that. I love punishing. Oh, how did he hit him with that pot?
And Simple
That
is
was
taking
like,
quite a beating just to start off with.
oh,
Oh, and the
nice R2.
R2!
He brought it back. Wow. Did you expect to see a colossal greatsword here?
I did not, and I did not expect to see an R2 either. So I think everybody in that encounter was surprised there.
I love it, man. That's the way you play, though. You can't be using the same attacks every time. Otherwise, you're just going to get blasted. But codeds, I mean, codeds are so tough. I think even if he trades, he loses the trades. I'm not
Yeah,
sure how to play
it's
this
pretty tough.
matchup here.
He's got that off stock coming in though to do a little bit of damage to keep
Anti-air.
him on his toes.
Yeah, the offstock is good, especially for getting combos. So you get maybe an R1 and then you combo offstock. Oh, the spacing.
Yeah, the problem with that setup there is that the codeds can just space punish against the colossal there so easily. We got a little bit of panic rolls coming out from the side of Moist here, or Most.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting that I want to see more roll attacks because he was pressuring him and he wasn't making him afraid. Nice R2. Oh, how much life does he have left?
Oh,
No, the honor bowing, the fast bowing. I can't believe it. Wow.
oh
Wow,
my
what
god.
an R2. That R2 was spectacular. That's the way you do it. A lot of people, they think doing the same stuff over and over can work. If you make things weird with a different type of move set or weapons, you can make it work. We'll see. Bring us through here, Rust. What does he do?
All right, well, we got Most on the back foot right now just because those codeds just love to come in and they like to swing. But Eli, excuse me, Most is making the most of it and really trying to put the pressure back on with those rolls and into the crouch poke there and the off stock hits. It's so hard to space against these coders though. They have an insane amount of range for being just simple straight swords. But all the way down to 1% HP, and he takes that R2
Oh,
and puts him away.
that range, that timing. Oh man, he had no life left. I cannot believe Eli panicked there because he had one hit to win. He could have just roll attack or anything. He could have did any attack right in the pocket. Even if it was a trade, he was going to win. And he panic rolled that R2, which he could have taken a hit by the thrusting sword and still lived and just attacked through it and won. That's the weird mistakes I see people make often is right at the end, they don't realize that they're one hit away and they still panic roll. But I mean, tremendous, like, actual poise by the player of Simple to do the R2 at that moment, even knowing they are literally like a one dagger or one little knife from dying. Pretty crazy.
All right, we're getting started on the second round here. We got Eli on the left and Most on the right. And we're going to get the bolt on our way on a 3 and a 2 and a 1. And the bolt is out. Starting off with that lightning punish and the frostbite at the same time.
Phosphorus lightning. The lightning wins because he didn't heal the frost. What a mistake. Oh, it looked like he got punished.
And that offstock is doing some work right now and takes the full R1 from the Gugs as well. A couple of R1s, or L1s from the power stance codes, and it's back down to even.
I know, it's crazy. He barely even did anything, and it's already even. That's crazy. Rolling attack. Charge R2. Oh, missed on that L1, which is shocking. Looked like the frost buildup was a bit much.
Now, something that we're not seeing coming from Most here is a lot of talisman swaps. Right now, he's not making a whole lot of use out of those 2 talismans that he's got on him. And it would make the difference here if he could get those swapped over. But those codeds putting on so much pressure, he doesn't feel like he has the space to really make that swap happen.
Yeah, it looks like he has BronDaGoat. BronDaGoat for... I mean, you can only go up to 112. So it's BronDaGoat, and he's going up to 112 anyway.
Yeah, the 2 HP talismans, though, aren't doing a whole lot of work for him right now, though.
No, you're right. But again, when you're facing possible pressure of coded damage, I can understand it.
And there's a half hit.
This is close.
So close.
No, not much jumping I've noticed by Simple at all, actually.
Seeing a little bit of rock sling coming out to try and put on a little bit of pressure, but the L1 takes it in the end.
That's it. I mean, and we'll see it again. This is where walls and pressure sort of can take over, right? Because if you have the codeds and you pressure somebody against the wall, you literally cannot escape the L1. It's too close. It's too fast. You can't escape it. So we're going to see that at the end here, but a pretty close match so far. Can't get... Tries all the combo, all the little tricks. The running R2. Trying everything here. Gets half hit here, about half a coded. Doesn't swap the talisman to blue branch sword, which, could actually have played a role in this. Gets stuck up on the wall here, and then you see that it's just easy for Eli to just L1 because he can't go anywhere. So if he panics or does any type of misroll, he's done. But here we go. This is the first rubber match. This is the first match that goes to a third fight. So count us off.
One's for all the marbles, and we're going to go ahead and get this started underway. 3, 2, and a 1, and the bolt is out, and we see the punish is coming out.
And he gets punished again.
This is the first punishes. The second. Takes another lightning bolt.
Wow.
That's a rough way to start.
Yeah. Oh, was that what was that?
That was a jumping L1 from the codeds coming in.
Oh, he might have... Was that a turtleneck? What did he eat? It looked like he ate something there. But he's down half health already, and he's done nothing.
Right, yeah. Eli was already able to swap off the talismans there, and it looks like they got on some robustness to try and stop himself from getting frosted in one frostbot. He's just putting in a bunch of work with those codeds.
He's got no legs. Cheater. Cheater.
Legs are gone. Legs are gone confirmed.
Oh,
I'm
that
trying to go for
R2
that
looked
R2
good.
again. It looked like it was good, but it actually missed.
Oh boy. Oh man, the pressure though. It's so scary because you can't even trade. You just lose. I'm a little bit shocked. If I was Eli, I would just be tanking that R2 and getting my L1 hit in just to end it.
He's got to play smart because that Gugs can still put in a lot of work. He can still do a ton of damage. But
Yeah.
if anything, just don't panic roll. The thing is slow. You
Exactly.
react to it.
Oh,
Alan,
nice
face
spacing.
punish again. Good
Nice
pressure
running
off
attack.
dog.
Oh, he went for the 3-hit combo, but he gets roll punished. Oh, this is close. Oh,
Most
no.
down to nothing.
Oh, man. One trade. Oh, man. This is... Oh, glint scones.
The scraps are out. The pressure is on. Both players. Well, really, most really just on the back foot here, trying to get as much space as he can to try and
No,
get
he
a little work
panicked.
done. But the
Oh.
panic roll and the L1 puts him away.
Ooh,
Really well played on
man.
both sides. Eli with the PSS Codex coming out on top over the Gugs off stock.
Yeah, that was wow, that was close. I mean, I guess we're getting an ad break soon. Damn it. I want to talk about this match.
Talk about it in just a minute when we come back
Yeah.
from today's sponsor.
All right, now that we've been cured of ads, we're going to go here to this replay of the last match, the rubber match, the legless match. I think we see almost a comeback with with Simple here. Because Simple's down low health. Obviously, Codeds do massive damage. Charge R2, boom. This is what almost makes it come back. We see a panic roll coming out at the end to end it. Glintstone scraps. They come out brilliant because he gets to replenish his supply of FP, it looks like. And I think coming up soon, he panics, and L1 comes out and destroys Simple. Jumping attack, I like the jumping attack there. Good spacing, and then just the quick roll, being afraid, gets him out of there. Now, one thing I do want to point out with Codeds, which I don't see people use often, even though it actually is much better since 2 patches ago, I think. The Ash of War. Ash of War actually is decent. It's decent now. You can sort of do a 90-degree turn on lock, and you can get an early hit on it, or you can actually hit people out of the air. It actually does massive damage. It's decent now. Pre-patch, it was one of the worst Ashes of War in the game because it was so slow. So slow that if you got hit by it, you basically should have deleted your game. But now it's actually okay.
Yeah, it's one of those weird ones too, where it roll catches really well on a roll out. I don't know if it really roll catches all that well on a roll in though. Some Ashes of War are kind of like that though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Ashes of War that kind of are stuck on bad weapons, or, some Ash of Wars would work better on weapons, but they're not allowed. It's always that people trying to find new ways to do it. And again, there's a lot of Ash of Wars, especially Spinning Slash, which I don't think people utilize enough. There's a lot of combo potential with Spinning Slash that you can fool people with if you can get in the mix. And I've seen it with Cleaver. Spin Slash on Cleaver is really good because you can do the L2, sort of see what your opponent's going to do, and either do the R2 for that interesting R2 attack that the Cleaver has, or do the rest of the Spinning Slash and get some hits on that. But that usually works with a physical build, strength build. If you have sort of, I use holy build, so a lot of my things are kind of nerfed a little bit, but yeah, it's fun.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, there's some fun things that you can do. With the coders though, I mean, like their damage output, like you can't ever put that past them. The fact that they just do so much damage, due to the
It's annoying.
negation of physical defenses, they do work. And who needs an Ash of War when you can just do half of someone's health in 2 hits?
Yeah, I mean, and we were talking about this before the broadcast, but it's just like not even fun. It's like not even fun to play with them because it's like, I feel like this is such a weird advantage. But again, when you're in a tournament setting, you still need skills to use it. I mean, it's not like Eli can just go in there against any one of these players and just mash L1 and win. That's not, these players are too good for that. But when you're sort of doing your sort of regular Coliseum randoms fight, it's just, It's like, I don't know. I don't even feel like playing with it.
Sure, I mean, everyone has their different preferences and what they like. I think that maybe some DS3 frogs tend to prefer the more like just purely spacing oriented matchups, and that's what PSS is. It's a
Yeah.
spacing matchup. It's a a check to understanding people's knowledge on priority.
Yeah. I
But
agree.
yeah, so I mean, it's just everyone has.
Except for when you go full bull goat and then you don't care and you just L1 in someone's face and it doesn't matter.
I
Other
mean,
than
even that
that.
can be punished. But I mean, yeah, no,
Well,
I'm not a
yeah,
fan
good
of that
player's gonna
myself.
punish that.
I'm not a fan of that myself. Not that the most fun thing to fight against.
No, definitely not. It's annoying. Same thing with super buffed up pikes, just because the range and damage and the speed. But either way, we have witnake versus Mudkip next. I'm excited for this. I want to see if witnake is in full form, and I want to see if Mudkip, your buddy, your best friend, can come in here and do some damage. What do you think?
I mean, like I said, Mudkip's been a homie for a long time. He's been around a while, and so I mean, I'm not gonna say that I'm biased, but I'm definitely biased. Whitnick is someone though that I know that we've seen time and time again. Dude's insane, absolutely goated at the game, and I think that they'll be giving Mudkip a run for their money for sure.
Yeah, as you see, we are here in the round robin arena. I'm excited. Count us down. Let's just start it up as best as we can, as fast as we can. Mudkip on the left, blue, Witnake on the right.
And we're on a 2 and a 1, and the bolt is out. Players drink their physic, and the
Looks
fight
like
is
we got
underway.
whips. Mudkip has whip and off something.
And
Dagger?
he's
I'm
getting the
not sure
hit
what that
in.
is.
Mudkip's already done a little bit of damage to take off a little bit of that max HP. And he's
Oh,
doing some good rolls
it
to
is
get around
dagger.
too. The off dagger.
I like it. We got some swap
Interesting.
stuff. So that bleed talisman, that works for both players?
Lead talisman?
Or maybe I'm getting the talisman wrong. The baby. What the hell is that baby talisman?
Are you talking about the Godskin Swaddling Cloth? Is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
That's a HP on multiple attacks.
Oh, okay.
Mudkip
That's
is doing
right.
a ton of work there, but now he's on the back foot with his HP very, very low. And he's put away in 2 L1s. Whitnick takes the first set.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where Mudkip was actually doing well, but then one mistake negated half of his life, and then it didn't matter, right? It was like, I like the charged R2s here. Whitnake did a really good job getting out of that, actually. That's pretty tough from that range to get out of a complete hit. So that, I don't know how to do that, actually. I've not figured that out. You see Whitnake is just brilliant at swapping talismans, like, just immediately as if it's a computer. The jump attack hits Mudkip. I mean, I think
Look at that,
Mudkip's
half
having a
the health.
problem. Yeah, Mudkip's having a problem dealing with the speed. It looks like of just L1.
Sure.
Hopefully, the second match they can do that a little bit better because you'll see at the end here he just gets hit by two L1s. He might be used to people being a little bit more passive. I'm wondering because right here it looks like he might try to attack or something on the second.
Yeah, Whitnick there really taking the opportunity to get those hits in, though. We're going to go into the second set with, again, Whitnick on the right and Mudkip on the left.
Let's start it off. 3, 2, 1, fire.
And both players drink their
Both
physics. And we got a little bit of lightning bolt going on from Mudkip here. Oh, and they're just going ham at each other. They don't even care.
Mudkip can't do that though. You can. It's
He's ready for it though. He's got that blue feather already on.
So is this bleed? Is he trying to go for a bleed?
I can't really tell. I don't know that I've seen bleed. Is it bleed?
I don't know because he was spamming attack with a dagger as if that's what would happen. I don't know.
The big thing with this whip is that he's got to be poise counting, and if he doesn't poise count correctly, then Whitnick can just walk right into him and take a good, healthy trade. And he can afford it, too. But right now, Whitnick on the back foot there.
Oh,
and
there it is.
Mudkip takes a panic roll and eats L1 from the straight swords.
That was a fascinating match because it took away a lot of it kind of took away what witnake could do because witnake couldn't roll in because he'd be punished by the dagger, and he couldn't stay away because how are you going to hit somebody if you're that far away, right? With the straight sword, so he kind of had to play differently than he normally does because it's interesting setup. I like the setup. I am curious if it was a bleed setup. I don't. He didn't get a bleed proc, but that could have swung things if it was a bleed setup. I don't know.
I
It's kind of
wonder if
weird.
Whitnick's familiar with this matchup though. I mean, when it comes to the whips R2, you have to roll it at a very particular time to be able to get out of it because that second part of the R2 is going to come in and clip you.
Yeah.
He seemed pretty consistent with being able to roll the R2, and
Yeah,
we
he
don't
didn't
see
get hit
bleed.
by it
We
at
do
all.
see the bundle, so he's just probably running a dexterity build and not a bleed build.
I actually think he probably could have did better if this was bleed. He
Potentially,
was
yeah.
getting a lot of hits in, especially a lot of ghost hits, and I think that could have stopped some of the aggression. Because obviously with a dagger, you're not able to break the poise, and there you see the roll catch there. I mean, Whitnake just was ahead by a lot of health, didn't panic at all, got in his face, and then just cleared it out.
That's right. And there goes
So
another
that's
round and another 2-0.
another 2-0, like you said. We only had one that went into 3 matches, and we have the last of the round 1 matches. What is it? Yaz versus Ace.
That's right. And again, Ace isn't someone that I'm at all familiar with, but Yas has been playing since Dark Souls 3, but really only started up the PvP in Elden Ring. They've competed with games in or like other games, not Elden Ring, but the first one that they ever actually had a tournament match in was the last FOC, and so then this will be their second showing.
That's cool. I mean, it's always good to see people returning. I mean, obviously we got some regulars here, but seeing more and different players returning means that the community is growing. As we want. We just want more people, more players, more competition. The more people we get, the more the prize pool can go up, right? The more all these things can go up. I mean, we're seeing a lot of tournaments around the community, and I think it's pretty cool. Trying to get
Absolutely.
people together, trying to get
Well,
people with
let's find
whips and
out.
daggers.
Yas is number 6 in ranking here on ELO, so like they've got some points on them. They've been doing very well, and you know even though they may be a little bit newer to the scene, they've managed to make their mark. So I'm curious to see what it is that they're going to do and what they're going to show us today. As far as Ace, again, also someone else that I'm not entirely familiar with, so it's really just anybody's guess on what's going to happen there.
Yeah, I mean this is brand new for me. We look at the weapons initially, and then we see we see what we think is going to happen from there. You know.
Right, for sure. And we see a lot of Yas love in the comments here today.
Say yes for Yas.
Yes, for Yas. But that's some pretty
So
high praise coming out. We'll see how this ends up going.
yeah,
What map do you think that they're going to end up picking for this round?
man, I'm looking for the fire bridge. That
You like the
that
Fire
brings me.
Bridge?
Yeah, I freaking love that one.
Yeah, that was
Love
a
it.
big Dark Souls 2 thing, wasn't it? Like that would be like the hot spot to go and do duels, huh?
Yeah, yeah, that was the thing. The what was it? Iron Keep, I think. Iron Keep Bridge.
That's right.
And that man, oh, lots of time going there. I don't know why that was a. It's a funny thing with the sort of Souls community is we sort of make it ourselves. I don't know why that place was made as sort of like the PvP hotspot. It makes no sense. I mean,
Because
what
it's
was
a
cool?
hot spot.
Oh boy, I'm yeah. Uh but I don't know, it's pretty cool just to see what people come up with cuz from what I remember there was arena in that game was the only other place really that most people would fight outside of tournament locations. And man, it was just like why was that picked? That was not the best spot, by the way. It was not. But it was interesting because you could have, I think it was the running R2 on some like ultra weapons could knock you over the bridge and
Oh, that's
die.
fun.
So it was like there were some cool things you could do with that.
Nice. Well, it looks like we have a poll running right now, and it's a rather interesting poll of Whitnick versus DarkSoapp.
All right, so I put the poll. I put the prediction up. It was supposed to be who was going to win, Yaz or Yaz or Ace. So that's what it was supposed to be. So
Nice.
it's
GG.
who's going to win. So just whatever you predict who you think is going to win.
Well, well done, well done.
Hey, I'm a professional. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just that damn good. All right.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But yeah, I just like predictions because I like people. I like gambling also. I just love all that stuff.
Gambling, who's she?
We actually have not. Is it not Kjell? I don't know how to say that, but that's who's not Kjell. They are doing the OBS. They are wrangling all the players together. So everyone shout out to them for doing all this, putting in the work, making this look good, making us sound good, and all that stuff. So yeah, shout out to them.
Well, look good is a way to describe it for sure. But I mean, like to each their own. But anyway,
I don't know. You look a bit bony. I don't know.
yeah, I could eat a few things. I'm a little bit hungry. But
Yeah.
hopefully we'll be getting this next match underway here. We got again Yas and Ace coming in for the next round.
Yeah, this is the last of round 1, and then finally we can get to round 2 where the speed is going to ramp up quite significantly. Still best 2 out of 3 in round 2. But we're gonna see some interesting matches, I feel. A lot of heavy hitters, and then obviously it just gets more and more from there on. I will say this, I think I've already seen too many Parasand Straight Swords, and I'm upset. Hopefully that will somehow magically change, but just too much of that.
I don't know that there was all that much of that. I mean, in the first round, the person that I almost was guaranteeing myself that was going to come in with the Power Stance and Straight Swords was Braun, and he ended up showing up with a Moonveil off stock, which was something that I did not expect to see whatsoever. But he put away with it. Like he did a very, very good job. So
That's a good
definitely
combo.
some interesting things running around. There's definitely the PSSS meta, which is definitely always prevalent. But we'll see if it stays at the top for this tournament.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna see at least one. I don't know what else. Yeah, I mean, I think even if it gets to the finals and one person isn't using it, if they lose, they're probably gonna switch to it. Unfortunately, I'd almost prefer seeing some other broken crap. But whatever. Hey, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Yaz versus Ace, hopefully coming up next. I don't know. Maybe we're having difficulty finding someone.
Maybe with all these different changes to the way that the worlds work and how we're pulling players into the arenas, it's actually really interesting. There's a lot going on behind the scenes in terms of
Yeah.
like custom passwords and matchmaking systems, and they actually do a whitelist system now to allow people into a world. So while everybody is technically sitting in, queued up and ready to go to enter a world at any point in time, all that needs to happen is that they just issue a whitelist, and then all of a sudden that player can come in. It's a pretty cool system.
Yeah, it's I don't even know that much about it. I mean, I've only seen a couple tournaments so far using this, so
Well,
we are here.
we are here. And we got Ace on the left with the curved greatsword and Yas on the right with the halberd.
All right, I love it. Curved Greatsword has seen a lot of favor since the last patch, and people seem to like it now. Running attacks, certain attacks are a little bit faster, recoveries a little bit faster. So let's see how that works. Let's count it down, shall we?
All right, 3 and a 2 and a 1, and the bolt is underway, and the physics are, well, one of them is out and getting punished immediately.
How far does that bolt go? Like, what's
It goes.
the range on that? Man.
All right, we got a little phalanx going up on the halberd side of things, and we have a blessed blade or whatever that thing is called on the curved greatsword.
What is this style? I don't know.
Are we playing Dark Souls 3? What is this?
That's bizarre. Oh, the spacing on Yas right there. Pretty swift. That was really fast movement.
Now, you can argue me all you want, but you cannot space a curved greatsword. That just does not happen.
Oh, he tried the R2 there.
Yeah, that R2 did not pay off in the end on that one. But Yas rolling out of the range on this one. Trying to get
the frost.
Yeah, that frost did some numbers on Ace over there. And again, another running attack coming out heavy and hitting hard. Yas, nice and hard. But able to keep
this. Yeah, I was just gonna say that the spacing on Yas is actually pretty good. He's basically getting hit on trades, it looks like, for the most part. And if he can pre-attack, he can stop the damage from Ace right here, which he does seem to be hitting before. Oh, the punish! Could have been a mistake. Oh, but he kind of recovered pretty quickly.
He recovered quickly into a huge punish of his own. Those darts were able to stagger Ace into a pretty hefty
I love it.
hit.
I love it. He's using everything in his arsenal. What?
And he's put away
Out of
by
all
the
that, out of all that, the regular R1
dodged the literal bullet hell into the singular hit.
What the heck? We see here him just like, it's crazy. When he gets pretty low here, nice spacing here by Yas. Yas had really, really precise spacing, I gotta say. Then here's the punish right here. Good job by Ace getting close enough to punish that, not letting Yas set up. But then Ace is down pretty low here. I think he gets hit by, he gets hit by the L1 there, or L2, or no, L1. And then, like you said, bullet hell everywhere. I mean, he's just rolling. I don't know how he didn't get hit there. Oh no, he did get hit there, actually. His life went down a little bit. And somehow everything escapes except for the R1.
Yeah, but R1.
How is it possible?
Just a regular R1, nothing fancy about it. No running attack, just a standing, normal, neutral R1.
I wonder if his stamina was kind of out because he did a lot of rolling there.
Yeah, that was some actual bullet hell, though, man. I would not want to be on the receiving end of that. Like, what do you do even in that circumstance? You just got to keep rolling.
Yeah, and what's made worse is that you have somebody with off stock, spamming L1. Like, what? You can't do it. I was shocked he got out of that. That's like crazy.
Yeah, absolutely insane. We're gonna go over into the next round here. We got a little bit of a swap, it looks like, on the side of Yas, a little bit of a helmet swap, and some codes are coming out as well. Huh. Kind of like you mentioned something about that earlier. Weird.
Let's get depressed here, but let's count it down.
And we're gonna go ahead and get this match started underway on a 3 and a 2 and a 1. And the bolt is out. And the fully charged lightning bolt.
I love it. Oh, wow. I wonder if he kind of tricked them there. Didn't think he would throw another one out.
That was a good one. Did he get his flask out? Yeah, he did. All right.
So this could be quite the different matchup here now that this beginning again, really? Come on, guys. But let's see. I mean, he's got the phalanx out, which can pressure, but he didn't really utilize it to pressure. So I never really understand people who just sort of throw that out there and don't do anything with it. If you're going to use it, you should run forward, I think.
He did actually use it. He made a talisman swap over there. You'll see that he's got the holy resistance on his talismans now.
Oh, okay.
Swap there to make use of that time that he had available. But it looks like he's really trying to catch him on some pressure punish. And there goes that off-stop doing its thing, but no one's making any real contact right now.
Oh, how did he get out of that? I mean, this is going to be a spacing battle for sure.
Yeah, both of these weapons are very heavy on their spacing, as far as like what they're good at or what they do well. Both of these weapons just want to space punish. That's like their entire game plan.
I do like that running R2 he tried. Oh, Frost! See, in that moment, I actually do think he made a little bit of a mistake. Ace did, because when you know you're trapped in the corner and you know they're going to go for the roll catch, you should attack into him because you know you out-damage the S-Doc. Oh, man, he can't punish him. Oh, no, he's...
I see the backswing on that L1, but it didn't come out, and he ended up rolling instead and taking a little bit of damage for it.
Yas is really just getting out of range really well. I mean, he's not even close to it when he's rolling. It's pretty good.
Yeah, making those straight swords look rather small in comparison to what everybody else seems to feel like they feel like. And, oh my god, the hit there. Again, the bullet hell coming out.
I don't know what Ace does here. I don't know.
Just keep rolling, I guess. Maybe get a parry shield. Maybe try and put some counter pressure on it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if they have the inventory for that. I don't know. Who knows what they have?
You see Yas taking a drink of his flask there to try and get his FP back, and he's putting him away there, putting a lot of pressure on.
The pressure, the R2.
Oh, and the R2.
Brilliant. Yas played brilliantly. I gotta say, really brilliant on that one. I mean, really didn't put like over pressure to where it was stupid, but put enough pressure. And then when they knew that a trade or anything would win, they just went in. And it was smart for them to do an R2 as well, so that they didn't get the backstab attempt, which could theoretically turn things around. But yeah, you just see just all the scraps, all the phalanx. I forgot what that pot is called. Rancor, is it?
Skull reaction. That's what we call it. Yeah.
The Rancor pot, is it?
Yeah, skull reaction. Yeah, that's the name.
Oh, skull reaction. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I like that they're using some other stuff there, and I think that's pretty cool. But you see here, I mean, I don't know what Ace does in this position. Not even a tears pop on Yaz's side. They're just the roll catch there, and then R2 right here to finish it. There's not a lot anyone could do there, especially with very limited regen.
At that point, Ace dies to an off-stock poke, and that's easy money.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's not a whole lot they could do. They could, if they manage to get their L1s in there and they are able to tank a hit, then maybe they could come back from it, but it's very unlikely.
Yeah, extremely with any type of trade potential, which there is obviously. But that concludes our round one. We're finally done with round one, and we get to see our even heavier hitters finally go at it in round two. Still best 2 out of 3. And this is where, again, the first round is where you could see some crazy upsets. Second round, less of an upset because it's more closely rated, I guess, players. But still, you can see some upsets here. Definitely with the best 2 out of 3. So I'm curious. Okay, so we are going to go on an ad break, and are we swapping people here?
It sounds like it, yeah. So I'll be swapping out for Sadia Moon, who's going to be taking over for me. And she'll be your other commentator for today, and she's going to be covering the rest of the matches. So go ahead and say hi when they come on in, and I will catch you all later.
Hey, nice casting with you, Rust. I hope you take it easy, buddy.
It was a pleasure. I'll catch you all later.
Here we go. We are back, and a transformation has happened. Rust has transformed into Sadia, is it?
It's true. Formerly Rust Bucket, I have evolved. I have grown. I've transformed. I've emerged out of my cocoon.
Incredible.
Hello.
So I'm not that used to changing casters mid-tournament, but hey, it keeps things interesting, and I'm excited about it. I'm assuming you haven't really got to see some of the fights?
Unfortunately, no. I was in a meeting. I had it alt tabs. I caught a little bit of Peanut and Maud and a pinch of Bronze fight, but not too much so far. So you'll have to maybe catch me up to speed a little bit with what we're looking at in round 2.
Well, I think round 2 is going to be much different than round 1. I think round 1 people kind of, I don't want to say they play it as a joke, but they might play it slightly looser than they would the rounds past. So we're going to probably see now people use what they want to use probably for the rest of the tournament. Sometimes people swap, but I generally disagree with people who swap unless they are getting destroyed. So we shall see how that's going to go. But either way, we are here with BronDaGoat and Tocco. You can predict on Twitch who do you think is going to win. And it seems like right now people are looking at Bron taking this one, but who knows? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've gotten the pleasure to watch too much of Tocco's gameplay, but I have seen a lot of Bron over the past 6 months. I've seen him in the Festival of Combat tourneys. We know he's a ladder player. It's almost always in the top 1 or top 2 spot. So I did get a chance to take a look at the bracket before the tourney started, and there's a lot of really good players here, but if I had to put money on somebody, I think Bron is somebody we'll see in the final match today. So
Yeah, I mean, they are seeded 1 for probably a reason, I'm guessing. I do think Tocco, I want to call him Taco probably because I'm hungry, but I do think Tocco is, he played pretty well against Miasma. I mean, I know Miasma from previous tournaments. Miasma's a good player. I mean, obviously, if you're in this tournament, you're probably at least decent, but I don't know. I think Tocco can maybe make this interesting. Again, best 2 out of 3 for round 2, which means you have a potential for upsets. When you have less time to calibrate yourself, you have a potential for an upset. So I want to see if maybe things can get interesting.
Yeah. Obviously, you can't rule it out. We've seen plenty of tourneys in the past that people really come back from the dead. Seemingly, I think I've witnessed a certain fan of aviation get parried once or twice before in a tournament. A little bit of a comeback there. I'm just saying, like, some things that you think you'd never expect, even in the Dark Souls 3 tourney that we had, the Sleep Stepping Stone tourney a few months ago, we saw the I think it was Uchi parry twice in one tourney. So no matter what you see, no, like no matter what you've seen so far, I mean, you can't predict the future. You never know what's going to happen, but we do know that a match is about to happen right now, as the two combatants are in their corners.
Wow. So we have Tocco. He's got dual glance, it looks like. And then I don't know what Bron has. I can't really see. I don't know what they have, actually. But from what I understand, Tocco can only have 68 poise. So Bron might change their build-up accordingly. Either way, count it down for us.
Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
So both drinking up as they normally do. What? Oh, is that fists? Ooh, interesting.
I believe it is fist weapons, yeah.
Oh, I think that was a mistake on that. R2, was it? That's pretty weird. Oh, this is going to be a spacing bet. This is very interesting. I don't know. I think fists are really good still, even past the patch. They're still really good, and we're going to see if Bron can do it here.
Yeah, fist weapons are still pretty powerful, especially with the poise limit of, I think 668, right, with the PSGS that Tocco's on. So all Bron really has to do is whiff punish, but that's going to be a little bit difficult because he's obviously is kind of losing on the range game here based on the weapon that he has compared to PSGS. So as he gets punished there for a whiff for a nice chunk of his HP, as it looks like both combatants are now about even in HP. Right now, Bron tries to get a punish there with the neutral R2 and just misses it. Tocco manages to roll out of the way, tries to get a running R1, rolls out of the way. Again, Bron really getting really confident here and confident as well as we see those stutter steps that he does. He's really good. That's something that I've tried to get better at, is that sudden stop after a sprint and not pivoting, turning around the other way. That is so difficult to do, especially with such skillful precision that we've seen Bron do it with, Dante.
Yeah, and he can't block either, so he's not able to just not deal with that by blocking and getting around it. Oh, man, you're seeing a lot of damage from Tocco's side here, and the range, you can see, is a problem for Bron. Uh-oh, can he pressure using these scraps? No, he didn't really pressure too much, sort of buffed himself with the Ash of War a little bit. But I don't know, Bron might be maybe one L1, double L1 hit here. I'm not sure what's going on. We got Flaming Strike.
He doesn't have the blue feather on, so I think it's possible he could die into like a crouching L1 just like that Tocco's trying to punish him with, but managed to get. Oh wait, no, I forgot. He still had the bubble tear. Yeah, there was his tear mark, and Tocco gets his propped as well. Excuse me, Tocco. I said Tocco as well. I think I'm a little bit hungry too.
Yeah.
Trying to get some nice punches here with the crouch L1s, but just Bron is doing a really good job now with the space.
Oh,
the running there a little bit though.
People don't use that attack. I don't know if that was a mistake or not, but it can work if somebody rolls backwards straight. You can get a couple hits. The hits are pretty instant too. You can't actually get away from them.
Yeah, it's something that not a lot of people know about. Oh, there comes out the Flaming Strike. Another one. No follow-up from it though. As a good thing he didn't do it, because he would have gotten punished from that jumping L1. Gets a little bit of damage there on Tocco. I think Bron has a chance to pull this away. Tocco is having to be very careful. He's one
he's in the corner.
There it is.
He put out Flaming Strike because 68 poise, and it always stuns every time. He got him caught on the wall, You can't roll anywhere if you have Flaming Strike at the end there. There's nowhere to go. You're gonna get hit by it.
Yeah, especially, and I'm not sure how many people noticed, but Braun did a great. I don't know if this was on purpose or not, but really had Tocco on the back foot with those Flaming Strikes in the end, and managed to kind of force him to back up into a corner. I'm not sure if Tocco realized where he was, but for those of you who don't know, positioning is such an important thing on these 1v1 fights, especially in such a small enclosed space like this. It's not like an invasion, something that I'm more familiar with. You really need to pay attention where you're rolling so you don't put yourself in the back of a corner.
And look how good Braun is, where he did the Flaming Strike and he aimed it up because he thought maybe he could get jumped on.
I saw that too. That was pretty impressive.
It's crazy. Now, in this circumstance, it actually would still be beneficial to jump attack because you would get more damage versus the Flaming Strike on that end. And he might have actually been able to kill him there if he got the double attack there. So I don't know. I mean, I still think jumping is still viable against it if you can do the trade with the Flaming Strike. But the Flaming Strike obviously is very good with the 68 poise. He got him caught on the wall. He spammed it because where do you go? You don't go anywhere. You're just going to get flamed. And then that was it.
Yeah, exactly. Again, he did a great job of forcing him back into the corner. You saw at the end there, right before that last Flaming Strike, Tocco just kind of like did a bit of a stutter step and just, it almost seemed like he just kind of accepted their fate. He kind of realized they were in a corner and nowhere to go and just kind of hope for the best in that roll. But that residual hitbox in the Flaming Strike can really do you in, if you do a little bit of panic rolling there. But
yeah.
Combats are back in the corners now. I think I see Bloody Hellas on the side of Tocco and Shamshir on BronDaGoat with matching armors, it would seem. We see the
they've been eating a lot, it looks like. And I gotta say, they both switched weapons. Generally, I think if somebody wins, I don't like them switching weapons. But since they both switch weapons, I think it kind of makes sense, I guess. I don't know, because I don't know how well Shamshir does poise-wise against HTS. So I'm curious. So either way, we're here. Braun is up 1 against Tocco. Very close match before. Count us down.
Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
All right, both buffing as normal. What is that talisman on the right for Braun?
On the right for Braun, I believe, is that the modeled necklace? Or am I think that's the one that reduces rot buildup and poison buildup. I think I might have the name wrong, but I think that's what that is. Don't quote me on it though.
I don't know the names of any of them, so don't worry about it. Oh, nice jumping attack. I don't know if that Flaming Strike is going to be as good in this matchup, because he should have 112 poise, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think, it looks like he has the BronDaGoat chest on right now, and if he's running HTS, maybe. I don't know if Flaming Strike will be the play here, especially.
Fat rolling!
Fat rolling! A little bit of a. Oh no! There's a massive trade there, actually. Out comes a finger out of nowhere through the fire and the flames and the smoke. Tries to get another punish, but Braun reads it. Gets out of the way in time. Oh my god! What happened there?
I think he kind of blew it in the menu, didn't realize he was fat rolling, and then kind of sort of trolled his way to death at the end.
A bit of panicking there with the menu. Not really sure what we had equipped there. A bit of an oversight on the talisman swaps, as you see. I think right about here is when he does his first fat roll after this jumping R1.
He swaps the BronDaGoat here. I think he takes away the Ring of Favor or Talisman of Erdtree or whatever it's called. And right here.
Yeah, there it is. Throws on the Spirit Talisman for the Erdtree Favor. You're right. And then now comes the BronDaGoat. I think he maybe swapped the wrong one. I'm not sure if he meant to do that.
But it was actually kind of smart here. He does the Ash of War right here, which gives him space. But then then he pulls out the finger. I don't know what happened at the end.
Yeah, you think so, like right there, I think was his biggest mistake. Right, you pop out the Chilling Mist, you get the proc, so Braun is going to want to back up and probably get a bolus off. That would have been your chance to kind of back away and swap your talismans, but he just stayed in there. We just saw like a massive plume of frost and weren't really sure what happened. I saw a finger pop out a couple times, but that was quite an interesting ending to the end of the first match of round 2 as Braun takes it 2-0.
Yeah, that was I mean, it was very close first match. It was kind of it's a little sad that obviously the second match couldn't be as competitive because of the interesting mistake, but that shows you. I mean, I know when it happens to me when I'm fighting. If I see somebody fat rolling because they make a mistake in the menu, I am like a shark. I will attack them as hard as I can, as much as I can, forever until I see them rolling normally, right? So I don't blame, you can be honorable and maybe backstep, but I don't. This is a tournament. This is for money. I do not blame Bron for going right in there trying to get the job done. So 2-0 Bron, good job going in the semis.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're gonna get a look at our next match here soon. I'm not sure if we have the bracket about to come out.
It should be MaudCraeb versus Ruth. We saw Ruth have actually spectacular spacing in the previous fight against still can't really say their name, Congeminatio. But obviously Maud is ranked pretty highly here, so I think this is gonna be a very competitive match. Ruth had the interesting, what was it? It was Dagger and I think it was just Dagger actually. I think Ruth just used Dagger.
Dagger's not Dagger Halberd or Dagger maybe Great Spear. I know some people like to play around with that.
They had an off weapon, but they didn't use it. They just two-handed the dagger when they fought Congem, because Congem was using double Great Club or something. It was something bizarre that no one uses. So it's a pretty weird matchup. It's kind of tough to gauge how someone's going to play against, I guess, better weapons or styles, because if someone's using dual clubs, I don't know, you can't really gauge how well they can do against other players.
Yeah, I mean, dual clubs or great clubs, I'm not sure which it was you said, but that seems more like, I think that's a great thing to run in invasions. Absolutely. You can get a lot of fun meme kills with that.
Yeah.
But in an environment like this, I mean, first off, we should say that pretty much everybody here has won, if not come really close to winning like some tournament at some point, right? But I think it's also good to mention that it's really nice to see people kind of meme a little bit and have fun, because I mean that's the number one reason why we still play this game. As much as we all say we play it just to maud, me being one of those people, it's nice to see little moments like that and just see people having a laugh.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's cool about the community in general, is just the fact that there's so many different tournaments, so many different players that. Just last week we had a katana only tournament. So we have things like that just make it a little bit more interesting, make people see what people can do if they are sort of truncated in a rule set. And this is more of a normal rule set where we kind of ban just the normal stuff to see sort of high level play, which is fine. I have no problem with it. The only problem I have is if we see at the end freaking 2 Power Sand Straight Sword mirror match, but I'm sick of seeing that. Jesus
and the
Christ.
Miyazaki that we don't.
We're here though. Ruth on the left, blue. MaudCraeb on the right, red. We have dual glance and dual partisans. We getting another party?
Dual spears for sure.
I don't know what is supposed to be. I think dual glance is supposed to be what, top 3 builds in the game, I thought.
Yeah, it's
maybe
pretty
not
high
with
up
this
there.
rule set though. I'm not sure with the poise limit, but they both have the same poise, so I don't know. Either way, count us down. We are ready for this round 2 fight.
Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
I'm curious. I don't know the range differential. I mean, the partisans, they look like they're shorter. I could be wrong.
Well, the longest spear is obviously the pike, as most people here will know, but to my knowledge, the Great Lance does outspace the partisan, so it'll be interesting to see how Maud goes up against this, as they've taken some pretty big damage here early on. Oh my god,
goodness.
Ruth
is
is 4 in a row! Are you kidding me? Just that Maud is not only at his bubble tier proc, but is now just 1 L1 away from death. That's insane.
That was brutal. I mean, that shows you how scary that can be. You just get sort of trapped in a whirlwind of hatred.
Yeah, it's those crouching L1s and the rolling L1s. They come out so quickly. So if you panic roll, you are definitely going to get punished by it, especially against a player like Ruth, who knows this game like the back of their hand.
Yeah, I mean,
there it is again, just like
that's so. Anyone would be scared at that point. Oh my god, what do you do? It's just like the goblin stepping nightmare right there. 4 in a row. That was tough. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
that was pretty insane. I think we saw that one that was kind of decided pretty early on here. We see like one nice little crouch one right there. I think, yeah, that was about at the end of the roll catching. That was the 4th or 5th one that she got.
Yeah,
But, my
jeez.
God, that just goes to prove you can't panic roll. You cannot panic roll, especially against players like this, especially against weapon loadouts like this as well.
Yeah, the problem here is that because the attack comes out so fast, really the best way to combat it is either attack first, stun them, or get away from them. But with arenas and areas like this where it is closed, you're walled in, you can close the gap pretty well. It's tough, man. This is tough. I mean, a lot of jumps, maybe stationary jumps to try to get some of the pressure away. I'm not sure what MaudCraeb can do. I would say don't use the same weapons. Use something that can, maybe even like a heavy thrusting sword, something that can break their posture before they can do something and be able to attack from range. But looks like they're sticking with the same thing, so I guess we'll count it down and see what happens.
Combatants prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I kind of just want to say real quick. I don't know if Maud really needs to swap their weapons. I think they just kind of got off to a really bad start. They're getting roll caught so often early. If they can just find their footing and not do the panic rolls like we see right there, got really lucky not getting caught there. I mean, they're doing solid damage. They got a few nice hits in on Ruth. It was just too little, too late, right? So it's that right there that we can see. Now that was a good roll there at the end. They kind of delayed the rolls a little bit and just kind of managed to reset a little bit. You can't make these patterns, right? You can't be that easy to read, especially against PCS.
Always do something different. Even throw out just a weird R2 that might suck, but just throw something out that'll change something up. Nice jumping. I like the jumping here.
L1, just like you were saying, mixing it up right there.
And that's what they are. Maud is winning this fight right now, but obviously anything can change. Oh, see the back foot right there. They are still panicking right now.
Yeah, you kind of saw right there. Maud just realized they rolled themselves into a corner and they got punished only one time for it, surprisingly. They got really, really lucky that Ruth was a little bit more aggressive. You could argue maybe she was a little bit low on stamina there. Oh, as she's punishing here. Oh, just like that. It's
ruthless. Oh my god.
Ruth still has her bubble tier active, and Maud just gets roll caught 2 or 3 times again and is now 1 L1 away from death. Maud really needs to turn this around because if they lose, they are out of the tournament, and Ruth would advance, but Maud's not out of it just yet. Just needs to have a little bit of
that was it.
there. Really lucky not getting caught.
One more hit, maybe?
Solo, yeah, literally one away. One hit away, but Maud is just spacing away, trying to create a little bit of distance here to reset, refine their footing to kind of turn this around.
Yeah.
Oh, got there, though.
I mean, it's scary.
There's the panic rolling.
Ruth came in there. I mean, the aggression.
Ruthless, as I saw someone in chat say.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I love seeing it. I love seeing people just pressure. I love seeing people put pressure on someone and to see how people can handle the pressure. And as we see here, now I was wondering if Maud could have maybe did like a jumping L1 or something, or maybe a jumping R2 and maybe have even a tier skip. I don't know if that's possible with these weapons because it's right at the edge of popping that.
Yeah, with the partisan, I don't know. A jumping R2, I don't think is. Maybe if you throw the Claw Talisman on there as well, there's a chance for it. But they had I can't tell what that says. Maybe 600 HP left or so that Ruth had. If I had to take a shot in the dark there, but I think Maud's big mistake here, and I know you're trying not to get caught. Your main thing is self-preservation right now, but you have to be a little bit aggressive because Ruth is being incredibly aggressive there. A bunch of little crouch L1s that she's doing and not regenerating her stamina. There are a few opportunities to punish there, but again, I mean, I'm not the one in the ring. There's a reason why I'm not there and Maud is, right? So at the end of the day, I do
agree with you though.
Yeah, I mean, Ruth is a great player. I don't think there's really any shame in losing to them right there. That was a great match. Maud really, really came this close to coming back at the end there too. In the second bout there, but I mean, kudos to Ruth for winning that and just keeping the aggression up the entire time, 110%.
I love it. But you're right what you said earlier. It was like usually what happens with me is like if something's not working, you don't do the same thing, right? So Maud was getting pressured and the panic rolls happen. It is scary. I mean, anyone can do that because of how fast that weapon comes out, the attack comes out. So in that case, especially with the lower poise, maybe being aggressive yourself would work. I did notice that Maud didn't do a lot of jumping, especially stationary jumping while being pressured. I think that would have alleviated some of the pressure, maybe. Just something to try out. But again, you're in a match like this, you're not taking that many hits. What was that? Maybe 7 hits total, 7 or 8 hits or something. You don't have that time to recalibrate yourself in one match. So maybe a lot of that played in. I don't know. I would have liked to see a weapon swap, maybe something to break posture, only because I think that is the biggest deal. If you are being pressured and you don't have the ability to stop that, that's one of the ways to do it. But who knows?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, at first I was saying I'm not really sure about the weapon swap, but as you were saying and trying to mix it up a little bit, I mean, the jumping L1s aren't great on the power stance spirits, obviously because they come out in a 1-2, it's not just one hit, together right away, and the poise damage is super low, even with poise limits on PSGS, so they're probably not going to get it staggered from it. So I mean, maybe a weapon swap would have been the play there, something to help kind of, create a little bit more space in between you, maybe something that does a little bit more poise damage like you were saying. But I mean, it played out the way it played out. It was a great match right there at the end, especially. That was a really close coming down to the wire too. But again, a great job to both combatants and an amazing job by Ruth to keep that aggression up. Excited to see them in the next round.
I'm very excited to see Ruth versus Bron. I want to see if, I mean, Ruth has used 2 different weapons, so I don't know if they're going to switch to what they think Bron is going to use. But I'm curious if that aggression will stay to the semifinals. I hope so, because that's what I'm all about. Some people said that Maud should have parried and just won the match. Easy. I mean, I guess that's true. They should have just parried
the Carlton PSGS L1. Absolutely. Why not?
I mean, it's just that easy, guys. But next up, we have DarkSoapp versus Eli. Eli was in the only match this entire tournament that went to a third match against Simple Most. Every other match has been 2-0.
Wow.
But Eli was in the only match that went to a third match. So maybe that gives him more time to practice and fight. One match more, I don't know. But Seed 2 versus Seed 7, I think Eli has maybe a slight uphill battle here. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I've seen Eli once before in a tournament, and I want to say it was Festival of Combat 4, maybe, or it may have been the Reddit tourney. I can't quite remember, but I didn't get to see too much out of them. I think either they were running like a poison rot build. If not, they played against one. From what I'm saying, I'm not really sure what to expect here. It's been a while since I've seen them play, so this is going to be a pretty fresh experience for me, and I'm really excited to see what comes out of it.
Yeah, I mean, all these matchups are new for me, so it's exciting to see where they've came from in round 1, and then obviously in round 2 now. But I want to see the different styles and the different weapon matchups, because not everyone plays the same, obviously. Some people, I mean, we've actually been noticing a lot less jumping in this tournament as a whole, which I find pretty fascinating, because I think jumping is one of the safer ways to either get position or even attack. So I'm pretty interested in why more people don't jump. I mean, you have any idea what's going on there?
Now that you mention it, like we saw PSGS there, and then the match before, we saw Bloody Hellas HTS, and I didn't see enough jumping going on there. I saw a little bit, but if you're running HTS, obviously the jumping R1s, pretty much all the jumping attacks are really its greatest strength. That and the running R2, right? PSGS as well takes up more stamina, obviously, but
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It might have something to do with what the players are going up against. Maybe they don't really like the matchups there with that specific type of play style. But I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of it just kind of depends on what they're seeing from their perspective, right? So whatever they're seeing is telling them, well, maybe I shouldn't rely on this as much. But again, kind of surprised I haven't seen that incorporated just a little bit more.
Yeah.
the match we've seen so far, as we see DarkSoapp and Eli in their respective corners, Dante.
Yeah, let's count it down. 3, 2. There we go. 1. Let's fire away. Now we do see at least one coded. It looks like he has incantations or something. I don't know what he has in his left hand.
I think I'm not sure if DarkSoapp moved first. They look a little bit confused. No, okay, it looks like they're gonna go through it. Yeah, it looks like I see codeds on the side of Eli. Oh boy, there's your favorite load up and a whip. Is that Hossel's
Whip dagger?
whip I see?
This is the second whip dagger we've seen this tournament.
Whip dagger. A dagger. Oh my god, I can't wait to see this. Okay, well, it looks like Eli's gotten the first little bit of damage there. Only one of those swords hit on that L1, trying to do a little bit of a chase down. Not being too aggressive right now, actually. We see DarkSoapp showing off a little bit of movement tick there with the running R1, but Eli's having
nice
trouble getting
rolls.
out of the way. That was great roll discipline there. Eli really delayed that L1, and there was no panic from DarkSoapp at all. That was 100% reaction. A great job so far.
Brilliant
Demonstrating
reaction.
amazing roll discipline and movement controls. We see even getting out of that L1. That should have been a punish, I would think. But punishes Eli instead with a nice little running R1. This is going to take a while. I think they might have the white mask on. I'm not sure. It looks like they might be running... Is that Reduvian left hand? I can't quite tell.
I don't think it is.
Wait, no, that's not the pedal whip. That's the what is that whip called? I think the Arumi.
Steel. Is that the Arumi?
I think it's the Arumi that they're running. Yeah, if I had to take a guess, this is gonna be a while.
Oh, there it is. See, this is what I want to see Eli do, because he has the damage. I want to see Eli basically try to trade in it. Always look for, if they try to do a charge R2, just trade.
Exactly.
You're gonna win the trade.
You are 100% going to win those trades all day. So, that's a nice little punish there. Nope, no tier proc yet. Looks like both of them still have their tiers active about.
R1?
Even on HP.
What is that?
There's a tier proc right there on DarkSoapp, but Eli does take a little bit of hit there. Still has his tier active. Out comes the L1. Still has his tier active, actually. There's a punish right there, and about to even trade, but Eli does get his tier proc there. Although it looks like DarkSoapp is one L1 away from death. Eli trying to bait out some rolls here with the jump feints, and does get a couple out there, but DarkSoapp is just managing to get away one L1, and he's going to die. He does have the Prowler Drake Talisman on, but he tried to do an R2 there. Was that that kind of looks like a charged up attack? And he's the price
that's what you do with the whip. This was fascinating by DarkSoapp, because I think it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight. That's what it felt like. Yeah, he played really well here, considering whip dagger, and I guess you could win, but again, it's so easy to be the dual straight sword user, because you just attack into their attacks every time, 100%. And you just win based on damage, which is why I kind of hate dual straight swords, because that's exactly what Eli does at the end here. He just literally attacks into his attacks, and that's how he won.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just like you said. It was a lot of just trying to be patient and find openings early on, but after a while, Eli's wait, I think I can win these trades. I'm just going to go in for it, and he does. And once he sees that, it's like like a switch flips on, and he just keeps up the aggression the entire time. DarkSoapp did again a good job rolling out of a lot of these, but as we see there, he tries to do like just a neutral charged R2 there. Interesting to see if he's going to stick with the whip. It looks like he is. I still see the
That's crazy. I disagree. I personally disagree with this, especially since he's used different weapons this tournament. Oh boy. I mean, he must really be confident in this. I don't know.
I respect it. The confidence you need to run this is something that most people can only dream of having. So we'll see how this goes. I think we're ready for a countdown right about now.
Yes, let's do it. 3,
2, 1. Sorry.
So here we go. I mean, I would say Eli just sort of does the same thing, just kind of attacks into the attacks. I would say DarkSoapp should use more dagger. Just dagger, roll away, basically. Dagger hit, and then sort of get away.
Yeah, there's really not much to change here for on the side of Eli. If it ain't fixed, or if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right? As he keeps the pressure up here. But actually, losing a bit of traits here early on. I think DarkSoapp has
Nice
albeit just a
rolls.
slight lead right now, if not just about even, actually trying to get the L1s in, like you said, right there. I think they will try to look to do that to mix things up a little bit
Jesus
as
Christ.
they punish right there from the L1s, man. Oh, the residual hitbox. There's a bit of a residual hitbox on those L1s. A lot of people
Oh, the
don't know.
stun.
And lasts a little bit longer than you think it would, as we see the stun there. It's a nice little bit of a punish there. Cheeky little R1 he's getting in. DarkSoapp is really just trying to get Eli death by 1,000 cuts. There's a trade though, and you don't really want to do that right now. I can't tell if he got the tier proc or not. I don't think so. Oh no, there it is. They both get their tiers proc, but DarkSoapp is keeping up the pressure actually. But
He doesn't care.
The wall, he does not care at all. They're just about even right now. Actually, he's
oh, the
he
dagger.
wins with a whip. He won with a whip and a dagger against dual coateds. What on earth is happening in the year of our Lord 2023? Dante, what was happening?
Well, I mean, I saw what was happening here, and it was the shocking part was the fact that he must be poise counting or something, because every time DarkSoapp was getting a hit, he was stunning. I think he stuns him right here on a running attack. He stuns him before the trade can happen, which was what saved him. Because Eli is doing the tactic you should do, which is trying to trade into it because you're going to win the trade. And the pressure that Eli has is perfect. That's the amount of pressure you want the whole time. Eli played well. Even though he lost, he played well. He played to what he was supposed to do. But I think DarkSoapp, he's maybe counted the poise or something. Like he poised through that with the R2. And then, I mean, it's still 2 L1s and Eli wins right here. And then he gets hit by I don't know if that was a running R2, and then the dagger finishes the job. But really what made DarkSoapp win was poise breaking. That was it. It was all poise breaking.
Yeah,
so we could see. We shall see on the rubber match here. Best 2 out of 3 for the for the round 2. I'm excited. Count it down for us.
Yeah, combatant. 2, 1.
So I don't really think the game plan should change for Eli. I think just make sure you know if you're 1 hit away from getting poise broken, and then that should be about it.
Mm-hmm.
So even there, I mean, he lost the trade because he got hit extra, but honestly, just continue that pressure, the train. He got hit from the back there on the charge portion, which is that's really the bread and butter of the whip here, is that charged R2, because it's got an interesting hitbox and timing on it.
Yeah, almost wondering too if, well, say if maybe we want to swap off the blessed do in favor of Claw Talus running.
Oh, interesting, yeah.
But at this point, again, he's also at his tier procs already, as I was mid-thought, thinking of. So I think he's sitting. But there it is. There is what we wanted to see. Their aggressiveness. Once you're gonna win out of that, you can just mash out of hit stun with paired straight swords. It just worked. He needs to do more of that. And if he does, he's gonna win. There's a nice jumping L1 there. I think he has a tier proc on DarkSoapp.
Yeah, both are procced here. Very close match. I'm not really sure. I think it's 2 L1s. Oh, is that it? Oh, that's close.
The second hit, the follow-up on it, actually manages to hit him, and he's definitely 1 hit away. But Eli could probably still win this with one.
He could.
One, although DarkSoapp. Oh no, there's the blue feather branch.
Oh, and the dagger does it. See, that's where the dagger comes in handy. You roll into someone, and they just shred you up, right? Again, Eli lost that. Eli didn't play badly. Eli played it the way you're supposed to play. I think the poise counting ability of DarkSoapp, or however he did, along with sort of his spacing, I'm not sure if we'll see it here, but he did tremendous spacing with a jump attack whiff. I think we'll see it here.
Yeah,
Eli jumps.
Really good space and rolled us a bit of punish.
Let's see if we see it.
Like you were saying, trying to incorporate that dagger with the L1s a little
Right
bit.
here's the jump, I think.
Yeah,
so
right
he does
there.
a R2 and he gets him with the secondary whatever whip attack of it. And just brilliant spacing, and to know to do the R2 to get the roll catch. I mean, that's just how DarkSoapp played. I mean, Eli played well. It's like he played it to how you play whips, and I don't know. Even though he lost, it might seem silly because Codeds are very strong, but you know, it really wasn't. DarkSoapp played it right. I think Eli played it right. This could have been one mistake, could have been the difference between Eli going to semifinals and not, but DarkSoapp gets it in a 2v1 or 2-1.
I mean, in those past two bouts, came pretty close. The last one as well. I mean, Eli was at one point 1L1 away from winning that. You know,
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, like for DarkSoapp to beat like paired coded with a whip and a dagger, you kidding me?
Yeah, it's insane. It's definitely insane. But we do have a ad break coming up, unfortunately, because Twitch is our overlord. So we'll hit that up and then we'll get back to witnake versus Yaz next. And we are back and we are live. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with Sadia Moon and, of course, your hostess with the mostest. But we're not here for us necessarily. Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe my darling face. I don't know what to say. But either way, witnake versus Yas is next in the last of the round 2 matches. What do you know about these fighters here, Sadia?
I know I have gotten the opportunity to watch witnake a lot, and witnake is always a really, really fun player to watch no matter what they're running. I think I've seen them run like Hellstock before. I've seen them run Great Spear Dagger, Great Spear, like all kinds of stuff. Witnake is every tournament I've been in, I think outside of one, they at least make it to the semifinals. You know, as far as the tournaments I've casted goes. So I'm really, really, really excited to see what they bring to the table. I mean, we've seen some pretty exciting things so far in this tournament. What have you seen from witnake in previous matches already?
Well, classic witnake. I mean, I always call them no mistake witnake, even though I think the matchup was actually closer than it should have been considering the weapons matchup. But witnake, he just doesn't panic. I don't know what to say. Like, I've almost never seen him panic. He doesn't panic roll. He just stays cool, calm, and collected. And it's like kind of amazing because everyone panics at some point. I mean, I don't care who you are. You get set in front of somebody with some sort of stock, you know, crouch attack monster. You're going to panic a little bit. witnake just doesn't. It's crazy. But I will say this for Yaz, who he's going against. Yaz played extremely well. As far as what I saw, the limited matches I saw with Yaz, it was 2 matches of extremely good spacing. Yaz has really good spacing, so this could be one of these hidden gem matchups. Because I don't know much about Yaz. I've only seen witnake in tournaments previous, but based on the other match Yaz had, this could be a hidden gem, and it could be a spacing masterpiece.
Well, I hope so. I mean, the last, as you were saying before, I think was it Eli had the only match that went to 3 rounds. Then it happened again. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of those going forward. I would imagine we're going to see more of those unless less 2-0s, right? You know, once the matches get a little bit more intense with each round, as they tend to do. So really excited to see what happens here, what kind of alterations or changes people will make, weapon swaps, you know, always really exciting to watch this kind of stuff.
Yeah. One thing we aren't seeing too much in this tournament, and again, you know, sometimes tournaments just do this. They kind of get stuck in a certain type of play. Like I said earlier, we're not seeing as many jumps. We did see a lot of jumps with the Power Stance Stray Sword, which makes sense, but we're not seeing a lot of different Ash of Wars. We've seen Flaming Strike. We've seen one spinning slash like once, but I'm curious to see if we'll see some more Ash of Wars here, even on dual codeds that we see on the right side by witnake. That Ash of War is actually pretty decent. Now it's decent. It's not like great, but it's good enough at least for a mix-up. So we'll see. Yaz, what does Yaz have? What is that?
I can't tell what then. Is that a staff in one of the hands or is it 2 spears?
It definitely looks like halberd. Halberd. Oh, it looks like halberd off stock.
Oh, there. Okay. The lighting looked a little bit off to me, but yeah. Okay.
So okay, yeah. Let's start this up. How about you count us down?
Yeah. Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
I'm very curious on the spacing here. This might be, well, I don't know. You can be aggressive with the dual straight swords here, but the spacing of Yaz was really good last fight, so I'm curious if that's going to continue. That was a mistake.
A little bit, although the trade was almost even, so it's not terrible. But now, I mean, after that, he's learned something. He knows that witnake isn't going to give him the space to get those off. As we see, this arena is pretty small to a lot of the other arenas that we've seen in the past. So it's going to be really difficult to get stuff off like that unless you maybe get status procs on somebody and they have to back up and pop a bolus. I'm not really sure if you're going to be able to get phalanxes and stuff off. Also, considering the fact that witnake is running Power Stance Straight Sword, you would think that maybe Yas would want to go with the halberd, the anti-air, like maybe NRG and from Knight Rider.
Yeah, not bad.
Instead of the banished, because witnake is doing a lot of jumps here and a lot of jumping L1s, as we see another one right there. It'd be interesting to see if Yas even has that in his inventory and if he swaps to it, if he does.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like an uphill battle so far. witnake is getting ahead, but Yas isn't out of it yet. It's not like crazy damage yet. Yas is trying to poke and prod with the S-Dock. I mean, look at that spacing. To space the jumping attack is crazy. The spam worked. He frosted him.
Frostbite, and he
No
gets the bullet
punish.
shot right there. See, that right there would have been a good chance to maybe pop another phalanx. That would have been your chance. But I think he just kind of hesitated, wasn't sure if he wanted to go in or not, and then he does. But witnake's able to roll out of the way, so you're gonna have to react a little bit faster than that, especially against players like witnake.
Yeah, I want to see a running R2 with the halberd. Mix it up a little bit. A lot of people never expect that, and you can catch him at the tail end of it, especially if you. Yeah, I mean, you can sort of tilt it to the right a little bit. I love the spam here. It's actually kind of working. Oh, not there though.
The 2 L1s. The Power Stance Straight Sword, the code is just so much.
Oh, Frost. Is he gonna try to? He's gonna try to back him up to get the boss. It looks like maybe. Keep the pressure. witnake is still ahead. One hit away, basically, for Yaz. Oh, he got the phalanx, like you said.
Time, yeah.
It's probably one hit for witnake here. The spacing! Oh my god. He popped his tears. Both tears are popped now.
Really nice punish there on that. Yeah, so now it's just about even. Again, Yas is still like about one hit away, but witnake, I'm not sure if they're one hit away from dying. It probably
Nah, they're at least two.
I can't tell. I don't think they have blue feather on right now, though. So, I mean, if you get a frostbar, I'm not sure what the buildup is right now. It's probably just about all but reset, but...
Yeah. Yas has blue and red.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell if that was bull goats or not there because of the rock.
Oh, it's close!
Really
This is close. All right, so now the branch swords got switched.
There's the swap, yep.
One hit each. Now, I don't know. Does S-Dock kill in one hit here? Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Bringing out the scraps.
It does. The scraps is a great idea that I mixed up and chased down. Managed to get some aggression going up. Out.
Oh, Rancor. Is this a mistake? Oh, and he gets the victory. Brilliant
the 360
play.
from Rancor pots looping all the way around. That was
Wow.
great use of his tools there at the end. He realized
Oh.
he was one, and witnake was keeping up the aggression. So that was a great
Wow.
choice by Yas there to not only use the Gunston Scrap, but also the Rancor pots. It's something that you don't really see people use enough of tools, right? Especially like those that can come in clutch and really make or break a match for you. And kudos to Yas for really I mean, there was a little bit of back and forth in the debate and in the early parts of the match, but it looked like witnake had a solid lead, but Yas really stuck in there, adapted to what he was playing against, got better with his rolls and spacing, and really made great use of the phalanx at the end and also his tools there as we see the scrap comes out. And immediately witnake turns tail and runs away, just trying to wait and just wait that out, but Yas doesn't let him do it. Keeps the pressure up and did a great job here.
Incredible. I gotta give all the credit to Yas here. I mean, to try to come back from a deficit against, especially witnake, not only witnake but dual codeds, I mean, is crazy. I mean, it's insane. Very impressive. He comes back. I mean, there was a couple of spots in the middle I couldn't see if he was spamming with the frost stock, if you will. I don't know what was going on there, but it seemed like he was stunning witnake. I don't know if witnake has low poise or what. I don't know what the deal is there. It's kind of weird because he was spamming in the middle and he was gaining some damage. So I don't know. That's pretty weird. I'm curious to see if witnake's going to change a couple of things there. I doubt he'll change the weapon. because it was working until, you know, the comeback happened. But man, all the credit to Yaz there. That was really impressive. Looks like we are ready for the second match, which I told you this was going to be a hidden gem, and we are here. We could see this upset happen.
So far.
Could see the upset. Let's see. Let's count us down here.
All right, combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
Looks like they are using the same stuff. Phalanx comes out. I like the use of these throwables and things just to make your opponent a little bit more uncomfortable. That's it.
Yeah, stuff like that is a pretty big boon for you to use to kind of keep your opponent on their heels through a lot of the early match, because a lot of matches are kind of dictated what happens right in the first third of it. Whoever's able to do the most damage there, because once
Yeah.
you're playing on the back foot there, it's really difficult to kind of, you know, just kind of reset your footing and gather yourself, especially in such small arenas like that. So getting damage early on and getting some hits in early makes status procs as well. It is huge for matches like this.
I love the spacing game they're doing right now. It's brilliant by Yaz, because Yaz is just trying to inch ever so slightly forward just to get enough space up until they release the Phalanx. Now, how long do the Phalanx last above your head? Do you know? They go away after a while, don't they?
I don't think I've ever seen them expire. I think they just sit there. Maybe somebody can correct me on that in the chat if anybody knows. But to my knowledge, I don't think I've ever seen one active long enough to just expire because of time.
Oh, the running attack, the range. Doesn't look like he's doing much damage with the halberd though, which is fascinating.
No, again, I think it looked like it has a magic infusion on it, so he is dealing split damage. With the Phalanx on there, I mean, I guess we're running an int build here, but you would think that I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of it. I mean, if you're gonna run the Phalanx, you don't really need the scrap. But if you're gonna run the scrap, then I would rather go like chilling mitts on like a heavy, or maybe Dex halberd, a sharp halberd, right? But because of that, he's really having to play catch up, because the witnake he's still at full HP right now. He got hit by some gunpowder scrap as he takes like one hit there, but what about full HP this entire match? And of course,
man, witnake, he did it though. He did the Ash of War.
Yeah, that's true.
By the way,
we finally got to see it. Ooh, that's a nice
called
little
Unblockable Blade. Same name as the Cypherpoda, even though they are vastly different Ash of Wars. Pretty weird. Oh, there's the Frost.
Frostbrock. Is he gonna get the Bolus off? Or it looks like he's trying to back away. Is he gonna pop a Phalanx? Or no, he kind of he backed away too. I'm not really sure what the plan was there. You think he would have stayed on if that was.
Yes.
There comes the Blockable Blade again, but.
Oh, I love it. I
think Yasha's got a little bit caught in between there because he's so low HP. He's not really sure how aggressive he should be right now, as he's one hit away from death right now. It's just not his round so far. He can turn it back if he gets a status proc and keeps a little bit more pressure up here with consumables, because then maybe that's a chance to pop those if witnake tries to back up and pop a bolus. But right now, witnake is oh, there's a nice little R1 saying back up. You're not going to get this for free. Interesting to see.
Oh, trade.
Dead. Oh, there's the trade.
witnake was so far ahead at that point. I mean, it's...
Yeah, honestly, I mean, like, to be fair, you're kind of right. How long can you keep that up, right? Especially against a player like witnake. But
yeah, because a trade is going to happen. This is one mistake that I've seen, although I will say witnake is absolutely brilliant with it. I mean, it's almost immediate when he takes a Frost Bolus, and it's almost like hard to figure out when he's in his menu. It's crazy.
Yeah,
he might even have it on his hotbar. I don't know. Like that's how fast it is. He gets that off, but like brilliant getting that out. So Yaz not being able to punish that Frost isn't crazy, considering how fast of a reaction witnake has to try to get that Bolus off.
Yeah, again, that kind of goes back to a lot of the great movement tech we've seen with like the stutter step, right? You know, that running and then stopping, that running and stopping. When you're really good at that, right, you can incorporate that into not just spacing but other actions as well. Like, all right, am I going to attack from neutral? Am I going to pop an item? And you know, you don't know what they're going to do, or are they just trying to make some spacing, right? So when you're able to do stuff like that, you're able to get, you know, players like Yas kind of caught in no man's land, not really sure if they should punish, not really sure if they Phalanx, and you know, you kind of end up double backing, and by the time they figure out what they want to do, you know, witnake's already popped the bullet.
Yeah, I mean, he's got zero latency with what he's thinking and what he's about to do. It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's so fast. I mean, it's tough to punish someone who has that speed and confidence of what they want to do next, right? Like they already know. It's almost like the moves are queued up in their head and they're just ready for it. And they just played that pretty masterfully. I mean, I always call them no mistake witnake because they don't really make that many mistakes. We saw a little bit of mistakes in the first match, and that could be because they're not used to the play style of their opponent and maybe the weapon matchup. But you saw that second match, they recalibrated quickly, efficiently, and I think you said it earlier. I mean, it's very few wasted mechanics, wasted movements. That's what witnake does.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I couldn't have explained it better myself. They did a great job of just kind of analyzing what Yas did in the first match, and Yas came back and tried to do the same thing, but Witnick was able to adapt incredibly quickly, which is like a really impressive thing to see when people can just immediately adapt to a play style after just like one fight, right?
Yeah, it's
You're just
amazing.
suddenly able to read everything your opponent does. It's so impressive. It's such an amazing skill to have in a game like this.
Yeah. But here we are. We are ready for the third and final match, barring some sort of tie-breaker death situation. Here we go. Count us down. Witnake versus Yas.
Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're setting up. We have a switch of arena, which I didn't know was allowed, by the way. Was not explained to me either way, so I don't know what that's about. But yeah, now we're in the diamond.
Yeah, now that we're in a slightly bigger arena, well, it might be the same size, but it's a different shape, right? So
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
in the corner, you're gonna get a little bit more space depending on where you are, but this might be in Yas's favor, as someone who likes to use the phalanx and the scraps and stuff. You might be able to make a little bit more space for yourself. That's a lot of damage there early on, and immediately swap the hero drink
Yeah,
out.
I hate those things. I hate them.
I think they forgot to put that back on. That was a big chunk of damage for that first bit in this final match of round 2 between the Witnake and
Nice
Yas.
frost proc.
Does get the frost proc. Yeah. Oh, there's a knot. That's a trade you don't want to take immediately. Yas is at half HP and has barely done anything.
Get after him. He's gonna ball us.
Exactly. Well, Witnake, see, that's one of the
That's
amazing
spacing.
things. He's able to bait, like, making you think he's going to ball us and immediately turns on a dime.
Yeah.
A 1, forcing you to back away. And then guess what he does? He pops the ballast.
Yeah, that was really, I mean, we're talking half a freaking frame he was able to roll out of that. I thought he was going to get punished. Lots of jumps attacks here. Witnake basically at full health. I mean, he swapped the talismans out. Oh, man, the damage is just crazy. There's the tears pop on Yas. Yas is having a difficult time trying to get out of here, trying to find the range. I mean, that spacing by Witnake there to know the... Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Things just fell apart for Yas at the end there. The spacing on Witnake at the end, especially knowing the spacing of the running attack and then turning around doing an L1, brilliant. I mean, it's crazy. He just recalibrated himself so well to get this victory, and then things just fell apart for Yas. And Yas has great spacing himself, except I think in this, the mismatch of weaponry kind of messed him up. Couldn't get in the mix. Wasn't fast enough. Didn't do enough damage. Ooh,
Yeah,
we'll see here.
again,
I think right here. Go ahead.
I can't help but try to reiterate that I think a weapon swap would have been good to a different type of halberd, like something with anti-air. Because as we see, look at all those jumping L1s he's doing, and he doesn't really have that anti-air punish. Either that or maybe even like a weapon art swap, like Chilling Mist would have been really good on some of those trades, because then you get the status proc basically immediately and can kind of punish with those running R1s and R2s,
Yeah.
right? But
It's
like
tough, though.
Witnake was just so precise in this match, man. Especially, I think Yas not having the Halo Drake on at the very beginning and getting hit for that big chunk of damage on that L1 kind of really threw him off, and he had to kind of swap his talismans back on. But then, like after that, kind of just really struggled to kind of find his groove,
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you do really well. You even win the first match. Second match kind of falls apart, but it's not like crazy. Third match was he got brutalized. I mean, he couldn't get in. The spacing of witnake, everything was being countered. It was sort of a counter fest. And then obviously that combined with the damage of the coated swords, man, it's just tough. It's almost demoralizing. It almost looked like he got demoralized and he kind of just fell apart and was like, well, I was going to lose anyway because the codeds are just mashing my brains in. But, I mean, still good play by Yas. I mean, obviously took a stock off witnake. That is a hard matchup, regardless of what witnake's using, let alone coded. So, I mean, I thought it would be an interesting fight. It was. And, you know, still hold your head up high, Yas. That was still, you made it competitive. That's really all you can ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to even take like one stock against a player like Witnick is not an easy feat and is something to be proud of in and of itself. But I mean, kind of going back to what you were saying earlier, you know, it just kind of seemed they may have been a little bit, you know, sort of defeated there and that last stock. So much of like this game and matches like this is mental, right?
Some of it, yeah. I mean, if you're not used to it, I don't know how many tournaments Yas has been in, but it is possible. Like maybe just a little bit of nerves got in there, maybe something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Even
think,
fatigue at some point.
If you're able to kind of like just barely pull out a win in the first match, and then the second one is, you know, you kind of never really get a lead. It's really easy to like kind of get in your own head there. So I mean, that's something that a lot of people may not like realize. They think it's all just, you know, pushing buttons, but there's a lot that goes into the mental with it as well. But I mean, again, I think y'all should definitely be proud of what they did. You know, that was a really good round there, watching all of those combatants fight, and especially that first stock. That was really impressive gameplay by them.
Yeah, I mean, again, we see them actually talking in chat, and it's interesting, you know, they're sort of talking about the match, which I always find fascinating to see what people think in a match, because it's, you know, again, like everyone, we both play the game, so we sort of at least know the game a little bit, but it is different when you're in there. Sometimes you can always criticize something easier from the third person, right? From the outside. So sometimes you look at it like, well, why did you do this? Why did you do that? When you're in the mix, things happen differently. You see things differently. Maybe it's not exactly what you think it is. So I think that's what happened. I mean, you try stuff out. Maybe it didn't work out this time, but maybe it works out some other time. It did seem like Witnake had the spacing down. I mean, super well. But in chat, you know, the talking, Yaz is saying, should have not swung first when I had Phalanx up. You see, it's kind of like you play this mind games. You play who's going to sort of crack first, who's going to act first, who's going to react first. It's that type of game, and you try to figure it out. And sometimes it's harder with some of these better players to do that with. That's why you see, I mean, these later matches have been going a couple of minutes, which is almost unheard of in Elden Ring, right? So, I mean, you see that the quality of the matches are going up and the players.
Yeah, definitely. Again, that's what we were saying before. You know, you said that in the first round there was only one match to go 3 stocks, and now in this one, what was that? Like all but one of them went 3. So I think every match that we have going forward, there's a high possibility of them taking up all the stocks. So, you know, now we're really getting into the weeds here with the fights going forward. It's very exciting to see what's going to happen next. We have Braun going up against Ruth, and DarkSoapp is going to fare off against Witnick. That one I'm really excited to see. I've seen them fight against each other before. Always an amazing match to watch.
I'm excited for Ruth, but before we get to that, we have to go to our very lovely ad break. Yay! We are back, and we are ready for the semifinals. Remember, this is best 2 out of 3, as you can see in the bubbles up in the top by the names. BronDaGoat blue left, Ruth the Goat red right. We are going to try this out. We are going to see who can win. We got Curved Greatsword. Ruth has changed their weapons every single match, so I don't know what's going on. For me, I see Spiked Fists by Braun. I think Spike Fists are really good in this game, and they can shred you. So let's see how well Ruth can deal with that speed and power.
Yeah, very
Let's set up.
I see the Omen Cleaver there. It's my baby. But combatants, get ready to fight. And 3, 2, 1.
Oh, their honor bowing. I don't know what's happening. We're ready here, guys. Go ahead, you can fight. This is gonna be the longest tournament ever.
Yeah, please. I really need.
I guess we're gonna restart with the
countdown.
asteroid or whatever. Weird.
No physics. Just
what is happening?
Oh, I think we don't have the enemies turned on right now. As some people may know, we're running this on seamless, so.
Oh, so you can't take damage unless you hit a thing or something?
Well, I think, well, I mean, one's blue, one's red, but I think there might be some, like, make summons hostile settings that aren't turned on right now. We're going to get that looked at really quickly, but in the meantime, now that we've seen what they're running the Spike Fist into the Omen Cleaver, which is my favorite weapon in the entire game, I strongly suggest you try it out.
Interesting.
Instead. Oh.
I like it. Curved Gray Swords have been coming in favor, but we're going to start this matchup now, hopefully for real. 3, 2, 1, fire away. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Come on, Asteroid. All right, let's see this happen for real now.
Yeah, there's the physics getting popped immediately, and out comes some throwing daggers. There's a lightning bundle that we see, or Trusting Grace, excuse me.
That's Reduvia, right? Offhand?
Offhand, I couldn't quite get a look at it. Either Reduvia or Great Knife. I couldn't quite tell. Flaming Strike is still what Braun is going to use on the Starfist. Just a little bit of damage with each one so far. That's a nice running R1 there, one-handed. That's not crazy damage, though. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to stick with this. If that's the case, I mean, because you're not really going to be able to lock people into too many combos. I mean, I guess that's what the offhand dagger is for punishes, a little bit more chip damage, but the Starfist can put a bunch of damage really quickly, as they both do there, actually. Both combatants still about even on HP, but Ruth,
what's the bleed at here? He didn't get bled yet, right?
No, not to my knowledge. I don't think so. Well,
it's got to be close.
I don't think I think the only bleed would be the dagger there, as we see. What just happened?
What?
Hello. Hello. Also, I think I'd like to point out. I think that the colors are wrong for the combatants right now. I think we saw Ruth's health bar.
Oh, you're right. That confused the hell out of me.
Yeah, I got a little bit confused there when I saw Ruth deal some damage, but their health bar took damage. So, but the bleed on the Starfist, Mike, just what I was saying, that burst damage from that is, I mean, I don't think the Omen Cleaver offhand dagger is going to be able to keep up. It's really just chip damage. As we see right there, the health bars are backwards. Hopefully, we'll get that fixed here in between stocks. But Dante, how are you liking this matchup right now? With
I mean, I thought the fist weapons, I thought they were favored to win this matchup, unless does the Omen Cleaver have a bleed on it?
No, not innately.
Okay, so if it's not a bleed build, I'm not sure why using that, but right here, I mean, melted. The damage you can get from them is
that was like 1,000 clear.
Yeah, that was quick too. Man, and that's why fists are so feared, because it does have the stun potential on the R2s. It has an odd amount of range, considering, especially on some of the running attacks. The jumping attack doesn't make any sense. But yeah, we'll see if Ruth can bring this one back. Sticking with the same weapons. Let's count it down.
Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
I am curious what Ruth is going to do now here. I thought maybe Ruth would get the bleed build up, but apparently it didn't happen.
Yeah, it's about even trades again. I think I will reiterate as well to our viewers right now, if you're confused. The health bars are... Wait, no, actually, I think they're fixed now.
Yeah, they're right now.
They're matched. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, they're matched. As we see,
oh my god. Unconstitutional amount of damage with that. It's like crazy.
Oh, Flaming Strike that we see now. We didn't see any ashes from Ruth in the first bit there. That was a nice little bit of damage. I think they're going to have to utilize ashes a little bit here because, I mean, the Omen Cleaver is slash damage, which is one of the weaker types of damage that you can deal when it comes to physical, you know, slash, strike, piercing.
Yeah.
So like
That's spacing. Wow.
even with the drawstring grease, the damage isn't crazy. The biggest chunk that they've been able to do is with Flaming Strike. Actually, it'll be interesting to see if, depending on how this goes, if they're gonna stop. That's a beautiful catch right there with the Flaming Strike at the end of the jump. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe they are.
Yeah, I mean, Ruth. It's basically even now. Ruth has sort of tied it up with their stellar play. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they both try to do a Flaming Strike there, but Ruth came out just a little bit sooner and now has a lead. I think both, yeah, it looks like both tiers have been procs. They'll however much HP.
That range, dagger.
Beautiful.
Gotta watch out. And R2 will blast you, Ruth.
Absolutely.
That
Oh, it's another one.
Oh,
The
do you think they were in their menu? Do you think Bron was in their menu?
I don't think so. I think they just thought they outspaced it. The range of curved greatswords, as we know, like curved greatswords got a pretty sizable buff. Recently,
Thankfully.
and I should correct myself. Ruth is using the dismounter, not the Omen Cleaver, which puts out a little bit less AR than the Omen Cleaver, but does way less. In case anyone's curious, but those running R1s can be so deceptive. There's a little bit of phantom range on those curved greatswords that if you don't play against it enough, it can really throw you off when you think you've spaced something perfectly. But the tip of it catches you.
Double flame strike right there, but one hit first. I was shocked it stunned him though, because what's the poise break on flame strike? I thought it was like 69 or something.
Top of my head, I'm not sure. I know that, what was it? I think 2 or 3 patches ago, Flaming Strike got nerfed. It looks like some people in chat are saying it's 100.
That seems high for it. That doesn't seem
100,
right.
101 is what people are saying. Maybe it used to be 101, but is now 100. But yeah, as we see those roll catches there, that running R1 is so. I love it. I love the curved greatswords.
We see a weapon swap here by Bron.
Oh, HTS? Is that an S or a great FASC or maybe a Stitcher?
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good idea because I think he was doing well with the fist, but we shall see. So count it down to see how he'll do.
Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
All right, both just buffing up as we normally do. Pretty honorable start. Both buffing up their weapons too. Flaming Strike again. All right, so now they sort of shown their hand that they have Flaming Strike. I kind of like hiding that for later, but
yeah, I agree with you. I'm not really sure what maybe they were anticipating them to come in as Ruth is really punishing with the Flaming Strike there. Just lands 3 hits right there, and immediately Bron is at half his HP. Tyr hasn't procced yet. It doesn't look like it, but early on, Ruth has a pretty good lead here.
Ruth doesn't do that much jumping, which I find interesting because I think jumping against heavy thrusting sword isn't that one of the better ways of getting around it?
Well, I mean, I think sometimes it kind of depends on how much points you have and what weapon you're running. I mean, the curved greatsword's greatest strengths are probably like the running R1s and the crouching R1s.
Look at this aggression!
They come out pretty quickly, as you can see right there. So I don't know if we'll see too many jumpings from Ruth, but I mean, right now it's been working for the most part, as you see. Even right now, though, no, I think Bron is Tyr proc. As Ruth gets hers proc.
Oh, the jump attack!
Oh, it's
the
a
stationary jump! Dagger!
With the
Daggers!
the dagger, excuse me. Oh, the
wow!
It's amazing.
Good job. I find it more fascinating because I think Ruth is getting out damaged hit for hit, like on every one of these. But they are just hitting them more, which is amazing. I mean, I don't know if we'll see it here, but there's a point where Ruth just gets super aggressive with the running attacks and just constantly attacks. And there might have been a weird mistake with Bron when he's near the wall closest to us. He kind of stops, and I think it happens right here. Yeah, right there was kind of weird. I don't know what that was about. But you'll see soon Ruth just running attacks. Boom. And just spamming it and really trying to get in his face. I really appreciate that aggression.
Yeah, I mean, again, the biggest strengths of the curved greatsword are the running attacks and the crouching R1s. They come out so quickly since they got buffed 1 or 2 patches ago, and there's a reason why a bunch of like Soulsborne PvP creators have made videos showcasing it, and you see it right here. I should also specify, I said earlier that it looked like Bron was running HTS. He's running thrusting sword, I believe the S stock. So,
is that an S? That's like a gigantic. Maybe that's why Ruth wasn't so afraid of taking trades, because they could just either hyper armor or just poise through it normally. Okay. Oh, and another switch by Braun. But now it's probably what, off stock halberd, I'm guessing? I can't really see.
Would appear to be, but well, we'll find out soon enough as I think we're ready to start. Combatants, prepare for combat. 3, 2, 1.
Same normal starting buff off. Same weapon buff too. I think it is off stock, but I'm curious. It's the stun potential to maybe stop that aggressive running, to have the halberd just stop it in its tracks. Maybe that's good. Oh, does that come out faster? Does the halberd come out faster than the curved greatsword?
From neutral, I believe it does. The running R1s are going to be a little bit faster, but I mean, you know, because of the spacing in the book, I'm not sure how much he's going to be able to utilize those. She's probably that might be the reason why Braun is swamped, because he's going to win the spacing battle now, right? Because again, as we see the running R1, she even tried to do it from neutral there. It looked like that was going to be a neutral R1, but she did a little bit of a sprint right before, so it comes out just a little bit faster. But
Yeah.
Halberd is really keeping her off, as both players are about dead even right now. Oh, there's a flaming strike there that comes out just in the nick of time, actually. I think that was a tier proc as well. There's another catch right there.
That tail end of Flaming Strike is such a
Oh,
nuisance.
that was amazing. Here we go. We're going to stock 5.
Yeah, we're going to the last one. Now, this I found very interesting, this complete match, because the amount of hits Ruth needs to hit Braun in order to win is crazy. I mean, I feel like the whole time it was just constant trades happening. I mean, we saw how many Flaming Strikes by Braun in this one? And it was just like
5.
7, 8, like it's crazy amounts. Like there's one right there. I'm actually shocked that it's stunning. It makes me think that Ruth has less than 100 poise or something. It's pretty weird. Or maybe he's, oh no, he has a dagger too. Okay, it's dagger halberd. So he might be hitting with a dagger, then doing Flaming Strike to get the poise down low or something. I'm not sure.
Well,
Because it
again,
seems like it's stunning every time.
There's a couple times here where Ruth is able to like kind of roll away, you know, like from phantom hits and such. So there might be some time in between that and the flaming strike where poise hasn't quite reset or after trade. So we're probably seeing a little bit of that throughout these bouts as well. But here it is. The winner of this goes to the finals. Both players are here in stock. Number 5 combatants. Prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Can Braun bring this back from a 2-1 deficit? Now, Braun won the first one. Ruth won the second 2. Flaming Strike caught. Oh, man.
Beautiful. Almost gets it again, too.
Ruth is just going in. I gotta say, I love it. I love it. She does not care.
Yeah, you have to really appreciate and love the aggressiveness in matches like this. 2 incredibly high-skilled, high-tier players.
Oh,
Aggressive as they
Ruth
can be, but Braun is just a little bit more aggressive, and he's really reaping the rewards from this.
Oh my goodness. This is... Wow. Yeah, I mean, being stuck on the wall and having... Oh, went for the parry. You gotta love the attempt. I give all the props for that. I mean, well played by Braun, to be honest, to trap Ruth near the wall. And then, I mean, obviously, if you trap somebody near the wall, guess what? You do Flaming Strike, they're going to get caught at least a little bit. Now, I will say, if you are trapped in this situation, you can jump. You can just neutral standard jump, which I felt like Ruth could have utilized a little bit better there, because sometimes you're trapped. The only way out is sort of to attack. I would have liked to seen that. I don't even know if Ruth jumped at all, actually, this entire match. Do you even... I don't think so.
I mean, now
but you see there, trapped
think
against the wall. You can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we saw in, I think, Braun's last match, right, against Maud. When you get somebody in a corner, right, and the Flaming Strike is just, it's so powerful because it covers the entire area. There's nowhere to go. I mean, you kind of have to give it to Ruth for even attempting the parry, right? You kind of need a Hail Mary at this point. And if there's anything to do, it'll be that. But I think Braun kind of knew that, or had a feeling it would come. He just kind of worked his way to kind of corral her into the corner and pops the Flaming Strike. And there's just nothing you can really do at that point, you know?
Yeah, and again, good on Braun for recognizing that and sort of just I guess exploiting the fact that they just got caught. Maybe they don't jump that often, so you can utilize certain things more. And that's what happened. I mean, got brutalized with the combo L2 R2. Ooh, boy, Ruth played super well though. I wanted to see what kind of weird stuff Ruth could have done, maybe if they got in the finals, because they swapped their weapons each round, which I thought was fascinating. They did well with what I would say a combo of weapons that don't do much damage. A lot of times it seems like you either have a build that has high damage or you have a build that has sort of like high combo potential. And Ruth didn't really have either. it was kind of interesting. So lots of hits by Ruth, but very well played. I mean, on either side, going to a game 5. Braun is in the finals. We will see Ruth again, by the way, in the bronze match. In case you didn't know. So I believe, I don't know, I forget if the bronze is best 3 out of 5. Let's see. Bronze match will be best 4 out of 7. Okay. That is intense. But again, this is for money. We do have some prizing.
Yeah, that'll be really, really exciting to watch. I mean, the more I get to watch, players like Braun, witnake, Ruth, and even people like Space and DarkSoapp, right? The happier I am. Like those matches are always like so fun to watch, especially like we saw, like, again, like you said, Braun swapped his weapons like 3 times, right? When something wasn't working, he changed, and wasn't working, he changed again. And when he found the Halberd and was winning those space matches, especially because of that pierce damage and because of the drawstring grease, when it came to just like neutral R1s or running R1s, Braun was, excuse me, they were winning the trades. They were just straight up winning the trades. Right?
Yeah, they were winning the trades. It was pretty brutal as far as the damage differential, which is why I thought it was all the more impressive that Ruth even got some victories, because I felt like they had to attack so many times to get the same amount. Crazy.
Yeah.
Here we go with the bracket, though. I mean, as you can see, of course, you missed sort of the round 1, but mostly 2-0s going on, and then we start to get to the crazy fights like we saw Braun against Ruth. But now we have DarkSoapp versus witnake. What do you think about that matchup?
I'm super excited. That was something I was saying in the middle of round 2 or near the end of it. DarkSoapp, witnake, Braun. Those are all players I've seen play a lot. Again, we have the number 1, 2, and 3 seeds here. DarkSoapp, witnake, and Braun have all won tourneys at some point. This could go either way. We've seen Braun using a bunch of different types of weapons. I think witnake has mainly just been using the Codits, if I'm right.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Unfortunately, DarkSoapp is running the Irumi and a dagger. It'll be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Interesting to see if he's still going to run that against witnake.
No way. There's no... I'll bet on it. I'll bet on this one. There's no way.
I've seen Frosty use weirder things. I've seen Frosty use like the warped accent of former Festival of Combat. So nothing is impossible. We are living in that timeline where anything can happen.
Yeah. People are already saying that Braun versus witnake in finals for the 2nd month in a row. I mean, it's possible. Obviously, these are top players for a reason. And Ruth almost did it. Ruth almost got there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think she had 100 poise, which is something I thought was actually a mistake. Especially with what you're going against. I mean, you got to play real specific if you don't have that amount of poise versus flaming strike. So, yeah, I mean, you could kind of spam that and be all right. And if anything, you can reset it if you sort of spam flaming strike. And it looked like when Braun was doing it, it was kind of trading, if not the same amount of damage, but even favorably versus the damage Ruth was doing. So I don't know. Maybe they weren't trying to sort of min-max or something. I don't know, because the damage they were doing was pretty sad.
Yeah, I mean, when you're running like something as off meta as that, it's really kind of bizarre to see them not running some sort of status along with it, right? Like whether it be frost or bleed or even trying to utilize rot grease, right? Especially on the daggers.
I
So,
agree.
I mean, you're just not gonna win the damage traits with a curve rate, you know, with any slash weapon really, unless you have something else up your sleeve. Like most of the damage she was doing was coming from the flaming strike, whether it be the L2 or the follow up from it, right? Especially in some of those traits. But outside of that, like this, I mean, there just wasn't enough damage to it. But I mean, that being said, I think should all the more appreciate like she almost did a reverse sweep. Right, lost the first one and then like won 2 in a row, right? So,
Yeah, I almost did that. I mean, again, it was kind of interesting. I always feel like you have a chance. I mean, it makes you think if Ruth had a different type of setup, like let's say a bleed build setup with that. I mean, would things have really changed? I mean, that's the thing. People adapt on the fly, right?
yeah, I mean, I think so. Really, I mean, honestly, again, there was a lot of trades there. Ruth was landing hits. There just wasn't much damage to come out of it, right? So I think if you're running bleed or frost or something, even like poison and rot to like keep up pressure, right? I think that definitely that easily could have gone a different way. Absolutely.
Definitely. I'm not sure. I think we are ready here, right? Oh, we get the round robin is back again. This has potential for a ring out. People can fall off the side pretty easy here. Yeah, I know, right? So here we go. I'm excited for this. Best 3 out of 5. DarkSoapp blue, witnake red. Count us down.
Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
Boom. I like that. I like that witnake kind of feigns pressure and then sort of buffs. Pretty funny.
Yeah. We see throwing daggers coming out on the side of DarkSoapp trying to do a little bit of poison damage. Hey, what were we just talking about?
Yeah,
that was rot
you called it.
on that
I like it.
helmet.
Especially with all the ghost hits, and witnake is really good at evading. I think this is really smart. And this arena is is this the smallest, I guess, technically? Maybe?
Not quite sure. It might just be the shape. I think
Yeah.
the Mount Gelmir one looks like one of the smallest, but I mean, I think it's just the oblong shape of it kind of distorts it.
You
They're
might
all
be
probably
right.
pretty close in size.
He's got to be getting close to that rot, though.
Definitely. He's
Keep
landed
the
what, about
pressure. He's
5
going to
hits?
ball us. Got to keep the pressure.
As he pops another drawstring grease, DarkSoapp is just trying to bait witnake into making an action. This is really interesting when you get players like this, like playing against each other, right? 2 players that try to punish, as we see a nice little anti-air coming out there.
I can't believe he hit him out of the air
They're
there.
both just kind of waiting for the other to make a mistake, right? But, you know, like, at some point somebody's going to move, and when it does, a lot of stuff happens, just like we saw.
Oh, get him!
Well,
He did punish him.
he did. He got the balls up, but he did have to pay the price. He still has his tier active, but DarkSoapp has a nice little lead here, you know, about maybe like 1 R1 size lead, if you will. DarkSoapp just kind of, again, waiting for witnake to kind of push in. Oh, actually, delays his roll not long enough and gets roll caught there, and just like that, they're about even. DarkSoapp, again, still with just a slight, tiny little lead.
Oh, poison.
Mist! It comes out. I don't know if he got the proc. I don't think that was a very good trade. Just like that, witnake now has a slight lead because of it. I'll come more and more jumping L1s.
Yeah, witnake is doing jumping like I do feel like you should. Although he did get caught in the air a bunch with the halberd. Halberds have a pretty interesting hitbox.
Yeah, they really do. It kind of
come on.
It kind of depends on where they are in the jump, you know, for you to get those hits. So it's really neat sometimes to see them almost pointing up at like a 45-degree angle. So it's not the worst thing to run against it, but again, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of the Night Rider's Cleave. Even though it weighs more, the anti-air potential on it is great. And you just look at the running R1 out of it.
Yeah. It's kind of tough because it's almost like pairing. You kind of have to predict a jump. It's kind of, otherwise it's going to be a trade. And again, with codage, you're going to lose the trades.
Yeah, definitely. Especially against dual codeds for sure. Oh, look at that. witnake is now fainting jumps, and he's got DarkSoapp actually kind of fanagrowing a little bit. He did it at least once there. We'll see if he, I think he's going to try to lean into that a little bit more going forward. He's going to have to mix it up and really just, like, these matches are always the ones that just come down to, like, who makes the first slip up, right? Like,
Yeah, a lot of times.
Like, when
it
you're
almost
this
seems
good
like
at the game,
momentum.
that's kind of how they play out, right? When you kind of get too comfortable or overconfidence sets in, and
Oh, the
just
spacing.
one little mistake.
I'm always impressed when someone can roll the jumping L1 of the dual codeds because, again, a lot of the range of a lot of these jumping attacks, it's like you gotta roll them. But DarkSoapp has been doing really well doing this. See if DarkSoapp can pressure with this with some rot. Oh, see, one tiny mistake and all that life is already gone.
Just like that, they're about even. I think one more L1 might do it. No, he does put the blue feather on, so I think he would survive one L1. He's also regenerating HP as well. witnake has it on as well, but I think maybe an R2 would get him. A running R1 might not be enough because he's got Lionel's on, so they might just be enough. And again, each second that passes by, he's regenerating HP. So I would say right now both players are probably two-shot, unless like DarkSoapp gets a counter hit. Oh, there's one. There's another. He's got to be one now. No.
Oh, he got him. Wow.
He did with the S-stock there at the end. I was going to say, like, he came so close. I was waiting for witnake to just come around and do a jumping L1, but DarkSoapp takes the first stock in what was quite a lengthy first stock here.
Yeah, I know.
Final.
That was quite a bit. What was that, almost 5 minutes, something like that? But again, you see that when you get higher level play, obviously, especially with money in a tournament with good players. I do think it was brilliant what DarkSoapp brought out. DarkSoapp brought out some drawstring grease, right? And to get the rot on there, I believe. And I think their halberds also poison unless they have another halberd that they swap to. I'm not sure if it's the same one.
They might be swapping multiple, but I think I did see the poison mist. I can't remember if I saw another ash from him at any point with the Banished Knight, but yeah, it looks like he's trying to get the rod and then pops the poison mist as well.
That range on that last is crazy. He's in the air and he gets hit. It's like insane amount of damage.
Yeah, I actually thought witnake was going to get away from the second one there, but it must have just been in range there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what witnake does. I mean, do you think witnake is going to change?
I don't think he's going to change. I mean, I think what he's running can definitely play into Hellstock, right? I mean, he's just gonna. The thing is, he's gonna have to do what he did a lot there, and is just mix in the feints. Just maybe alter your cadence a little bit. You were saying earlier how you're always impressed with people who can roll the jumping L1 with code.
Yeah, absolutely.
To note that, like, with a lot of jumping attacks in the game, you can kind of delay when it comes out, right? Like right before your feet hit the ground, you can press L1, so you can get a lot of really neat little roll catches like that. I think mixing up his cadences with those neutral and jumping L1s and those feints from the jumps will definitely keep him in the match here.
Well, let's see if he does that. I mean, let's see if he can slightly change that. We've seen witnake be masterful at recalibrating. Let's see if he can do it. Count us off.
Combatants, prepare to fight. 3, 2, 1.
They were waiting on one to buff. You see that? Because they didn't want to get punished. That's funny.
That's funny. Out comes the rot drawstring grease on the side of DarkSoapp. That he looks like he's still going to lean into that. I don't think too much is going to change in terms of sheer strategy. There might be some fine tunings and tweakings with how players choose to engage, but it looks like the formula is going to remain more or less the same going here into the second stock.
Yeah. I mean, certainly nothing's going to change, at least drastically, considering they have the same exact weapons. But again, it's just a slightly tighter gameplay, slightly less mistakes. I mean, that's what it really is about anyway.
Right, exactly. It's something that we've said a billion times, and we'll say it a billion more, is that when you get to... Oh, I almost walks off the edge. That was really close, actually. But just what I was going to say, it all comes down to who makes the first little slip up, and as he almost slips off the edge of the arena. That was pretty close there, and now DarkSoapp has got a little bit more vigor in him right now, trying to push into this. I don't think witnake is going to make that mistake again and get that close, but who knows?
Now, to mention, DarkSoapp is the one who picked this arena, so just to mention that.
Oh.
So he is pressuring with that. Oh, the spacing on the jumping attack is crazy, man. It's so scary.
Definitely. Nice
Punish.
little L1s though, and a nice little punish too from the bullets. Now DarkSoapp has a pretty nice little lead there, about 1 L1, I would say. But both players do still have their tiers active. There's a nice neutral L1 from witnake to take him down a little bit. Oh, has their tiers active. Still no tier proc on witnake yet. You thought I would have seen one right there with that. Right, is he going to punish this? No! Up the second L1 from witnake now, and they're still about even. Almost rolls off the edge again.
Oh, man. I do want to see it. Nice delayed running. That was brilliant. Oh, man. So that did pop his tiers. witnake has his tiers pop. DarkSoapp still has his. So now it's just the runaround game. Can I get position? I like this. I mean, the spacing on both ends are spectacular right now.
Yep, and what we're going to see is more of that right there. It's just one waiting for the other to make a mistake, as we saw witnake land a nice punish on DarkSoapp, who still has his... We might see a tier skip here. It's possible if he lands an L1 here in the next, like, 5 seconds or so. I'm not really sure if he's going to be able to do it.
Oh, there it is.
If he did it, like, 3 seconds sooner, that actually may have been a tier skip. That was probably really, really close.
Oh, he's blasted. He just got to keep pressure on him. He couldn't do it. That's it.
Oh, actually, I think he died to the rot there, actually. I think he was still in the animation of the bolus.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think that rot is actually really beneficial because it doesn't allow witnake to sort of get his bearings, because he's always got to be worried that, is it going to proc? Do I got to... when do I attack? When do I... evade? And man, brilliant by DarkSoapp. I love the rot on this. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
definitely. I was wondering, I was just gonna say quickly, because I just saw the running attack. DarkSoapp's been doing a lot of running attacks, obviously one of the best, if not the best move for the halberd. But I was wondering if he's gonna try maybe even going for a backstab, because he's doing a lot of straightaway running attacks, which are easy to go around.
What you're talking about. There was a point it looked like he was about to get a backstab. Yeah. I don't
so
know
I mean,
against witnake, but
well, again, these are high caliber players, so these players, they have millisecond timings in their brain. They probably will see someone's going for it, but sometimes when you're getting chased down, especially like that, when you know someone's going to chase you, at the end when you know you're probably going to die anyway, you might as well go for that. Go for like a backstab attempt if you're in bad shape. I mean, we saw that with Ruth going for the parry there. True. So sometimes if you know you're down so far and someone knows, you're rotted and you're going to die in 10 seconds anyway, go for it. You got to go for something. It's better to try to win than to always lose, right?
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. This could be the final match. I mean, DarkSoapp is playing extremely well. Doesn't look like either of them are changing their weapons. And DarkSoapp's up 2-0. We've seen many a reverse sweep. But can witnake pull this magic out of his hat? Count us down.
Combatants, prepare to fight. In 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Double buff. They kind of just... DarkSoapp just started it. And they both got it. They did it.
There's another one as well. So the status procs is like really the bread and butter of DarkSoapp here, and he's been doing a really, really good job so far in either not letting witnake get a bolus off or punishing him nearly every single time he tries to do it. So like I think witnake, I don't know, man. I think witnake might just have to be a little bit aggressive, but I'm not really sure how you can really counter this so far, because DarkSoapp is playing very, very confidently. It's going to be really, really difficult to get him on his back foot.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the halberd has the stun every time. Every hit is stun. So I think that's what he's been utilizing if they get up close, is they sort of... If DarkSoapp gets in a bad position, he just R1s and he tries to reset the matchup. And that's what he's been doing. If it gets to that close range. So witnake can't even pressure as much as he wants to get these roll catches or things like that because of that stun.
Right. We do see the talisman swaps from witnake throwing on the Blessed Dew and the Swaddling Cloth, taking off the Crimson Medallion and the Shield Talisman. And DarkSoapp, that Spirit Talisman is really putting in some work for him. And they've had a lot of trades here and there, and he's really keeping up with the codeds, which is kind of difficult to do on trades, right? So that Spirit Talisman with that, though, is like really doing a lot of heavy lifting for him.
Well, again, he's doing a lot of first attacking. So if he attacks first, it stuns, and then witnake can't do anything. And that's what he's really utilizing, that sort of run attack pressure. And the spacing right there for the jump attack is spectacular. Barely gets hit by one of them, was it?
I think he tried to do an L1 with the S-Stock. I couldn't tell if he hit him there. I don't know if he did, because he was in the air.
Oh, there it is, the backswing.
was DarkSoapp trying to use an item there? It looked like he was like reaching in his pocket, but maybe like was on the wrong item or something. It looked like he was doing the animation like he was trying to use something he was out of. He paid the price for it too. Witnake gets a lead here now, and he's gonna probably try to look to carry this momentum forward and not really give DarkSoapp a chance. Oh, I think he may have.
He's got to be out of stamina, right?
Yeah, I think he did. I think that's why he took that hit there. Surprised I didn't see DarkSoapp trying to punish it more. I guess DarkSoapp must have been low on stamina.
He's got to be close being rotted.
For sure, absolutely. I think maybe 1 or 2 more hits is going to do it.
That's it. He's rotted.
Yep, there
Pressure
it is.
him. Pressure him.
So now is Witnake going to try to make space for the bullets, or is he just going to be aggressive and just, play with the rot? Because that is a lot of damage that's sticking down, but he's not
fast.
Have a chance to use it yet. Look at
Let's
see
see
right
it ring out here.
Good. I think no, there still is a tier active. It's going to get procced any minute now. Actually, there it goes.
Oh, in the frost. That does not stack.
But he does get that rot bullets off, so that's good. That's good for him. But he is frost procced right now, so that's not great. He's probably, I would say, he might even be 2-shot at this point. But he did get DarkSoapp's tier to proc, so not totally out of it yet. Again, Witnake, if he loses this, goes on to the bronze match, the 3rd place match. DarkSoapp just needs to land, I think, 2 hits here, and he advances to the finals. But Witnake isn't out just yet as he lands an L1 without even albeit slightly, but then loses it immediately with that L1 roll catch, as DarkSoapp does get the lot.
You see the same actions: the jump forward, the run back, the jump forward.
Yep.
Oh, this is close.
It was even, but Witnake got a little bit too aggressive there. I'm surprised he didn't get punished. He's really leaning into those jumping
it's close.
ones.
I still think it's like 2 hits each. Well, maybe not now with the red branch sword. I don't know.
I think 1 L1 might be enough, especially a jumping L1 at this point. I think Witnake could win that, but again, like, he's so low. I think 1 R1 will get him, or 2 L1s from the S stock at this point. Looks like DarkSoapp is leaning into those running R1s. Oh my god, that roll discipline by DarkSoapp.
Oh my goodness. L1.
Sweeps Witnake. DarkSoapp insane, actually. Really thought there'd be a lot of back and forth there. Again, a lot of those matches were close, but my god.
It's insane to think about. How I would like to, if we could watch back the whole tape, I would like to count how many hits DarkSoapp had versus how many hits Witnake had. Because it's like 20 to like 5. It was crazy. The amount of hits DarkSoapp had to have. And of course, obviously the what was I gonna say? The rot was what really made him win that. That did probably 500 damage just on the rot itself.
Oh yeah,
like that.
On that last stock especially, yeah.
Oh, so crazy. But unfortunately, we have to go to the ad break. But we will be back with the bronze match, so definitely stay tuned on that one. We are back, and we are nearing the end. We are nearing the winners of the Duelist Event Network Festival of Combat for the EU region. I'm here with Sadia. Sadia, have you been liking everything?
I've been loving it, actually. The matches so far have been crazy. A lot of insane upsets and a lot of, like, I mean, that 3-0 was not what I expected between DarkSoapp and Witnake. Again, like, every single one of those was basically down to the wire and could have gone either way, but DarkSoapp just roll discipline and not falling for those feints was just so impressive. To have, like, a reaction speed that's just that quick, right, is insane.
It's great, the spacing on both ends, but I mean, DarkSoapp really impressed me with getting around a lot of the jumping attack spacing and just sort of reading Witnake well. And I mean, you saw in that last match, it was kind of funny. It would be a jump attack from Witnake or even a jump feint. And then they'd run back and then they'd do a jump attack again. Then they'd run back, do a run attack. And it was kind of interesting, a little bit of a dance there. But either way, Witnake has gone to the bronze match and is going to go against Ruth. Best 4 out of 7. This is going to be a pretty interesting match. I wonder if Ruth is going to bring something different. Again, when you get to this high level, I mean, we are seeing spacing, top-notch spacing by every one of these players. I love seeing it. I mean, it breaks down the game to its core, and nothing weird or crazy is happening because they're in a similar region. And I love seeing that. You don't see the latency just bogging at anything down, and it's good. It's fun.
Yeah, it's always really exciting to see like high skill players who also have like pretty good latency and ping connection to each other. Because seriously, I mean, when you have like international matches and stuff, there's not really much you can do about it, right? When you have like crazy.
Yeah, it's just a
When
thing
it's
with how
good,
networks.
it's such a treat. It's such a treat to watch, and it's also nice for the players too to just kind of be able to know that they can space certain things instead of assuming, well, I have to roll this because we're on 100 ping, right? So,
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice, and you get to see really high level play because of it, and I love seeing that. I mean, pixel perfect, honestly, pixel perfect in that last match. I mean, their connection must have been real good. I don't know,
yeah,
nothing looked weird.
Based on how good that looked.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So hopefully that continues. I mean, I haven't seen any crazy latency this whole entire tournament, which has been nice. We've had no dropouts. Things have been pretty damn steady, and I gotta say, for someone who's done many tournaments, that's rare. That is rare. So I like it. It makes me feel good. It just makes the action go on, and hopefully we can get Ruth and witnake here momentarily to light the fireworks yet again.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited to watch this. Also, going back to what you were saying, I'm also interested to see if Ruth is gonna stick with the dismounter and the dagger, or if she's gonna try something else, or maybe try a different infusion, or what.
I think she's gonna try something else. That's what I think. That's my bet.
I would think so too. Again, like the flaming strike damage was really good, but like it was just the flaming strike damage, right?
Essentially,
like,
yeah.
The running R1s are nice. The crouching R1s are nice. They come out quick. It's good damage. But like you're just gonna, without like some sort of status with it, right? Like Rod or Frost or something. It's just gonna be like death of 1,000 cuts, and you're not gonna have a lot of time when you go up against stuff like Codits or Hellstock or whatever.
I think that actually is a really good idea for Ruth to put drawstring, put rot or something, because the way she was attacking. With a lot of the running attacks, you get a lot of ghost hits, right? You get a lot of the fate false hits or whatever, and because people are rolling all the running attacks and things like that. So I think she really would have benefited with something like that, and maybe could have turned things around and been in the finals now.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I mean, I was saying that before, right? If she tried to use some sort of status, like I don't think the build, like the base strategy isn't bad in terms of like what type of attack you're relying on, the moves that you're using. It's just like you need status to go with it, right? It's like it's not, it's a lot of steak, but there's no sizzle to it, right? Like there's no there's nothing outside of the flaming strike that you have, which again did great damage, but it just wasn't quite enough. But we've just been pontificating so far. What do you think witnake is going to do? Do you think they're going to stick with the Codits? I think that's all they've used so far.
Yeah, I think that's basically all they've been using. It's unfortunate. And I'll say it every time because I hate them.
Yeah.
But, we have our predictions live on the Twitch channel here if you want to predict who's going to be winning. Right now, it seems to be a dead heat on this 4 out of 7, best 4 out of 7 matchup, Ruth and witnake. So witnake's pulling ahead slightly, but get on there, predict with your channel points and see who's going to win. Maybe you can win some more. Yeah, I think witnake's going to use the same thing. I think it's just going to be his normal play, the same style. Look at this. And now we get Shunter. So we'll see if the aggression with the Shunter will... although Shunter's pretty good at anti-air, isn't it? I mean, pretty decent.
I mean, there are better things, right? But, I mean, this is, like, in terms of, like, base... Like, when you get to the bare bones, this is better than what she was running before.
Yeah. So we shall see, because I do expect witnake to do a lot of jumping. So count us off on this bronze match.
Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
All right. Both buffing up normal. Blue Ruth, red witnake. I want to see some aggressive crouch attacks here.
Yeah, I think that's what she's going to have to do against stuff like Codits. Like, with the Shunter, with how quick it is, with the crouch attacks, I think keeping up the pressure and being aggressive like that is going to be your best friend as she gets 3 in a row matches in a row. Wow, that's a nice little chunk of damage here early on for Ruth, getting 3 roll catches in a row.
Ruth isn't even using the spear talisman or claw talisman either.
No, you're
so
right.
It's pretty bizarre. Oh, was that looked like a glancing blow there?
I think so. I mean, we spoke to almost lands the unblockable blade.
Nice R2.
I think he could get a tier skip here if it. No, there's a talisman swap. She gets it just in time. That was lightning quick, as well. That probably saved her. We'll see if witnake is gonna be able to keep up the pressure. There's the
tier.
But Ruth, doesn't quite get witnakes. Almost, but not quite there. So
anti-air.
Just like that, we're still about even, dead even now, I would say. Actually, Ruth is doing a really great job keeping up with the pressure with the Codids. Again, like, the Codids are going to have a lot more raw damage, especially from the jumping L1s, right? But the Shunter just comes out so quick when you can get people, like, panic rolling like she did early on.
Oh, the spacing.
Ooh.
Witnake spacing there is tremendous.
Oh, that, again, just as you were
Oh,
saying, literally,
man.
like, a pixel away. What was that? That was insane. As he gets Ruth to nearly 1. Ruth lands 2 R1s there. We've got the branch swords coming out on both sides. Ruth does.
See, at this point, you take away the blue branch sword because you're dead in 1 hit anyway, right?
I mean, what?
I take that back. I take it back. What the?
How much, what is that, like 1 HP? Like, had to have been less than 20. Had to have been less than 20 HP.
I take back what I said. I didn't think it was even useful there, but it looked like one of the Codids hit, put her down to like 2 health.
Yeah,
and she got,
what did I miss?
I think witnake thought he won the match and stopped moving and then got hit twice. Like, that's how close it was. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, I love how it happened. Like, basically, as you were saying, you don't need the blue feather. It's not going to protect you. Dead
Yeah,
anymore.
I know. Thanks for making me look like a fool, Ruth. Jeez.
That was insane. That might be the most exciting stock that we've seen so far. That was the most exciting finish I've seen in a while.
Oh,
Like,
man.
I'm really excited to see how the next one goes. That was really cool, man.
I kind of want to see that ending again, see what's going on with that, because that was, I mean, it's tough to read the numbers. The numbers are a little small, but I mean, there's nothing there, right? I mean, there's just nothing there.
He was dead at first, yeah. But looks like we don't even have time for the replay though, as we're gonna get straight into
That's all right.
the next stock, as you have Ruth on the left and witnake on the right. Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, it seemed like Ruth got out ahead last match quick, then started falling apart a little bit. Oh, look at this! All 3!
Does it again! Just like last time, 3 roll catches in a row, man. Actually gets hit first, but oh god, she's so good with the Shunter so far. She's doing such a great job of reading witnake, a player who doesn't really panic roll a lot, right? Like, I mean,
yeah, no mistake, witnake.
To roll catch once, let alone twice or 3 times, and do it 2 stocks in a row. Like, yeah, that's commendable in and of itself.
She's doing the wiggle tech, and it seems to be working.
It is, actually. Oh, that's a nasty trade, though. Not in her favor. We might see a tier skip. She does have the Halo Drake on, but it's entirely possible we get one. She is retaining a little bit of HP, though. She might just escape it if she does get hit again. She does keep the pressure up. Wait,
I love it. I love this pressure with this.
This back and forth is insane. You think one player is in the lead, and then immediately over the course of like 2 button presses, it changes. Like, that is like
crazy.
I'm so energized right now. I'm literally on the edge of my seat, like leaning forward. I'm hunched over like Raya, the snake lady herself. This is so exciting to watch, dude.
Man. Oh, there it is. There's the tier. Both tiers are skipped now.
Too as well, but she does have the Spirit Talisman on, so those trades are actually not that bad for her. Where not something she would normally lose, but that Spirit Talisman really does help, as both players do swap to the branch swords. They have both of them on, actually. There's a feint. Oh, she does just barely get away. A little bit of Goblin Step in there too.
Oh,
and tries
man,
to get
I love it.
Oh, there's a nice crossbow again.
In the air. Nope.
Whoa. When it jumped up and he dodged the second R1 and barely takes it. What is? Wow. What do you mean?
What is happening right now?
What do you
This
even
is
mean?
crazy.
Literally, like, she had it too, But because he, like, again, that's what we were talking about before when you were saying, well, it doesn't have bad anti-air, right? And I was, we were talking about this with, I
Yeah.
think, like PSGS or maybe Spears, but it kind of just depends on where they are in the jump, how high
That's
your
true.
weapon's going to angle up, right? And she just did it a little bit too late, I would say, as we're going to see it coming up here pretty soon, man. There was a lot
It's
of back and forth
crazy.
there. This match,
I thought Ruth had this one. I thought witnake had the last one. And
I
then
know.
it ends differently at the end. It's crazy.
The back and forth is so exciting. I don't know. Man, I don't blame people if they didn't want to predict on this because it may have actually been impossible. I think it's right here. Yeah, look, she actually angles it up, but I think she's just a little bit too late, and because of that, she doesn't get the hit.
I think she was too close. If she was further away, it would have hit.
Oh, actually, you may be right. Yeah.
Too close, and even angling it doesn't work because it was like right on top. It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
One hit away from winning.
Stock 3. Combatants.
Yeah.
What you got? Prepare to fight. In 3, 2, 1.
All right. Buffing up. Same stuff. I'm liking these matches because it does look like they are, it's kind of like semi-serious where they're not going too crazy on being passive. So I like that they're kind of attacking more. Like, look at that. I love the aggression. I mean, the shake, doing the shunter shake, as they call it.
Yeah, I love it too because like a lot of these matches, right, with these tourneys, especially players who've been in a lot of them, they're kind of memey in the first, or people are just kind of playing kind of casually. But when you have matches like that, the adrenaline gets going, and you just like want to play the best you can, and that's when you really look at that wiggle tech. That's like so. I'm surprised witnake was able to read that and get out of the way. Like you did some really interesting gameplay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I'm really impressed by how Ruth is playing because Ruth isn't just doing regular R1, she's doing R2s as well, and running attacks and running R2s, and she's mixing it up, which I find really fascinating here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you see a lot of people when they run Shunter, they just do crouch R1 and that's it. So it's really refreshing to see her kind of mix it up and throw in a little bit of feints and the wiggles there and do jumping attacks as well, as we see. And even trade there, but Ruth comes up just barely on top of it. Still tears active.
Couldn't get the anti-air.
Doesn't get the tear
anti-air.
Ruth gets it on witnake. Actually, the lead, she still has her tear active.
Tears pop.
No, we don't. She just barely makes it down to that. witnake is so low, probably about, might actually be what, no, he does get the blue feather brand sword. There's a nice jumping R1 there. Another one. She's almost, actually,
what is happening?
Just like you said,
oh my God.
She was a little bit further away that time and actually managed to let that one hit. Every single one of these matches so far in this
what the heck
has come down to like 100 HP or less. Every single stock so far.
That is crazy, man.
It's impossible to call. It cannot be done. You cannot predict who's going to win this. It's just
these endings. I mean, this is what you look for, right? This is what you want to see, the excitement where it's coming down to the end and you think one person's going to win, then the other person pulls it out ahead and so on and so forth. It's just like back and forth constantly. And it's just, I got to say, I got to hand it to Ruth. Ruth is playing extremely well. Again, I always called him no mistake witnake. The way Ruth is playing, switching up the R1s, the crouching attack, the R2s, I mean, it's brilliant. I mean, it's actually catching witnake a lot. And I mean, obviously, she's up 2-1 right now. Can she close? Well, actually, it's out of 4. She needs 2 more wins. But yeah, I mean, can she close it out? I don't know.
We're going to find out. Combatants, prepare to fight. 3, 2, 1.
All right, double buff. I mean, things just explode when they get in the middle and things just go back and forth. Oh, it's glorious.
Yeah, it's super exciting. Again, that's how a lot of these like matches will kind of play. I mean, this one's been a little bit unique with 2 of the stocks, but when you get super high tier players, like the
that was
first,
weird.
Like, third of the match is just kind of people like reading stuff. And
yeah, it looks like Ruth hit witnake, but no damage was done.
Maybe
I don't know.
Do we have a desync or? Did we? I mean, there might be a settings issue going on with the seamless. Yeah, well, looks like we're gonna have a restart on this stock.
I thought at first that hit was a deflection. I thought maybe it was a deflection, but I guess it was a real hit.
Well, while
Best spacing ever.
set back up, I mean, the thing I was trying to say was that, like, in a lot of matches like this, when you get like the really high tier players, the first like quarter or third of the match is just them kind of feeling each other out, right, and just
Yep.
waiting for the other one to make a mistake. But when things like go off, when the fuse gets ignited, there's just the back and forth is crazy. Like we saw it with Braun, we've seen it with Eli's matches, we've seen it now. But like this one's a little bit unique in the past two stocks, is that it seems like right away both players are just so
Yeah.
hungry for damage, and it's
I
really
love it.
really awesome to see them both just going like, you know, pedal to the metal and just really just trying to be the first one to land that bit of damage and never letting off.
Those are some of my favorite matches. I mean, after post nerf of colossal greatswords, seeing a colossal mirror was some of my favorite matches because no one was running away and you were sort of staying in the pocket the whole time, and that's what this reminds me of. They're mostly staying pretty close, pretty much one hit length away the whole time, and then it's who can make the best reads at the right times. And I love that type of gameplay. That's what I love to see.
Yeah, definitely. It's like it's so exciting, and it's honestly like, I mean, if I just came in and you told me this final match, I would believe you. Right? Like the like I think it also should be noted that, I mean, it should be fair to say that either of these players definitely could have been in the finals. So it's really cool
Yeah.
to still see them get a chance to play for third place and really like play like this. You know, like they've given us some of the most exciting stocks I've ever seen. 3 so
Yeah.
far, and all of them have been decided by 100 HP or so or less.
Yeah.
It's like, that's insane. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I mean, it's very close. Very close. I mean, whoever wins this bronze match, best out of 7, will get a whole. I forgot who's on the $10 bill. Actually, is that Jackson is on the 20? $10.
On the 20. I actually
I forgot
forgot
who's on the 10. I don't remember who's on the 10. But anyway,
who's on the $10 bill?
Yeah.
$10 bill.
Well, they'll get one of them. You know, probably in digital form. You know, who knows? PayPal, whatever, Zelle. But yeah, I mean, I don't know all the information. I don't know who actually was it. Not Gel. Did they make the maps? Who made these maps? Do you know?
I think, to my knowledge, Nakajal had something to do with it. I know they posted a preview of several of them, but that looks like that'll have to be a topic for another time. As
Yes.
both combatants are here.
We'll never be able to talk again. Here we go. Ruth versus witnake. Hopefully this will be set up properly. And I don't know, count it down. Let's see if Ruth can do it.
Combatants, prepare. Fight in 3, 2, 1.
And the normal buffing in the beginning, of course. We see that. The goblin stepping.
And right away, they're both being so aggressive, just like we were talking
Man.
about before. As Ruth gets the first bit of damage in there, actually doesn't roll catch witnake. Witnake might be catching on a little bit here. He does have the ritual shield and sword talisman on as well. Oh, there's a nice little jumping R1, mixing in the jumping R1s, like you were saying. Oh,
Yeah.
Ruth,
Oh, stunned. I don't know I'm wondering the poise that Ruth has. Doesn't look like she has that much poise.
yeah, I don't think she's anywhere near 100 based on what I've seen so far, but I think what she's gonna have to rely on is
Oh, the jump.
That was really. Did you see that second R1? It looked like he was
Yeah.
like aiming into the ground when he was in the air. That was very strange.
I think the tears has popped on Ruth already. I think that just
yes,
happened.
it looks like it. Yeah. And Witnake still has his own. So this is probably the most like one-sided one we've seen so far. Witnake is really like that HP regen he's getting from the talismans, man, and just keeping that pressure up is really helping him out here and helping him keep a sizable. I mean, I think
Oh,
without-
nice.
He still has his tier active though. That's really nice.
There it is. It's broken now. We've seen this before. Every other match.
We have. It's coming down to the wire. Ruth gets the first there. There's a jumping one. There's a trade actually.
Talisman swaps.
And come the feather talismans. Ruth might actually be one shot. He can't go. I think if he hits with 2 Ruth would probably get one shot, but right now I think Witnake is probably 2 or 3 hits away. Tries to land a jumping on one. Ruth gets out of the way. Now we're seeing a little bit of passiveness, actually. Again, waiting for someone else to attack. Oh, that was a really, really good read by Ruth. Not getting too aggressive there. Oh!
My God.
She
Ruth.
comes back again!
Ruth Nake. Oh, man.
And she's now won 2 in a row. Is up 3 stocks to 1.
This is crazy. I mean, it is scary. The way she's playing with that is really scary. Because if she gets in close, you could have the whirlwind. You could get blended down, and then, I mean, you're not even safe from jumps as you see there. I mean, it's just like,
Yeah,
it's scary.
absolutely. Like we saw this in the stock that witnake managed to take, and one of those, like, both go out for a jumping attack. And witnake, for the most part, it's just been doing like one jumping L1 and then just kind of waste the follow up with a neutral. But a couple times immediately does the 180 and follows up with a second L2. And he tried to do that twice here, I think, and Ruth didn't fall for it this time. Like, she's doing a really good job. I think this was it, right? See, right there. He tried to do it again there, but she's been able to adapt to it and read it. That was such a good read by her, and then keeps the pressure up before Witnake can reset and punishes his aggressiveness just like that. And
It's crazy. And one thing I want to mention that we saw on the last clip is that sometimes Witnake is overextending the jump, and this is sometimes you see it. You just kind of can go under them. And we saw Ruth go under Witnake. Witnake couldn't turn around the attack because it was queued too early and got punished for it. So we'll see if Ruth can clean this out and get the winnings. Count us off.
Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
It's funny that last match, and it's been happening every match. It's like somebody gets out ahead, and then sometimes they just come back. That's what happened. Ruth was really far behind last match.
You can't get too comfortable when you're playing against players like this. Again, like, you never know what can happen. Like, we've seen so many comebacks just in this one, like, match alone is insane.
That's crazy, man. I mean, the way Ruth is, their movement is incredible.
Yeah,
I mean,
really
just that little tiny bit of lock on, just to get away from that tiny bit of range by the straight swords. It's just like incredible.
It's really been crucial for her in managing to stave off Witnake from not getting too aggressive as she does. Down a half
Double catch, the blend.
The double catches though again. Oh, but beautiful spacing by Witnake, and also gets a punish L1. Ruth still does have her tier active, but Witnake has a very, very sizable lead. I mean, if Ruth comes back from this one, I don't know what to say. It actually gets 2 R1s on those jumps there. That's insane. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, we've seen it before. Oh, that was almost ring out. Oh, that was close.
She did a great job of not being too aggressive there off of that jumping on one, because he tried to do a second one. He didn't turn around. I think he knew she wasn't going to be aggressive. That was really good by him not turning around, because if he did, he would have probably gotten punished with a neutral.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's really good, solid. It's oh my good, that was brilliant.
I thought that was
should have worked.
Second. But he does give Ruth's tier proc. Witnake does still have his on. Who actually just like that gets swapped. Are we gonna see swaps? Ruth does swap to blue feather, but gets punished for it. And then there's another L1. I think only one of them hit though. She's so low, and actually there gets a neutral. And Witnake just like that. This was the first one that we've seen where a combatant did not come back in this match.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was man, that ending was pretty interesting, because it was like, based on the other 5 matches we've seen, that almost was like a letdown, It was like it got hit by I think it was a crouching R1 that ended it. But it was just like, man. But I mean, I think we'll see it here. It should have hit. Witnake brilliantly does the unblockable blade, I think right here. And panic rolls, but doesn't hit.
I really thought that was going to hit. That was very, very close.
Because the panic roll was there. I mean, I think if he were to maybe unlock and shift slightly, not maybe like 60 degrees to the right or something, it may have hit early.
Also, it looked like Ruth may have had an input drop. That third to last L1 that we saw there. Looked like she was starting a roll animation, but actually got hit anyway. So, not sure if maybe that was like latency or input drops or what, but a little bit unlucky there. But here we go. Ruth could still win this.
Yeah.
With a win right now, witnake needs 2 to come back, but we'll see what happens. Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
All right. Well, again, same startup. They buff. Let's see if the pressure can. I mean, Ruth is just so good at keeping that pressure and actually getting a lot of roll catches. Very difficult to do that.
It's really cool to see. I mean, both players really are keeping up pressure a lot, right? Like even like whether it's witnake or Ruth that takes, you know, is down kind of bad, kind of early in the match. They don't change their playstyle really. They just kind of, you know, reset their footing a little bit, gather their bearings, and then go back in doing what they were doing before, right? And it works half the time, honestly.
A little bit of damage there. Ruth took. I mean, Ruth did get a hit. witnake just swapped the talisman. Oh, over the head hit. That's a kind of weird one. Oh, didn't get the anti-air.
Oh, she didn't actually get the R1 when he was in the air, actually. So now witnake gets a pretty early lead. Can he win 2 stocks in a row? Like
We've seen this like 4 times before.
I know. But last time she didn't come back. So oh, that's a beautiful delay there on that roll catch. Slowly inching her way back. I think she was expecting witnake to attack again, and he didn't. Oh, and just like that, we're even.
Oh,
again,
man.
Just like that. Insane.
If Ruth does an L2
as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really close still. I mean, just a couple more blends. Wait, is witnake lost his?
witnake did get his tier procced, yes.
Oh, wow.
Talisman swaps actually, and
oh, there it is.
Just like that, gets hers procced after she swaps the talisman. Now she has to put the blue feather back on. Is she going to do it right now? Looks like she might be menuing. I'm not sure. I still don't see it yet. I'm actually very surprised. Neither player have their branch swords on.
Oh.
And Ruth pays the price because of it. 2 L1s just like that. And witnake has now won 2 in a row. And we're even. From a best of 7, we are now on the 7th stock.
Yeah, this is it.
The back
This
and
is absolutely it.
So far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wonder if fatigue is playing a role here with Ruth. Because, I mean, she's got to be flopping the controller around doing all those wiggles, right? I mean, man, it's like your hands got to get tired at some point. Seems like, I don't know. They're already ready. They're already here.
Okay. So much for the fatigue. We're already ready to get back into 7 stock. Players, prepare. Combat in 3, 2, 1.
I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Ruth has to almost go down in order for her to try to come back from this match. Like, she has to have a deficit in health, right? That's what it almost feels like.
Like some sort of anime protagonist. She needs to be losing to kind of unlock her secret potential.
No, I see. It's swapping the attacks, and it's brilliantly timed too. I love it.
Hasn't taken damage yet either, and has a pretty early lead. Oh, a little bit late with that one. Manages to roll out of the jumping L1. That's a nice little 180 jumping R1 that witnake barely managed to get out of the way of. Oh, a lot of rolling R1s. Look at them just staring each other down. Nobody's panic rolling yet. That was. I think he managed to get one of the swords to hit. Looks like he did take some damage. There's a trade there. About dead even, I would say. witnake does still have his tier active. Ruth really trying to punish it and get that procced early so she doesn't have to fight this even match. She wants to keep the lead that she has.
Yeah, I mean, she is playing much better now, not getting in a deficit. Wonder if she can continue that. Again, it's the difference in damage is crazy, but the speed of everything, the crouch attacks and being put in that blender.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, see? Oh, man, it's just like, it's so scary. Like, I can definitely imagine it being scary to play someone who can play so well with the shunter like this.
Players still do have their tiers active, though. We'll see if Ruth can get witnake's procced first. Again, witnake can probably proc Ruth's with 2 L1s, though, so it's not like he has to do much to come back. Like Ruth is definitely doing a lot more button presses to get this damage than witnake is, so that's something to keep in mind.
All right, so what do you think we'll see a Ruth L2? What do you think?
Absolutely not. I think she wants to win. I don't think we're gonna see an L2, but if we do, I'll do something that's I've never done before. I don't have anything off the top of my head. Come back to me next time.
I mean, that's legend status if you do that. I mean,
It really
you're
is.
just
Oh, that's a beautiful roll catch again. She's so good at it. She's
Yeah.
so good with the roll catches on this. Like, it's not easy to do against like players like witnake and Braun and all them, right? Like, it's insane. Not the fact that she's just been able to do it, but do it with consistency.
Yeah, yep. And witnake has his tears pop, so I mean, what is it? Maybe 3 more hits?
I would say 3 or 4. Yeah, he's probably gonna throw on the blue feather at some point.
I
so.
love this. The chasing, the aggression.
Just running in circles around the arena, waiting for a chance to fight back. I think he might be trying to swap talismans right now. Actually, I think that's what he's doing. I think he's looking for an opportunity to do that. Actually, Minutes is gonna punish him.
Oh man!
Where's it here?
Look, do you see how fast you come back from it, man?
He does have. You very well could. Although Ruth does have her brand swords on, witnake has also been regenerating so much HP, not only because of the Blessed Dew, but also that swaddling cloth is doing a lot of work for him. But Ruth says that's a little bit too much. I'm going to take some of that away as she lands just one R1. No, but she gets caught from the neutral R1. And just like that in an instant, witnake wins it.
That's crazy.
3 stocks in a row. 3 in a row.
Man. Well, we were told to do something, but I don't know what it was. So that last match, I mean, again, this whole entire best of 7, basically every single match was kind of flip-flopping who was ahead, who was behind, and they kind of just were jockeying for position on that. So we see Ruth is at a commanding lead, and then it all falls apart right here. Just
yeah, definitely. I mean, you could say she was in a commanding lead like 3 stocks ago. Like witnake, like she was up 3-1, and
That's true. Yeah,
3 stocks in a row. That was like, that was insane. I don't know if I've ever seen a bigger comeback. I don't think I've ever seen like a 4 or a 3-0 comeback before. That might be the most impressive one. But like, I mean, first off, kudos to both players. But yeah, like witnake. At one point, it looked like he was kind of ran out of ideas. He was running around in circles, literally.
Yeah.
Was trying to make space. I think he was trying to talisman swap, and at one point just said, I'm just gonna L1. She's being too aggressive, and actually punished her for it. It was I don't know what else to say about it. Like it was there's so much to say, and also like I can't say enough. You know, right? Like the sheer back and forth of that, the way a lot of those matches ended, like the comeback from witnake. Like there's so many interesting aspects to that third.
Yeah, it's just funny because like if it was best, would things have changed if it was best 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5? Would things have changed the whole matchup? Because I mean, again, she was up 3-1, then witnake came back and took the last 3, and just the way the matches went on, I gotta hand it to Ruth because Ruth had a different weapon setup for each round. So each of the 4 matches she had in this whole entire tournament, a different weapon. So you got to give credit to someone who can utilize different weapons that well. And, you know, she almost beat BronDaGoat, who was in the finals with interesting setup, I think. And I don't know, all props to Ruth. I mean, witnake gets the money, but I think Ruth gets the fanfare.
Yeah, I mean, like, dude, I can't say enough about that match. That was so exciting. I was like, I've been told I was like peeking from my microphone because I was just shouting so much, man. Like I was literally on the edge of my seat for like almost all of those stocks. It was super exciting to watch. It was really cool to see like all the comebacks from each round. Just to see Ruth just like that, like the amount of times she roll caught witnake with the shunter was insane. Like you would think that eventually we would like just kind of like figure it out and just, you know, space better, but no, she just kept mixing it up and managed to keep him like on his toes the entire match. So like props to her for
really impressive
that skill with the shunter.
Yeah, I mean, mixing up the R2s, the running attacks, things like that. I mean, really impressive. I like it. No L2s though, so I don't really, you know, Little upsetting, but you know, I guess you got to do what you got to do, right? Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Hey, if I was up 3-1, I would have threw out an L2. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Either way, here's the bracket. The bracket is finally about to conclude in the last and the finals match. We see BronDaGoat dispatching FrigidARC, dispatching Tocco. Close match with Ruth, 3-2.
Yeah.
And then we see witnake's, DarkSoapp's set up to the finals, dispatching Chan. Close match with Eli. Amazingly dispatching witnake 3-0. And then now we see DarkSoapp versus BronDaGoat. They have not fought each other in this match. This is not double elimination. There is no losers bracket. So we're going to get a clean, clear match of them trying to figure out each other. I'm sure they fought on PC before. I don't know these players that well. So we'll see. Let's talk about the weapons they have. What does DarkSoapp have? What is that?
I can't quite see her.
I think that's just straight swords.
It looks like straight. That's not. Is that broadswords? Is one of those a broadsword?
No way.
I can't quite tell. I will find out sooner or later on. We'll probably get some clarification. And Bron is running. That looks like a clean rot in his offhand. Is that a katana in the main?
Yeah, it's probably Moonveil, right?
Oh, probably. Interesting. Very interesting.
All right. Well, count us off for the finals of the May 2023 Festival of Combat EU Minor Tournament.
Right.
Count us off.
Combatants prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
There we go. Bron in red, Soap in blue. Who do you have to win this one?
Well, I mean, historically, the paper says Braun. I don't know if I've ever seen DarkSoapp beat Braun in a tourney setting. It may have happened, but at least in tourneys I've casted and I've watched, I haven't seen it happen before. Although, early on, it looks like DarkSoapp has a very early lead against Braun the L2. As we've just seen the move.
Yeah, I know. That's all he's doing. This is crazy.
Oh, there's an R1. He's mixing it up.
Yeah, we're going to see these matches probably take a bit long, but again, things can explode in the pocket.
Oh, actually gets aim punched there. Braun misses the running R2 and actually, no, he does still have his tear act. Well, not anymore.
Oh, tears
There's
pop.
the tear rock from a nuclear.
Oh, he's got no sauce. He's got no sauce. He's sauceless.
There's a jumping L1 that Braun manages to get out of the way of. I can't tell. Does he have Starlight Shard active? I can't tell what that blue glow is.
Oh, that is allowed in this, isn't it?
I can't quite remember. I'm ashamed to say I didn't get a chance to glance at the rules for today's tourney. But as we see an even trade right about there. DarkSoapp does still have his tier active.
Yeah.
Actually, and the Swaddling Cloth is buying a little bit of
I like.
HP.
No, what?
Oh, and there's a nice finish there. Braun.
Brilliant.
Is Braun memeing? It's just I just see the L2 over and over and over again.
I mean, brilliant by DarkSoapp. We'll see it on the replay here, but brilliant by DarkSoapp not to be fooled. I see a lot of people when they play, they get fooled by someone, sheathing. And people panic roll because they think attack is going to come in. But DarkSoapp was so far ahead. All you needed to do, even if it was a trade, he just needed to hit him one time. So he just didn't panic, went for the attack, as we'll see at the end here momentarily. Right. But like DarkSoapp just had a commanding lead the whole time. I have a feeling that we're going to see the next matchup be quite different than that. And like you said, it almost seemed like a meme how many Ash of Wars were being thrown out there. Because that's all it was.
I think I saw him use the clean rot one time, to be honest. Also,
usually
those street swords starts using are carrion. So I was
carrion, yeah.
They're definitely not broadswords.
Yeah, because no one uses the broadsword. Right here, you see it where he tries to unsheath and scare him, but no.
Yeah.
You're down 2 low health. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times what I see with the Moonveil off stock situation is it's more for combo potential. You hit with the Moonveil and you try to combo out and set up other stuff with the S-Stock, and it could be pretty nasty, but it didn't happen here. It looked like DarkSoapp got the aggression on early, damage early, and we are here. Fight number 2. DarkSoapp up 1.
We are. Combatants, prepare. Fight in 3, 2, 1.
All right. We get a jump right early on. Look at that. That's so far away. You got to do the vertical slash to get the range on that.
It's a nice little crouching L1 there for DarkSoapp to land on Braun. They're about even right now, actually, on HP. It'll be
there it is.
Actually gets one! That's massive damage, too, onto Dark. Oh, and following up actually
Oh, out of the air!
He does still have his tier active, though. Braun has a very successful, or a very, very comfortable lead, excuse me, as he does get DarkSoapp's tier proc. Out comes a bit of a clean run action, but
what is he doing?
We see the L1 spam. The monkey match actually wins, and DarkSoapp takes
I can't believe it. This is the tournament finals, and he's spamming with dual straight swords? It's blowing my mind. I don't understand.
Straight sword spam and Moonveil L2 R1 spam. After the match we saw between Ruth and witnake, this is kind of night and day. But I'm having a great time nonetheless. This is a pretty fun match to watch. Do you think he's still going to keep like doing the L2 R1 or what?
Well, no, it worked that match. It's funny in there. We'll probably be able to see it if that pops up, but he got the hit detection register from the Moonveil Ash of War, but he didn't follow it up with anything. I think he didn't think he got the hit, and then monkey brained at the end. I mean, Braun just needed to back up and play a little bit slow to win, and they just didn't. They're not going to out damage dual straight swords, especially if you're not doing the Ash of War. So that was a bizarre play on Braun's side, but hey, good on DarkSoapp for recognizing that and just going ham. Crazy.
True. We'll see if we'll see what happens here. And now the third stock of the final combatants prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
I do expect different. I mean, Braun confused me there, but we shall see what's going to happen here.
Dark comes out.
Oh, so he took the, is it the magic proof liver or whatever?
Oh, I think his physic might have magic shrouding too.
Oh,
okay. That's probably the effect that I'm seeing. As you see the L2 armor come out.
Nice jumping.
Jumping right there, and that sub loses somehow. I think only one of his swords. Oh, that's a nice little, a nice little bit of counter hit damage there. Braun is a very, very comfortable weak here. Literally just spamming Moonveil weapon. How is this working?
It is working, though. You see it working.
A Festival of Combat final in the year of our Lord 2023. The Moonveil weaponer is literally all you need to do to win. Oh,
yeah, but we've seen this happen before, and Braun lost it. Oh, wow, the panic rolls.
Briefly just spamming L2. I'm just gonna do it again, actually. It's just a little bit too slow.
Blowing my mind. I'm confused at what is happening. Is this the finals, or what is this?
I'm kind of.
What is happening?
Braun to just change his build or change his weapon, then he uses into something like ultra sweaty. But
he's not even. I don't know.
I feel like he just wants to win this way. At this point, you're down 3-0. You've done it 3 stocks in a row. He's committed. He wants to win just doing the Moonveil weaponer. And, fine, if that's how you want to play. If you manage to do it against Power Stand Straight Swords, more power to you. But, I mean, I don't know. What do you expect to see in this stock? Do you think Braun's going to just keep doing what he's doing, or will it change?
Yeah, he's absolutely... Because he's almost winning. He's just making weird little mistakes right here, trying to attack in straight sword rolling attack. I don't understand what he's doing. He's one hit away from winning, and then I think he gets jumped on here.
This one is a little bit too slow right there, actually. Yeah, a little bit too slow. If he started
I've
actually gotten the counter hit damage.
Yeah, he definitely could have won that. I mean, he should have won the second fight. First fight, he lost pretty handily. But, I don't know what this is bizarre. I don't know. It's just crazy. Let's see. Maybe, you know what? I think what they're doing is they're going for legendary 4 stock winning going down 0-3, trying to come
Oh,
back.
the
They're
ultimate
trying to do the
comeback?
impossible. Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
well,
that's
well,
what they're doing.
we'll see if he manages to pull off the reverse sweep, but combatants, prepare. Fight in 3, 2, 1.
This would be amazing. I mean, because he's one hit away, and he's not even doing anything fancy. He's just doing L2.
L2, see the little wiggles, the 360 spin. He's gonna give himself dizzy. He's gonna make himself dizzy. Actually lands one there. Actually, I think DarkSoapp is trying to react and actually just gets hit by 2, 3 in a row, and actually gets his
This
tear
is-
procced. What on earth? What do you mean? So Braun has
Is
a
this
very
DarkSoapp
here.
kryptonite?
Oh my goodness, it might actually be. Who knows? Landed 3 in a row, but that streak is now over. Lands 2 L1s there. I think he did proc his tear as well. Braun does land some damage.
Oh,
in the back.
Braun is down
Now
one
he's
hit.
shot from that L1. Braun, what's he gonna? What is he? What?
He just
gave up.
he edge walked his way to death.
Oh, and then dies too. I think that was a whip.
I'm confused. I don't know what to say about that finals. A quick 4-0. What do you say?
I don't. I will say that the third place match was good. Okay, let's say that no matter what happened, the third place match was like kind of hard to live up to, right? In terms
Correct.
of vibe. So like maybe that was it. Maybe the mentality was like, well, that was super cool. I'll just meme. I'll just do L2.
I don't understand. Like, he's actually winning the match handily, and then I don't know what happens.
Landed 3 L2s in a row. I think he just got like, I don't know, too comfortable there and wasn't really like, I didn't see too many rolls from him after like he gets that lead right here. I think he tries to do it again. It's just those times where like I think he's expecting him to roll, but like DarkSoapp is running like, Power Sand Straight Sword, so he can just spam L1.
And then he just edge walks himself to death after getting
Yeah.
whipped in the ass. And there it is.
Amazing.
I mean, maybe he's kinky. I don't know. I'm not gonna say what this guy likes or doesn't like, but it's a bizarre finale, especially considering how close the bronze match was and how amazing that was. That was just weird. I mean, I don't think he was memeing. I just think it was weird. Very strange. Either way, let's give it up for DarkSoapp for being the champion, for winning the prize, $50. I mean, let's give it up for him. I mean, all the combatants here that showed up, everyone obviously in the chat. We got Rust, we got Sadia, we got not Kajel. I'm not sure how to say their name as well as other people apparently, but man, what do you think about this tournament overall? What you saw, what you witnessed, the finals, the semifinals? Let us know.
Overall, it was a really, really fun tournament to watch. I'm definitely not going to forget this one for multiple reasons, but I mean, the comebacks that I got to watch, I think the Ruth witnake match is going to be a match that like I'm going to, for as long as I do stuff with the den, I'm going to remember, honestly. Like that was the most insane. The comebacks I saw in that match were insane. And then the finale that we had was memorable for different reasons, but memorable nonetheless. And I think all in all, I did not expect to see Braun get 4-0'd, but that was a really, really, really fun tournament to watch. I'm really glad I got to be here and commentate and be a part of it. It was a hoot.
Yeah, I mean, some might even say it was memorable. I mean, it was a bit strange. I mean, we saw BronDaGoat handle a lot of the other fighters in this, pretty well, obviously. But, like, what happened there? I mean, I think you're actually right. I think they were down a little bit, and they're like, I'm not switching stuff now. I'm stuck with this.
Fallacy, yeah. Just too late to swap. Too late to try something else.
It's pretty crazy. I really did enjoy this. And, I sort of come from the PlayStation background where I do think we probably take things a little bit less seriously than maybe the PC crowd. I'm not 100% there. But it is fun to see what people can do with a lot of the more meta setups. Although, again, the finals, a little bit bizarre. But, yeah, I mean, seeing Power Sand Straight Sword win again is a little annoying for me. But again, it shows you the power of that. It shows you the power of being able to, you're losing and just in 3 L1s, you can just come back just like that. And it's the game is, even again, or maybe you're ahead. It's pretty crazy how that can work.
Instantly, yeah. And just in the blink of an eye. But we definitely have more matches to come in less than 24 hours. For those of you who don't know, tomorrow there will be the NA Festival of Combat and Minor for May 2023. Starting at 1 p.m. US Eastern Time. So if you liked what you saw here today, definitely be here tomorrow. It's gonna be, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of hype matches. I'm sure we'll maybe see a couple meme loadouts. I'm excited to see what, I mean,
maybe not in the finals. I don't know.
I saw Whip Jagger today. Nothing is impossible. So
yeah.
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, tremendous. I will be here tomorrow again. We are in the U.S. We have Memorial Day, so a lot of us don't have Monday work time. So in the U.S., it works for us. If you're from elsewhere where you don't have that, well, I hope you can join regardless. And I think this has been a fantastic match. Again, I would like to thank everybody who's been here, the Duelist Event Network. Not Kajel, obviously. People don't know, but Not Kajel was doing everything in the back end, all the OBS. He was corralling everybody with the passwords or however the PC magic works, because I don't really know. And I really appreciate that. Obviously, I want to appreciate Russ for coming in short notice because Sadia couldn't be here. And of course, I want to appreciate Miss Moon. So, Miss Moon, do you have any other sign off before we get out of here?
Just to say, I'm glad I got the opportunity to shoutcast again. I'm supposed to do several in the past few months, but one thing or another has come up. So, I'm really glad to get back to casting for the Den. It's a lot of fun for me. I do this all for the sheer fun of it. Like, honestly, I love casting so much. I love watching the matches. I love all the people behind the scenes that like make this so accommodating for me and everyone else here, including the combatants. So I want to say thank you to everybody behind the scenes, to Dante for being such a wonderful co-host. The first time I've gotten to co-commentate with him. To the chat for being so active and hopefully having a good time. And hopefully we get to see a lot of you tomorrow.
Definitely. Thank you, everyone, for being here. TTYL.